The sky temple hung above the world like a city carved from light, anchored in an endless ocean of clouds. White and gold mist stretched in every direction, rolling and folding like a living sea beneath its foundations. The air tasted faintly of ozone and warm ash, as if lightning and fire had left their mark here long ago and never quite faded. This was the domain of the Phoenix race. Flame, destruction, rebirth, all of it was etched into the stone, the air, and the sky itself. Inside the temple's open halls, Serenelle, flame-born, moved in silence. Where she walked, the air shimmered. Heat trailed faintly behind her steps, a subtle distortion that never quite faded. Her hair, a cascade of crimson and gold, fell like liquid fire down her back, catching the light pouring in through the arched openings. Each strand looked alive, flickering as if flames had simply chosen the shape of hair for convenience. Her eyes burned a deep ember red, steady and sharp, holding a quiet intensity that hinted at what she carried within. Tall and slender, she gave off a pressure that felt less like heat and more like a furnace held carefully in check. The closer one stood, the more the air felt too warm, too heavy. Her beauty was undeniable, but there was nothing soft about it. She looked like someone carved from flame and expectation, polished by centuries of legacy rather than time. Serenelle's expression barely shifted as she walked. Calm, distant. Her face might as well have been a mask, if not for the faint focus in her gaze. She didn't move like someone impressed by her surroundings. She moved like someone who belonged to them. In her hand, she held a rapier forged from obsidian and molten silver. The blade shimmered faintly, reflecting both light and heat, thin and needle, sharp. It was elegant, almost delicate at a glance, but the aura around it said otherwise. Forged in phoenix fire, tempered in rebirth, it was less a weapon and more an extension of her will. At the highest spire of the Sky Temple, Serenelle stopped. Clouds lay far below like a blank, waiting world. The wind tugged at her hair and robes, carrying warmth instead of chill. Above, the sky glowed with a sun that never truly set, casting long shadows and soft light over the temple's golden edges. Her gaze wasn't on the view. She focused on the air itself, on the threads of power woven through it, on the static gathering around her, on the invisible currents of fire and lightning flowing in her veins. Phoenix flames. The power of her race surged quietly inside her, steady and immense. With a thought, flames stirred to life, curling around her like a living mantle. The air grew hotter, the horizon wavered. Fire kissed the edges of the temple's spires, patterns of red and gold sliding along the stone. Lightning flickered overhead, blue arcs weaving through the sky in rhythm with the rise and fall of her power. Heat settled thick across the spire, every breath warmer than the last. Static crawled across the floor at her feet, each step she took leaving behind a faint crackle of light. Flames coiled lazily around her figure, never quite touching her skin, responding to each small shift of her thoughts. She stood motionless, a pillar of restraint wrapped in a storm of fire. Inside, the power didn't feel calm at all. It roared, pressed, demanded to be unleashed. Her fingers twitched once around the rapier's hilt, then stilled. The world answered every movement. Flames flared. Lightning struck closer. The air trembled, as if unsure whether to burn or break. For a long moment, Serenelle closed her eyes and let the power rise. Her heartbeat set the tempo. With each pulse, the flames around her grew brighter, hotter, stretching further from her body. Waves of heat rolled outward, distorting the air. Lightning snapped in the clouds above, sparks answering each invisible beat inside her chest. Then something changed. The wind stuttered, losing its smooth, steady flow. A harsh crackle cut through the air, louder than the distant thunder. Flames exploded in front of her, wild and bright, devouring the space in an instant. They curled and twisted on themselves, forming a towering coil of fire. A shape stepped out from within. The flames clung to him, sliding over his shoulders and arms before peeling away like a cloak. He was tall, his features sharp and familiar, every line of his face softened by a warm, easy smile. Her brother, the Phoenix race's favored prodigy, wrapped in fire that answered him as readily as breath. His hair burned the same blazing red gold as hers, but wilder, as if he didn't bother trying to tame it. His eyes glowed like molten rock. "Sister," he called, voice light but carrying easily through the heated air. There was no ceremony, no bow, no titles. They didn't need them. "The Phoenix King wishes to see you in the Grand Hall." Serenelle glanced at him, the faintest shift of her eyes. Her expression didn't change. No surprise, no irritation, just a small, almost imperceptible nod. Her brother understood. His smile widened, proud and bright, like the first burst of light after a storm. A moment later, his body fractured into drifting embers, his form breaking apart into 1,000 sparks that scattered and faded into the surrounding flames. Silence returned just as quickly as he had appeared. Serenelle remained where she was, rapier still in hand. The fire and lightning that had swirled so fiercely around her began to dull, easing back to a quieter glow. The storm inside her didn't disappear. She simply chose not to feed it. She let the power settle under her control, embraced the stillness on the spire, and let her brother's words sit in the back of her mind. The Phoenix King was waiting. The air shimmered gently as the remaining flames flickered around her, reflecting in her ember-bright eyes. They didn't dim. As the light above began its slow descent toward the horizon, Serenelle tightened her grip on the rapier and turned from the edge of the spire. She was ready. The sun had long since slipped below the horizon, leaving the forest drowned in a dim, murky twilight. Ancient trees loomed overhead, their twisted branches clawing at the sky. A thick mist clung to the ground, rolling between roots and rocks, swallowing sound and light alike. Even the moon could barely pierce it. Rylus Swiftclaw moved through it like he belonged there. His black and blue fur shifted with each silent step, his long fox-like tail gliding behind him without a sound. His ears twitched at every whisper of movement, the snap of a twig, the stir of leaves, a breath carried on the wind. Amber eyes cut through the haze, sharp and focused. His claws flexed, curved, and deadly. Something was wrong. The air felt heavy, like it was holding its breath. A coldness settled in his bones that had nothing to do with the temperature. They were here. Soft footsteps crunched in the distance. More than one set. They moved with weight, not caution. Too loud, too sure of themselves. They thought they were closing in on him. They weren't. Rylus sank lower into the underbrush, body coiled, barely a shadow among shadows. His breathing slowed, each exhale disappearing into the mist, his scent masked by the damp and cold. His demi-human instincts took over completely. He could hear the rhythm of their hearts, the slight tremor in their muscles as they crept closer. Then a sharp scent hit his nose. Blood. Fresh. His gaze shifted toward a small clearing ahead. For figures emerged from the murk, cloaked in ragged, dark garments. Their weapons glinted dully in what little moonlight managed to slip through the canopy. They'd been tracking him for days. Now, they were close enough to die. Rylus moved. He shot forward in a blur of black and blue, claws sliding free with a clean, lethal sound. The first man, a broad figure with a thick beard and rusted blade, barely had time to turn. Rylus' claws ripped across his chest. Flesh tore with a wet sound, blood arcing out into the mist. The man's eyes widened, then dulled before he even hit the ground. Rylus was already spinning toward the next target. The second man darted forward, quicker, slashing out in panic. Rylus was gone before the blade completed its arc. He reappeared behind the man, claws slicing across his neck with a single, precise motion. Blood poured down the man's chest as he choked and collapsed, hands clawing at a wound that would never close. The third attacker raised his jagged sword, desperation finally breaking through his bravado. The sword lasted less than a heartbeat. Rylus' strike shattered it at the base, metal breaking apart with a sharp crack. Before the man could even process that his weapon was gone, Ryla's claws were already in his throat, ending it in one swift, merciless thrust. The last man froze. He was smaller than the others, his weapon trembling in his grip, terror written all over his face. His breath came in short, ragged gasps as Rylas approached him without hurry, each step soft, controlled. Amber eyes locked onto him like a predator settling on its final target. Rylas closed the distance in an instant. His claws drove into the man's chest, cutting through cloth, flesh, and bone. Warm blood soaked the ground as the man crumpled. Rylas stood still for a moment, chest rising and falling, the fog curling around him like a cloak. The forest fell silent again. Only the wind remained, murmuring through leaves and branches. Blood dripped quietly onto the earth. His tail flicked once. They had come looking for a fox. They'd found the hunter instead. Ryla Swiftclaw was not prey, and in this forest, where shadows moved and the wind kept secrets, no one hunting him walked away. The cliffs rose like jagged teeth against the sky. Ryla stood with his father at the edge of the training grounds, the wind tearing at his fur and tugging his cloak sideways. The ground was uneven and unforgiving, littered with rocks and broken stone. The air here didn't feel gentle. It felt like a warning. His father moved in front of him, a larger, older mirror of Rylas himself. Demi-human, fox-like, cloaked in midnight fur streaked with silver. His presence felt like a storm waiting to break. Faster, his father growled. His voice carried easily over the howling wind. Faster than the wind. Faster than your enemies. You think you have time to think? Think again. Rylas felt something flare in his chest at those words. Not anger. Not fear. Drive. Every command was a challenge. Every word, a test. The wind cut through his fur, stinging his skin, drilling the lesson deeper. The world would not go easy on him. So his father wouldn't either. Without warning, his father lunged. For a man of his size, he moved with impossible speed. Claws flashed in the pale light, cutting through the air like blades. Rylas reacted on instinct. His own claws sliced forward, the motion clean and precise. The air shuddered with the force of his strike, but it hit nothing. His father had already vanished. Rylas' eyes darted across the rocky terrain, searching every shadow, every ledge. The wind carried scents and echoes. His father's presence lingered, but it was everywhere and nowhere at once. Silence pressed in. He braced himself, muscles tight, senses straining. No room for panic. No room for hesitation. He couldn't wait for the next attack. He had to be ready before it came. No time to rest. His father's voice boomed from above. It echoed off the cliff walls, making it hard to pinpoint where it came from. You think you've mastered your instincts, boy? The words hit harder than the wind. Your enemy won't wait for you to feel ready. They won't give you a chance to breathe, to listen, to sense, and then react. Rylas didn't answer. He couldn't. He moved. He pushed forward, the ground cracking under his steps as he surged toward where he thought the next attack might come from. His body blurred, every strike faster, every movement sharper. The wind felt like resistance and like fuel at the same time. His father met him head-on. Claws collided, metal hard against metal hard, the impact jarring up Rylas' arms. They moved like mirrored predators, trading blows that never fully landed, each clash a near miss by design. Rylas' muscles burned. His lungs ached. He didn't slow. His father's presence pressed on him from every angle, never relenting, always pushing. Faster, Rylas, he barked, claws arcing in another merciless strike. Your enemies won't wait for you to think. You have to move before your mind catches up. Rylas adjusted, letting instinct take the lead. He stopped trying to guess and began to feel. The wind, the shift of weight, the faint scrape of a claw against stone. He stepped into the next attack instead of away from it, claws meeting his father's in midair. They slid past each other, lungs burning, eyes locked. Man-beast. Wind.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support, we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
The air within Mitchell's chambers hung heavy with unspoken tension, a heat that had nothing to do with the flickering hearth at the far end of the opulent room. The walls were adorned with flowing drapes in deep gold and crimson, their silken surfaces shimmering faintly in the ambient glow of enchanted lamps. Experience more content on mvlenovelbin.net. It was a room of both regal beauty and stifling authority, where even the furniture seemed to bow to its occupant. Yet tonight, it was not the room's majesty that commanded attention, but the two figures standing in its center, their presences so imposing they could have overshadowed even the stars. Mitchell stood with her back to Michael, her silhouette framed by the enormous arched window behind her. The pale light of the moon spilled over her figure, making her appear almost ethereal, like a goddess conjured from legend. Her fiery crimson hair cascaded down her back in molten waves, shimmering with an intensity that seemed to echo her smoldering rage. Her arms were folded tightly across her chest, the tension in her posture as sharp as a drawn blade. Michael stood a few paces away, his expression calm, yet resolute, the epitome of a warrior who had faced countless battles, yet found this one uniquely challenging. His tall frame was relaxed but exuded an aura of immense power, a latent storm barely restrained beneath his composed demeanor. The dim light gleamed faintly on the edge of his sword-intent barrier, an invisible dome enclosing the room and silencing the world outside, creating a sanctum where this heated exchange could unfold without interruption. "You had no right." Mitchell's voice finally broke the silence, low and trembling with suppressed fury. She turned to face him, her striking emerald eyes aflame with emotion. "You had no right to put our son's name forward, Michael." Michael sighed deeply, running a hand through his white, slightly disheveled hair. "Mitchell," he began, his tone measured, "this is not just about Anthony. It's about the survival and honor of the human race. The decision wasn't made lightly." Mitchell's hands dropped to her sides, clenched into trembling fists. "Don't patronize me, Michael. Don't you dare speak to me of honor when you've thrown our child into a death match." Her voice cracked, but she steadied herself, her fury blazing hotter. "Anthony is 16. He may be exceptional, yes, a prodigy, but he's still our boy. He's not ready for this." Michael closed the distance between them in 2 strides, his dark eyes softening as they met hers. "He's more than ready," he said firmly. "You've seen what he's capable of, Mitchell. He's stronger, faster, smarter than any other candidate. I don't just think he can win. I know he will." Mitchell turned away, wrapping her arms around herself as though shielding her heart from his words. "You know," she whispered bitterly, "you believe. But what if you're wrong, Michael? What if he isn't strong enough? What if—" Her voice faltered, the unspoken horror clawing at her throat. "What if he doesn't come back to us?" Michael hesitated, his jaw tightening as the weight of the situation bore down on him. His hand hovered in the air, almost as if it might reach out to her, to comfort, to reassure, but he held himself back. The silence stretched between them, a palpable force that wrapped around him like a vice. For the briefest moment, a reckless thought sparked in the back of his mind. Pull Anthony's name back, consequences be damned. The image of his son, bloodied and broken in the midst of the death match, flashed through his mind with terrifying clarity. The sight of Anthony, crushed under the weight of his own defiance, the light fading from his fierce eyes, it was an unwelcome specter that made Michael's chest tighten painfully. His mind, sharp and precise in its usual clarity, faltered under the weight of the thought. His instincts screamed at him to protect his son, to shield him from this cruel fate. But just as quickly as the thought arose, Michael banished it, casting it aside like the fleeting shadow it was. He could not afford to let fear govern his decisions. Anthony wasn't just any boy. He was his unparalleled monster baby, a son like no other, born of unmatched strength, indomitable will, and an unrelenting drive to surpass every obstacle before him. Michael had no doubt in his son's ability to emerge victorious. Anthony had the blood of both his parents, a legacy of power and endurance. Michael's confidence in him was unwavering, as solid and sure as the sword he wielded. "Then it will be on me," he said. "But that won't happen, Mitchell. Not to our son." She closed her eyes, drawing a tremulous breath, as if trying to steady herself against the oncoming tide of emotions. The room fell into a deep, almost reverential silence, broken only by the faint, constant hum of the sword-intent barrier, an ethereal wall of power that sealed them in their private world, away from the weight of the outside. After what felt like an eternity, Mitchell exhaled slowly, the fragile tension in the air wrapping around her like a shroud. She pulled away from Michael, the distance between them feeling vast and yet incredibly small, before turning toward the window. Her movements were graceful, deliberate, as though each step carried the weight of her inner turmoil. She placed a hand against the cool, smooth glass, the chill of the surface offering a fleeting comfort. Her gaze wandered out into the moonlit garden below, the silver beams of the moon catching the shimmering leaves, casting long shadows. The sight, both peaceful and haunting, seemed to draw her in deeper. Her fiery red hair, vibrant and untamed, cascaded over her shoulders like a living flame, the soft curls moving with an elegance that contrasted sharply with the storm raging inside her. The garden, serene beneath the moon's glow, seemed a world away from the violent clash she now faced in her own heart. "I know the world isn't kind," she said finally, her voice a quiet murmur. "I know it's full of cruelty and sacrifice. But I'm his mother, Michael. I'm supposed to protect him. And sometimes," Michael said, his voice barely above a whisper, "the best way to protect him is to let him fight." Mitchell didn't respond, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The tension lingered in the air, heavy and unyielding, but the argument was over. For now, Michael stepped back, his hand brushing against the edge of his sword-intent barrier, which shimmered faintly before fading. The room seemed to exhale, the tension lifting with a palpable sense of relief. Yet the silence that remained was frail, uneasy, like the calm before a storm. Amidst this quiet, Mitchell's emerald eyes glowed with an unwavering resolve, a silent storm brewing within them. She would not intervene, not yet, but she would not remain passive either. If Anthony was to walk into the furnace of danger, then she would see to it that he emerged from it not only unscathed but stronger than ever, honed like a blade forged in the heart of a fire no one could withstand. The day had come to leave the Null estate. After weeks of preparation, Anthony and his family gathered at the docks, where a massive airship waited, its sleek, metallic form gleaming under the morning sun. The ship was designed for long journeys, its hull reinforced with the finest materials, built to withstand the harshest conditions. A faint hum of power emanated from its engines, a reminder of the many forces working in harmony to propel them toward their unknown destination. Anthony stood at the edge of the ship, staring out at the horizon. Behind him, the Null estate loomed, its towering spires and stone walls now a distant memory. It had been a place of growth, of learning, but also of constraints. Today, that chapter closed. Before him lay an open world, full of mysteries and challenges, and he knew that the path ahead would shape him in ways he could not yet comprehend. His family moved around him, each of them preparing for the journey. His mother, Mitchell, stood with a quiet air of purpose, her eyes focused on the horizon ahead. She had never been one for goodbyes, and today was no different. Beside her, Michael, his father, adjusted the straps of his armor, his sharp gaze ever watchful. Though his face remained stoic, there was a quiet pride in the way he moved. Collins, his grandfather, stood off to the side, his piercing eyes scanning their surroundings, always vigilant. The airship was ready. With a final glance at the estate, Anthony turned, stepping onto the ship's ramp. As he crossed the threshold, the crew members secured the vessel, and the engines roared to life. The ship slowly began to ascend, its massive form cutting through the sky as they left the Null estate behind. The wind whipped through Anthony's hair as the ship climbed higher, the ground beneath them shrinking into a distant memory. The land stretched out below, vast and endless, a tapestry of cities, forests, and mountains. His thoughts shifted, and he felt the weight of his family's expectations settle around him. This journey was not just for discovery. It was for a future he had yet to fully understand, a path that would test him in ways he could never anticipate. As the ship sailed through the sky, the estate became a mere speck on the horizon, fading into the distance. Anthony felt a strange sense of finality, but also a quiet excitement, knowing that the world ahead held infinite possibilities. And with each passing moment, the future grew closer, the unknown drawing them all forward. 3 days had passed since their departure from the Null estate. Anthony and his family remained quiet, their anticipation palpable. The ship's steady course had become a familiar comfort, a constant amidst the vastness of the world below. As the horizon shifted, the landscape ahead became something entirely different, a place that would challenge them in ways they could not yet understand. The ship descended, and Anthony felt it, a subtle tremor in the air, a shift in the mana that only he could fully grasp. This land, unlike the human domain where mana flowed wild and untamed, carried a purity and power that resonated deep within him. It was controlled, delicate, and yet infinitely powerful. The mana here seemed to hum in perfect harmony with the land, as if the very atmosphere had been crafted to serve some greater purpose. The ship's engines whispered as it touched down on the ancient ground. The family stepped off in procession, Anthony leading the way. His feet met the earth with a quiet confidence, each step a statement of belonging, as though the land had accepted him. The mana here was different, a concentrated energy that filled the space between them, making the air thick with power. Anthony could feel it resonating with his own energy, but it was not overwhelming. To him, this purity felt natural. Though natural, it wasn't as pure as the mana in the divine realm. It was as though the land had been waiting for him, shaping itself with his presence in mind. The others moved in silence, awed by the profound weight of the place. Ancient stone pillars rose from the earth like guardians, their surfaces etched with cryptic runes that shimmered faintly in the dim light. The landscape stretched out endlessly, dotted with wildflowers and verdant fields that swayed in a breeze that barely stirred the air. It was a land untouched by time, a quiet sanctuary for the magic that had shaped it. Anthony moved forward, the mana in the air swirling gently in recognition of his presence. His family followed, still in awe of the land, but it was clear that they too felt the weight of the moment, as if this place held secrets they could not yet understand. The buildings ahead came into view. They were grand, yet understated, designed not to impress, but to endure. The walls shimmered with a faint, iridescent glow, reflecting the soft light from the sun filtering through the clouds. There were no reminders of the outside world here. This place was untouched by the haste of progress. It was a sanctum where power converged and time itself seemed to pause. His family remained still for a moment longer, taking in the monumental weight of the place. Mitchell, his mother, inhaled deeply, recognizing the purity of the mana here. It reminded her of the elemental sanctuaries she had visited in her youth, places where the flow of magic obeyed ancient rules and rituals. Even she felt the pull of this land, urging her to shape the mana, to control it. But she held herself in check, knowing that here, in this place, she was not the one to command its power. Michael, standing nearby, acknowledged the gravity of the moment. He had seen many powerful places in his time, but there was something unique about this one. It was a place that seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something, and Anthony was the one who had brought them here. The family finally began to move forward again, each step drawing them closer to their true purpose. The place they had arrived in was not just a sanctuary. It was a forge, a place where their destinies would be shaped. The silence around them was not empty. It was filled with the weight of the land's ancient power, a power that would soon reveal itself in ways they could not yet comprehend. Anthony, leading the way, walked with purpose. To him, this land felt like a natural extension of his own being. The mana here resonated with him in a way that no other place had ever done before. It was a deep, rhythmic pulse, a song of magic and power that he had always known, even if he had not fully understood it. Now, standing here, he felt as if he were stepping into the role he had been destined for. The others followed in his wake, each of them feeling the weight of their surroundings in different ways. There was no need for words, and in that silence, they moved together, step by step, toward the path that would soon unfold before them. As they neared the buildings, the land seemed to embrace them, the mana swirling around them in gentle currents, a silent recognition of their arrival. The family stood at the threshold, knowing that their true journey was only just beginning. The path ahead was uncertain, but the land was ready to shape their reality. And so, they moved forward, one step at a time, toward their destiny. Anthony moved with utter steady steps, surveying the scene with the calmness that had become his trademark for quite some time. His gaze was steady, almost disinterested, as if the forthcoming battle held no weight in his mind. To him, this was already a one-match. There was no tension, no rush of anticipation that others might feel when preparing for combat. The outcome had been decided the moment he stepped onto the ship. The bloodshed that was about to unfold felt like nothing more than a formality, a mere declaration of his inevitable victory. To him, it was all but a prelude to what he knew would come to pass. Every move, every strike, every clash would be meaningless in the grand scheme of things, for the battle itself had no real bearing on the final result. As the atmosphere around him grew heavier, the weight of the situation barely touched him. Net. His focus was not on the impending fight, but on something far more distant, far more significant. The battle was just a necessary ritual in the face of his non-existent destiny, an outcome he had already claimed long before the first blow would land. The others around him might have felt determination, but Anthony's mind was a still lake, untouched by the storm that loomed. For him, the battle had already been won. Before Anthony and his family could gain any significant distance, a figure tore through the atmosphere with a velocity so intense that it seemed to warp the very air around it. The wind howled in protest, spiraling into wild currents that whistled sharply and trembled with an almost primal fury, as if bowing to the overwhelming force of the intruder's speed. Collins and his descendants remained motionless, their composure unshaken, as they had already sensed the presence long before it made its descent. Unlike the sheer force and speed with which the being descended, its landing was remarkably delicate. Not a single speck of dust stirred as its feet met the ground, a testament to the unnerving precision and absolute mastery over its own power. None of them uttered a word as the figure landed, choosing instead to wait in silence. The figure was a vampire, distinguished by his striking white hair and eyes, with an enigmatic tattoo etched across his face. His being remained calm and restrained, a clear indication of his caution. He dared not display arrogance in the presence of individuals capable of ending his existence with nothing more than a single glance. The vampire inclined his head in a solemn bow to those before him, his voice carrying a respectful tone as he spoke. "I am tasked with guiding you to the gathering, my lords." Collins nodded, preparing to step forward, when suddenly another presence stirred from the shadow cast by the first vampire. It was yet another vampire. She too bowed with equal reverence and spoke, her tone as respectful as her companions. "I have been instructed to escort the human race champion to a separate location." The moment the words left her lips, a frown darkened Mitchell's expression. She was unwavering. There was no way she would allow her son to be taken from her sight. "Every champion is taken to another location, Mitchell. No need to worry about anything. What could even happen to him in the presence of the four of us?" Michael's voice sounded as he explained. Mitchell's expression returned to its usual, unreadable calm as her gaze briefly lingered on Anthony. Anthony, ever composed, remained still, though his senses were alight with the palpable manna in the air. While it lacked the purity and density of the divine realm, it was undeniably impressive, a force that resonated in the very atmosphere around them. Anthony turned his gaze to meet his mother's, and in that fleeting moment, it felt as though they shared an unspoken understanding, an exchange so subtle it seemed telepathic, yet neither had uttered a word. They nodded in unison, their silent agreement clear between them. The vampire turned, leading the way as Anthony's parents and grandparents followed closely behind. They moved through the terrain with an effortless blend of speed and precision, their steps unwavering and consistent. Soon, they entered a vast castle, its grandeur imposing yet silent. As they navigated its sprawling halls, the corridors seemed to stretch endlessly, their lengths distorted by some unseen force, as if the very space itself bent to the will of the place. The vampire led them to a grand door, standing tall and majestic, as though it took great pride in the power of the being it protected. Its presence alone seemed to command reverence, the very air around it heavy with authority. A dragon and an elf stood as silent sentinels before the door, their forms imposing yet still. However, as the approaching presence drew near, both guardians instinctively shifted, parting to make way. Their gazes locked onto the newcomer, respect and awareness flickering in their eyes, acknowledging the magnitude of what approached. In unison, the dragon, the elf, and the vampire all bowed, their gestures deliberate and full of reverence. With a subtle motion, they signaled for Anthony and his family to proceed, inviting them into the chamber beyond with a quiet but commanding presence. Mitchell moved with effortless grace, stepping in front of the door, which swung open automatically at her presence, responding to her very existence without a single touch. As they entered, their eyes were met with a gathering of individuals, some faces unfamiliar, names unknown, each one a stranger to them. Though many of the figures in the room were strangers to them, there was no mistaking the immense power that radiated from their bodies. They took their seats upon chairs that resembled thrones, suspended in the air as if by some unseen force. Of course, the patriarch and head of every major race was present here. As for the others present, unrecognized by Anthony's family, they were simply the kin of the champions representing their respective races, family members who stood in silent support, their roles clear, but their identities shrouded in mystery for the moment. Much like Anthony's family, these figures knew their children's lives were at risk in this moment. They would be there to witness the trials firsthand, and they would remain in the background, awaiting the triumphant return of their progeny. In an instant, the presence of Michael, Mitchell, Collins, and Irene seemed to dissolve from the space around them, their forms vanishing as if swallowed by the very fabric of reality. Less than a split second later, they materialized upon thrones of their own, each one perfectly poised in the vastness of space, as if the thrones were made for them alone. A profound silence descended upon the room, so absolute that even space itself seemed to shudder in response to the stillness. Though they were not present to compete themselves, their children and a younger generation carried the weight of the contest. It was their time to face the trials, to prove their worth, while the elders watched, their fates intertwined with the actions of those who would inherit their legacies. Yet, this mattered little, for the victor of this bloodied contest would earn the right to represent them once more in a far greater struggle. Experience more content on mvlenovelbin.net. The rewards awaiting the champion were nothing short of glorious to these powerhouses, even for those who had lived through countless triumphs of their own, making the stakes all the more significant. So they were all competing in a sense. So we are complete, then? The silence shattered as Eltharion spoke, his voice cutting through the stillness like a blade. His words, calm and measured, seemed to dispel the non-existent tension that had hung in the air, replacing the oppressive silence with a sense of purpose and movement. Yes, we are, Alaris said with a smile. Then let's get on with it immediately. There's no need for any more time wasting. Gorith said with a wide grin, his voice thick with eager anticipation. His blood surged with excitement, the thrill of the impending battle coursing through him. If it were possible, he would have leaped into the future just to witness the match unfold, unable to contain his fervor. Everyone nodded in agreement, but before they could take another step, the Dragon King, Aizirios, spoke. "Before we begin, we all need to sign a mana contract." The moment Aizirios uttered those words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, turning frigid as a surge of auras flared to life. The entire space seemed to tremble, as if the very air was charged with the raw power of their combined presence, flooding the room with an overwhelming force. "What do you mean by this, Aizirios?" Aurelius spoke coldly, his voice devoid of any hesitation or warmth, each word carrying an icy certainty that seemed to freeze the very air around him. Beings of their caliber loathed concepts like mana contracts, for such bindings were among the rare few forces that could limit their boundless power and autonomy. To them, it was an affront to their freedom, a restraint on their ability to act without constraint. They despised it, as no being of their stature could tolerate restriction. Why endure the grueling process of cultivation, only to be shackled by something or someone? A mana contract was an absolute binding, an unbreakable law of the world, one so potent that no artifact, no matter how powerful, could circumvent its hold. It was a chain that no one of their caliber could accept. Breaking a mana contract was no different from courting death itself. The consequences were absolute, as violating such an agreement would invoke forces far beyond one's control, leading to a fate far worse than mere defeat, total annihilation. Aizirios spoke in a meaningful tone in reply to Aurelius' words. "We are here to witness the death of our loved ones. What is stopping any of us from saving our child before they die?" Everything instantly turned grim as those words sounded. Yes, what Aizirios said is indeed the truth. What was stopping any of them from acting when they were about to witness the death of their own child? Even if they claimed they would not interfere, those words were fragile, easily broken when instincts overruled reason. In the heat of the moment, their bodies might react before their minds could even catch up. Deep down, they all knew this truth, that the temptation to act, to protect, could be overwhelming. Yet, if any of them did intervene, the bloodbath would lose its purpose, and the balance they sought to uphold would be shattered. Aizirios had thought of this, which is why he proposed the mana contract to prevent any of them from acting from this moment onward or interfering with the life of the winner after the bloodbath. When the mana contract appeared in front of them all, a sense of uneasiness descended upon some of them. Although they had the utmost confidence in their own champion's triumph, a question descended upon their minds. What if their champion lost? This rang in their minds for a while. They all knew that a battlefield was ever-changing. Nothing was absolute or permanent. Therefore, the possibility of their child and champion dying existed, and this thought stirred uneasiness in their minds. Of course, the heads of each race wouldn't act or intervene, as the champions weren't truly their sons or daughters, so their deaths wouldn't affect them. They had witnessed the rise and fall of numerous geniuses, so to them, this was just another name on the list. So, they signed a mana contract without issue. But the same couldn't be said for the parents and family members of the champions. They couldn't just sit and watch their own child die in front of them. Their faces darkened as they struggled with what to do. If they refused to sign the mana contract, their champion would automatically be disqualified from the bloodbath. And if their champion found out, they would be torn, feeling as though even their own family didn't believe in them. Mitchell felt like killing everyone present as she looked at the contract. She had planned to interfere if Anthony was anywhere near death. But now this contract stopped her. She couldn't imagine how Anthony would feel if he was disqualified because she didn't believe in him. It felt as if her love for her son had been split in half. The first half of her love urged her to believe in her genius son and sign the mana contract. The second half urged her to refuse and leave with her son, as the other champions were also geniuses in their own right. Michael, Collins, and Irene watched Mitchell, knowing she was struggling internally. They understood her state, but didn't interfere. She wasn't the only one going through this. Every family of the champions was facing the same dilemma. But in the end, they all gritted their teeth and signed. They all signed their names using their mana before the mana contract glowed, scattering into light fragments that entered their bodies. As for the punishment for interfering, it was simple. Loss of all cultivation realms. Loss of the ability to use mana, mana-related skills, arts, techniques, abilities, artifacts, and equipment. Basically, anything that required mana would no longer work in their hands. Even if they held an artifact that didn't require a single drop of mana from its user, it won't work. They wouldn't even be able to start cultivating again, even if they wanted to. The vampire glided effortlessly through a labyrinth of dimly lit corridors, her movements a mesmerizing blend of grace and speed. She darted around each corner with fluid precision, her silhouette briefly flickering in and out of view like a shadow dancing on the edge of perception. Anthony followed with a calm, unhurried air, hovering steadily a few meters behind. His flight was measured and deliberate, maintaining a consistent distance as though he were stalking prey, yet his demeanor betrayed an almost casual indifference. The vampire led Anthony into a chamber that exuded an air of understated elegance. The room was well-appointed, featuring everything from a sleek, four-poster bed draped in silken sheets to a finely crafted chair and an ornate mirror framed in dark wood. With a subtle gesture, she motioned for Anthony to take a seat. Without a word, Anthony complied, lowering himself into the chair with an air of quiet composure, his gaze calm, yet perceptive as it swept briefly over the room's contents. Although he remained silent, Anthony's heightened senses subtly flared to life. He could discern the faint traces of aura lingering in adjacent rooms. Concealed as they were, these presences couldn't escape the grasp of his extraordinary perception, a perception so keen it pierced through even the most meticulous attempts at secrecy. If there is anything you require of me, do not hesitate to speak your request. I will ensure your needs are met without delay. The vampire bowed gracefully, her voice a soft murmur as she spoke. Anthony, listening in silence, offered a simple nod of acknowledgement. However, before she could fully retreat, her eyes caught a sudden blur of movement. Anthony was already in motion. Thinking he required something, she paused mid-step, turning her gaze back toward him. But Anthony merely waved his hand with a casual ease. In an instant, an array of exquisite dishes and finely crafted drinks materialized on the table before him, each radiating an otherworldly allure. He calmly lifted his fork and knife, the smooth motions betraying none of the tension in the air, and began to cut into the meal before him. Each bite was taken with deliberate care, as though savoring not just the food, but the moment itself. The vampire observed the scene with a stunned expression, her crimson eyes narrowing slightly as the weight of the moment settled over her. She was acutely aware of what was about to transpire in mere minutes. The tension in the air was palpable, and she knew with chilling certainty that when it was all over, only one person would emerge alive. Yet, the supposed champion, hailing from the weakest of the weak, a race dismissed by many, sat there calmly, indulging in his meal as if he were oblivious to the storm about to descend. While the other champions were deep in meditation, each preparing themselves for the impending battle, the weakest among them made a strikingly different choice. He sat and ate, his actions a quiet defiance of the expectations placed upon him. She stood there, frozen in stunned silence, unable to tear her eyes away from his calm demeanor. Yet, she refrained from speaking, recognizing that it was not her place to question his actions. Perhaps he knows his fate, and this is his way of savoring his final moments. She mused silently, a touch of pity creeping into her thoughts. Such a shame, for someone with such a handsome face to meet an untimely end. With that thought lingering in her mind, she silently vanished into the shadows, her presence fading without a trace. It wasn't her fault, though. Despite Anthony's name echoing through various domains, there were still beings who existed in such seclusion that they had never heard of him. Some creatures, hidden away in the farthest reaches, were untouched by the ripples of the wider world, living in their own isolated sanctuaries, oblivious to the legends that had begun to swirl around his name. Some simply didn't care about anything beyond their own lives or clans. Much like the other champions, they remained oblivious to one another. They didn't know their opponent's weapons, elements, abilities, or even their races. It was all irrelevant to them. The very concept of who or what they would face in the coming battle mattered not. When they were informed of the impending bloodbath, they accepted it without hesitation, their confidence unwavering, as if it were just another fight, a mere challenge to be overcome. They didn't ask about the other champions, nor did they inquire about anything concerning them. Their curiosity was non-existent. They didn't care to know the identities or names of their opponents, as such details held no weight in their minds. To them, it was all the same, just another battle, another obstacle to conquer. They were geniuses unparalleled in their skill and strength, and to them, the identity of their opponents was irrelevant. Why concern themselves with those they were destined to defeat? The thought of an opponent held no fear, no curiosity. It was simply another life to end, another step on their path to dominance. To them, victory was inevitable. So basically, they were all walking in blind with no information on the other. Each champion was so certain of their superiority that the very notion of defeat was an impossibility in their minds. For them, it was a matter of when, not if, they would claim victory. As Anthony was eating and drinking, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then he simply made another gesture, and his food disappeared from the table. Immediately it disappeared, space bent, and forcefully pulled him out of the room, thereby teleporting him to another location. This happened across 7 different rooms, as 7 more presences were teleported out. When Anthony's vision cleared, his gaze landed upon the environment. He was in a daze for a moment before he snapped out of it. The terrain was literally a combination of different landscapes. Almost every single plane could be seen here, as if they had taken into account each champion's elements and any hidden cards they had up their sleeves. The plains ranged from a sea to a valley, a desert, a swamp, a cliff face, rock formations, a woodland, and a dense forest filled with trees, with other topography included. The scenes seemed to be well-balanced and interconnected, as though they complemented and held each other in equilibrium by some mysterious force. This environment was literally meant for each champion to thrive. Anthony's gaze instantly shot upwards as his eyes fell on beings who stood tall and mighty. Their presence was undeniable and absolute. The only people Anthony recognized here were his parents and grandparents. But he knew from the aura they emitted that they were no small-time players at all. Just the fact that they stood by his parents' side as equals showed how strong they were. His gaze shifted as he locked eyes with his mother once more. But this time, various emotions were running rampant in her heart. But she hid them deeply, though Anthony's all-seeing eyes saw through such things. Guilt, love, resolve, anger. These emotions swirled around together. Guilt because she had just signed her son up for a death match. Love because she simply loved her son. Resolve because, no matter the punishment the mana contract bestowed, she was ready to act regardless. Anger because she knew she could do nothing about it except watch at the moment, hoping her son would come out on top. Anthony's gaze on his mother was broken as a voice spoke, carrying an undeniable sense of command and rule. In this match, well, a bloodbath, there are hardly any rules. Baldur Ironhammer of the dwarf race spoke as his eyes looked down on the champions, as though he were staring into their very souls. Each of you has been called to represent your race while risking your life, and you didn't even ask any questions or contemplate about it. This shows your resolve. Unfortunately, the reward for the winner after this is even more work, and only if the winner remains undisputed in the upcoming challenge will they get a reward. Before Baldur could continue with his speech, Gorith's voice cut through and sounded before Baldur's. He was really not into speeches and didn't like Baldur dragging out the moment, so Gorith spoke. Baldur didn't have an issue with this. He knew Gorith's attitude. Gorith just wanted to get to the fight already. No need for the long talks and boring speeches. Your clan has provided for you and trained you, so we have come to collect. The rules are simple. Only one of you is meant to be alive after this ordeal, meaning the rest of you will be in the death realm. The second rule is that there will be no use of space rings or items like stamina potions and all that, just your skill and weapons. I'll give you a few seconds to give your space rings to your family members. They all nodded and took off their space rings and any life-saving artifacts on them, handing them to their family members. As everyone else moved, only one figure remained motionless. Naturally, it was Anthony. All eyes turned toward him, their gazes laden with unspoken questions, searching for an explanation as to why he remained motionless. But Anthony offered no response, indifferent to their probing stares. He had no obligation to explain himself. Had any of the powerhouses in the air addressed him directly, he would have answered without hesitation. As the moments stretched on, the others gradually shifted their focus. Recognizing that the rules were set in stone, his actions, or lack thereof, mattered little now. As everyone was done with their handover, Gorith's voice sounded again, but with more anticipation this time. At my command, you will begin. Read new adventures at m_l novelbin.net. The champions of each race locked eyes, their gazes sharp and unwavering, as they scrutinized one another with calculated precision. A subtle shift rippled through the air, and time itself seemed to freeze, the world holding its breath in a brief, suspended moment. Though it lasted less than the blink of an eye, that fleeting pause stretched out like an eternity to those of their caliber, each second a universe of tension. Then, as if the very fabric of reality exhaled, the stillness shattered, and Gorith's booming voice thundered through the air, its resonance crackling with an intensity that stirred the very soul. The battlefield was set, a vast clearing surrounded by ancient trees whose twisted, gnarled roots burrowed deep into the earth. The sun, once shining brightly in the sky, was now hidden beneath a veil of dust and debris as the Titan and his opponent prepared to clash. Tehran Earth Shatter, a towering figure of over 8 feet in height, stood like a mountain amidst the tempest that brewed around him. The mere weight of his presence sent ripples through the air, causing it to tremble under the overwhelming pressure of his aura. The atmosphere thickened, dense with the latent energy of a being honed for annihilation, as if the very fabric of reality recoiled at the potential for destruction that he embodied. Across from him, Thrain, a dwarf, stood unwavering, a pillar of resilience. Despite his stature, diminutive in comparison to his towering adversary, he was no less a formidable warrior. His frame, though compact, was a masterpiece of muscle and sinew, each fiber a testament to the relentless trials of combat that had shaped him. The hammer, slung casually at his side, seemed to belong to him as much as his own hand. It was a weapon forged from the very essence of the earth, as heavy and unyielding as the mountains themselves, and it radiated an aura of indomitable power, as though it were bound not just to his grip, but to his very soul. His fiery gaze, alight with determination, bore into Tehran. He had fought countless battles, but the one before him was unlike any other. This was not the fiercest opponent Thrain had ever encountered. He had battled titans, dragons, and vampires, each an embodiment of immense power. No, what set this confrontation apart was the purity of it. This was a clash of raw, unadulterated physical might, where no cunning tricks, no arcane magic, could tip the scales or sway the course of the battle. It was a struggle where every strike, every move, was a testament to the limits of human strength and the resilience of the body itself, with no external forces to rely upon. Only strength would determine the victor, and Thrain intended to win. The wind picked up, swirling around them, though neither warrior paid it any heed. Terran's first move came like the crack of thunder, his massive fists propelled by the force of his immense strength, crashing toward Thrain with the ferocity of a landslide. The ground quaked beneath his feet as the air was momentarily displaced by the speed and power of his strike. He intended to end this quickly, to overwhelm Thrain with the sheer scale of his power. But Thrain, with a calmness that could only come from a lifetime of battle, was ready. He swung his massive hammer in an arc, its enormous head cutting through the air with a roar. The weapon met Terran's fist with a deafening crash, the sound like a mountain splitting in half. The earth beneath them trembled, and trees shuddered violently, their branches snapping under the strain. The ground around them buckled and cracked, sending dust and debris flying in every direction. A shock wave rippled outward, flattening the forest floor and toppling trees like fragile twigs. The wind howled as if in response to the violence being wrought. Birds scattered from their perches in a frantic flurry, but there was no escape from the chaos that had been unleashed. And still, the battle raged. Terran's fist remained locked against Thrain's hammer, but neither moved. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, there was no sound, only the steady rhythm of their breathing. They were assessing each other, understanding that this was no ordinary clash. This was a battle of bloodbath, where each movement would determine their survival. Then, like a bolt of lightning, they broke the stillness. Thrain twisted his body, using his hips to propel the hammer upward with tremendous force. Terran, his enormous frame moving with surprising agility, sidestepped the blow, his body flickering with unreal speed. His massive leg shot out like a battering ram, aiming directly at Thrain's chest. But Thrain was quicker than Terran had anticipated. The dwarf dropped to one knee, dodging the attack with inches to spare. The strike missed, but the air around him was still cracked open with the force of the movement. The impact left a deep gouge in the earth where Thrain had been standing, the earth beneath him crumbling like dust under the weight of Terran's strength. Without hesitation, Thrain sprang back into action, swinging his hammer in a brutal arc. The blow came down with a force so intense it seemed to warp the very air around it. Terran raised his forearm, catching the hammer head with a sickeningly loud clang, the sound reverberating for miles. Sparks flew from the impact, and the ground beneath their feet splintered apart like brittle stone. The force of the collision sent shock waves rippling through the earth, trees bending violently, their trunks creaking as if they were about to snap. The forest, once alive with the hum of nature, had become a battleground, an arena where the very earth trembled beneath the fury of their blows. Terran, his muscles straining with the force of his resistance, pushed back with his immense strength. His fist shot forward, crashing towards Thrain's side. But the dwarf was there to meet the attack with same speed. He staggered back, but quickly regained his footing, his muscles rippling with the power of his own counterattack. They were in perfect sync, their bodies moving like a well-rehearsed dance of violence. Each blow was met with a counter, every attack coming faster and harder than the last. Terran's massive fist swung with the power of landslides, while Thrain's hammer came crashing down like a fallen star. The battle was a blur of motion, a contest of raw strength that stretched the limits of what their bodies could endure. The ground beneath them had become a war zone, churned and torn apart by the force of their battle. Massive fissures ran through the earth, and the once pristine forest floor was now a tangled mess of broken trees and shattered earth. Yet, neither fighter seemed to notice the devastation, their focus entirely on the other, each determined not to relent. Thrain's hammer fell once more, but Terran sidestepped with a speed that defied his size. Find exclusive stories on MVL. The blow missed, but the force of the swing sent a shockwave that uprooted a tree, sending it crashing to the ground. The forest seemed to be collapsing around them, the once majestic trees falling like dominoes, their mighty trunks splintering under the relentless onslaught. Terran's eyes narrowed in disbelief as he saw Thrain's next attack, a low swing of the hammer aimed at his legs. With a swift leap, Terran avoided the strike, his colossal form rising high into the air, a shadow against the brightening sky. But Thrain was not finished. The dwarf's legs coiled like springs, and in a blur of movement, he launched himself upward, swinging his hammer in a perfect arc toward Terran's exposed side. The two forces collided once more, the impact sending another shock wave through the earth, toppling even more trees. This time, the force was so great that the very sky seemed to darken, as though nature itself had bent to the intensity of the battle below. The air crackled with static, and the ground split open, sending debris flying in every direction. They were locked in a contest of pure strength, each unwilling to give an inch. The fight had become a brutal exchange of power, and yet, despite the devastation, it was clear that neither had used their full strength. They were testing each other, probing for weaknesses, aware that any moment could bring a shift in the balance of power. Neither of them was willing to take that risk. Not yet. Throughout the battle, Terran's face remained a mask of impassivity, his expression unyielding as ever. Yet deep within, a storm of disbelief raged. Though he never let it slip, a profound sense of surprise simmered beneath the surface. He had expected Thrain, the dwarf, to be an easy opponent, someone whose size would place him at a distinct disadvantage. Instead, with every blow, every clash, Terran found himself met with a tenacity and equal force and resilience that defied logic. The dwarf fought not with brute force alone, but with a ferocity that spoke of years spent in the crucible of battle, honing a strength that was anything but ordinary. Terran had struck with the precise amount of force that would have obliterated most opponents of Thrain's size, a calculated blow meant to crush the dwarf to death. Yet, to his astonishment, Thrain not only blocked it with the effortless grace of one accustomed to warfare, but he countered with a power that seemed disproportionate to his size. But his surprise didn't hinder his momentum, it only fueled it. Though he relished the thought of a true strength contest with Thrain, Terran knew better than to indulge in such a reckless pursuit. His remaining opponents were scattered within a few miles, their presence a constant, unspoken threat. Any moment of distraction or lapse in focus could invite an ambush, and he couldn't afford that. With that sharp awareness, he shifted his strategy, amplifying both the speed and force of his strikes. His blows came faster, more brutal, each one like a crashing wave aimed at obliterating his foe, while his focus remained unyielding, never wavering from the task at hand. His arm drew back with the precision and force of a divine weapon, a bow seemingly crafted by the hands of a god of forging, its strings taut with the power of a deity skilled in both bow and marksmanship. Each muscle in his body rippled, swelling with the surge of energy as he channeled more strength into his attack. The air itself seemed to warp with the sheer intensity of his movement, the promise of devastation in every motion. With the speed of a lightning strike, his fist rocketed toward Thrain's head, a juggernaut of raw power aimed to obliterate. There was no mercy in the blow, only the intent to explode the very skull that dared. Thrain's wrist flickered with a deft, almost imperceptible movement, an action so fluid it seemed to defy the very laws of nature. In a split second, his grip tightened around the massive hammer's haft, and with the precision of a master craftsman, he brought it up in a single, seamless motion. The immense weapon, forged with the strength of mountains and the heat of fire, collided with Terran's fist just as it was about to crash into his face. The force of the impact reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves through the ground beneath them. Sparks of molten energy danced from the point of contact, the raw power of their clash lighting up the surrounding environment like the eruption of a star. Thrain stood resolute, his knees bending slightly under the strain, but his stance unwavering. Despite the sheer power behind Terran's strike, the dwarf had held his ground, his hammer blocking the fist with a resilience that spoke to the depth of his experience and unyielding strength. Thrain smirked, clearly enjoying the challenge. Yet, there was caution in his eyes, aware that others just as dangerous as Terran were nearby. He stood firm, ready for any shift in the battle, knowing that the true danger lay not just in Terran's strength alone. Thrain shifted his weight, his center of gravity realigning with the fluidity of a seasoned warrior. In a sudden, explosive motion, he swung his hammer in a wide arc, aiming for Terran's side. The air seemed to fracture around him, and for a moment, It appeared as though the hammer had multiplied. Dozens, no, over 100 hammers materialized in the air, their massive heads thundering down upon Tehran from every angle, each one carrying the weight of an impending catastrophe. The force of the strike tore through the earth, the ground buckling beneath the sheer magnitude of Thrain's assault. Tehran's stance shifted in an instant, his feet sinking into the earth, grounding him as his body poised with the precision of a seasoned warrior. The very air around him seemed to tremble as the wind howled, carrying with it the promise of the coming storm. With a movement so swift it blurred, Tehran raised both of his massive fists in tandem, his arms coiling with the raw power of a titan. His fists shot forward with incredible speed, each punch creating afterimages that flickered in the air like echoes of destruction itself. The rapid assault was a blur, his fists a tidal wave of force crashing against the barrage of hammers Thrain unleashed. Each punch Tehran threw met the oncoming hammers with the fury of a storm, shattering the very air in his wake as his fists collided with Thrain's attack, disrupting the flow of destruction with each devastating blow. The sheer velocity of his punches created shockwaves that rattled the earth beneath them, sending shockwaves through the surrounding trees, their trunks splintering under the pressure. The very fabric of space seemed to shudder as their attacks collided, a violent clash of titanic forces, like opposite poles of a magnet violently pulling at each other. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the sheer intensity of the impact, as if the universe itself had been momentarily rattled by their might. A deafening roar of force filled the atmosphere as their fists and weapons met. A cloud of dust and debris rose into the sky, obscuring the battlefield as the shockwaves of their battle continued to ripple outward, leaving nothing untouched in their wake. As Tehran's muscles tensed from the final, resounding impact, a sharp gust of wind whispered around his temples. Without a moment's hesitation, his instincts flared and his arm shot up, locking into place just in time to block the incoming strike. His massive frame barely flinched as his hand met the attack with a reverberating thud, a testament to his sheer reflexes and combat discipline. His gaze shifted, and in that fleeting moment he saw it. Thrain, the dwarf, had not relented. Using his hammer as an anchor, Thrain planted it into the ground with a defiant grunt. In an instant, his foot lashed out, rocketing toward Tehran's exposed head with the ferocity of a mountain storm. In an instant, Tehran's hand transformed from a defensive block into a crushing grip. His fingers coiled around Thrain's leg with unyielding force, locking onto the dwarf's thick muscle like an iron vise. The strength in his grip was immeasurable, a testament to the raw power coursing through his colossal frame. With a savage twist of his body, Tehran's other hand shot forward, and in one fluid motion, he hurled Thrain through the air. The dwarf's body spun, weightless for a moment, before it crashed down toward the ground with the force of a falling boulder. But Thrain was no novice to the his instincts were honed over countless clashes, each one sharpening his reaction time to an almost supernatural level. As his body plummeted toward the earth, his hammer moved in perfect harmony with him. With a swift, practiced motion, he drove the massive weapon into the ground, its head embedding into the dirt with a resounding thud sound. The impact absorbed his fall, arresting his descent just inches from the ground, and his body came to a sudden halt. Thrain, never one to back down from a fight, swung his second leg with brutal force, aiming for Tehran's ribs. The air cracked with the sheer intensity of the blow. Even as his first kick had failed, the dwarf's determination remained unshaken. He knew the Titan's grip would be formidable, but he was far from done. Tehran, his expression unchanged, simply moved with unyielding precision. As Thrain's second leg hurtled toward him, Tehran's second hand shot out like a strike of lightning, catching the dwarf's leg mid-air with the same effortless power as before. The Titan's immense strength closed around Thrain's legs, halting the second assault with the same finality. With a grunt of exertion, Tehran's massive arms lifted the dwarf high into the air, his body seemingly weightless in his grasp. Thrain's feet dangled helplessly as Tehran hoisted him, the dwarf's body suspended in the Titan's hands like a mere rag doll. The air seemed to shimmer with the tension between them. As Tehran's eyes narrowed, the ground below him cracked under the sheer force of his power. Without hesitation, the Titan's intent became clear. He aimed to crush Baldur into the earth, to shatter the resolve of his unyielding opponent once and for all. Thrain, ever the tactician, had anticipated Tehran's move before he even launched his second kick. The moment the Titan's hands clamped around his legs, the dwarf knew that repeating an attack was futile. Against an opponent of Tehran's size and strength, innovation was key. He moved with the fluidity of a master, faster than the Titan could register, knowing the same strike would never work twice. As Tehran lifted him high above his head, Thrain's mind raced, already calculating his next move. The hammer in his grip felt like an extension of his very will, and with a savage roar, he swung it down toward Tehran's head. The weapon's arc was as swift as it was brutal, its massive form descending like an unstoppable force, aimed directly for the Titan's face. Tehran, his reflexes honed by countless battles, saw the hammer's shadow fall upon him in an instant. A mere mortal might have frozen in the face of such a blow, but Tehran was no ordinary being. However, even the Titan couldn't afford to simply withstand the full impact of the hammer's destructive power aimed squarely at his face. With a curse muttered under his breath, he released his grip on Thrain's legs, his body twisting to avoid the fatal strike. The moment his hands left Thrain's legs, the dwarf landed agilely on his feet, the hammer still raised, its weight now pressing against the air, ready for another strike. They had a brief respite as Tehran dodged Thrain's last attack. In that moment, their attention shifted, but they remained focused on each other. Their senses immediately turned toward the other champions during that split second of respite. Thrain's wrist flickered with a deft, almost imperceptible movement, an action so fluid it seemed to defy the very laws of nature. In a split second, his grip tightened around the massive hammer's haft, and with the precision of a master craftsman, he brought it up in a single, seamless motion. The immense weapon, forged with the strength of mountains and the heat of fire, collided with Tehran's fist just as it was about to crash into his face. The force of the impact reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves through the ground beneath them. Sparks of molten energy danced from the point of contact, the raw power of their clash lighting up the surrounding environment like the eruption of star. Thrain stood resolute, his knees bending slightly under the strain, but his stance unwavering. Despite the sheer power behind Tehran's strike, the dwarf had held his ground, his hammer blocking the fist with a resilience that spoke to the depth of his experience and unyielding strength. Thrain smirked, clearly enjoying the challenge. Yet, there was caution in his eyes, aware that others just as dangerous as Tehran were nearby. He stood firm, ready for any shift in the battle, knowing that the true danger lay not just in Tehran's strength alone. Thrain shifted his weight, his center of gravity realigning with the fluidity of a seasoned warrior. In a sudden, explosive motion, he swung his hammer in a wide arc, aiming for Tehran's side. The air seemed to fracture around him, and for a moment, it appeared as though the hammer had multiplied. Dozens, no, over 100 hammers materialized in the air, their massive heads thundering down upon Tehran from every angle, each one carrying the weight of an impending catastrophe. The force of the strike tore through the earth, the ground buckling beneath the sheer magnitude of Thrain's assault. Tehran's stance shifted in an instant, his feet sinking into the earth, grounding him as his body poised with the precision of a seasoned warrior. The very air around him seemed to tremble as the wind howled, carrying with it the promise of the coming storm. With a movement so swift it blurred, Tehran raised both of his massive fists in tandem, his arms coiling with the raw power of a titan. His fists shot forward with incredible speed, each punch creating afterimages that flickered in the air like echoes of destruction itself. The rapid assault was a blur, his fists a tidal wave of force crashing against the barrage of hammers Thrain unleashed. Each punch Tehran threw met the oncoming hammers with the fury of a storm, shattering the very air in his wake as his fists collided with Thrain's attack, disrupting the flow of destruction with each devastating blow. The sheer velocity of his punches created shockwaves that rattled the earth beneath them, sending shockwaves through the surrounding trees, their trunks splintering under the pressure. The very fabric of space seemed to shudder as their attacks collided, a violent clash of titanic forces, like opposite poles of a magnet violently pulling at each other. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the sheer intensity of the impact, as if the universe itself had been momentarily rattled by their might. A deafening roar of force filled the atmosphere as their fists and weapons met. A cloud of dust and debris rose into the sky, obscuring the battlefield as the shockwaves of their battle continued to ripple outward, leaving nothing untouched in their wake. As Terran's muscles tensed from the final, resounding impact, a sharp gust of wind whispered around his temples. Without a moment's hesitation, his instincts flared and his arm shot up, locking into place just in time to block the incoming strike. His massive frame barely flinched as his hand met the attack with a reverberating thud, a testament to his sheer reflexes and combat discipline. His gaze shifted, and in that fleeting moment he saw it. Thrain, the dwarf, had not relented. Using his hammer as an anchor, Thrain planted it into the ground with a defiant grunt. In an instant, his foot lashed out, rocketing toward Terran's exposed head with the ferocity of a mountain storm. In an instant, Terran's hand transformed from a defensive block into a crushing grip. His fingers coiled around Thrain's leg with unyielding force, locking onto the dwarf's thick muscle like an iron vise. The strength in his grip was immeasurable, a testament to the raw power coursing through his colossal frame. With a savage twist of his body, Terran's other hand shot forward, and in one fluid motion, he hurled Thrain through the air. The dwarf's body spun, weightless for a moment, before it crashed down toward the ground with the force of a falling boulder. But Thrain was no novice to the harshness of battle. His instincts were honed over countless clashes, each one sharpening his reaction time to an almost supernatural level. As his body plummeted toward the earth, his hammer moved in perfect harmony with him. With a swift, practiced motion, he drove the massive weapon into the ground, its head embedding into the dirt with a resounding thud sound. The impact absorbed his fall, arresting his descent just inches from the ground, and his body came to a sudden halt. Thrain, never one to back down from a fight, swung his second leg with brutal force, aiming for Terran's ribs. The air cracked with the sheer intensity of the blow. Even as his first kick had failed, the dwarf's determination remained unshaken. He knew the Titan's grip would be formidable, but he was far from done. Tehran, his expression unchanged, simply moved with unyielding precision. As Thrain's second leg hurtled toward him, Terran's second hand shot out like a strike of lightning, catching the dwarf's leg mid-air with the same effortless power as before. The Titan's immense strength closed around Thrain's legs, halting the second assault with the same finality. With a grunt of exertion, Terran's massive arms lifted the dwarf high into the air, his body seemingly weightless in his grasp. Thrain's feet dangled helplessly as Tehran hoisted him, the dwarf's body suspended in the Titan's hands like a mere rag doll. The air seemed to shimmer with the tension between them. As Terran's eyes narrowed, the ground below him cracked under the sheer force of his power. Without hesitation, the Titan's intent became clear. He aimed to crush Baldur into the earth, to shatter the resolve of his unyielding opponent once and for all. Thrain, ever the tactician, had anticipated Terran's move before he even launched his second kick. The moment the Titan's hands clamped around his legs, the dwarf knew that repeating an attack was futile. Against an opponent of Terran's size and strength, innovation was key. He moved with the fluidity of a master, faster than the Titan could register, knowing the same strike would never work twice. As Tehran lifted him high above his head, Thrain's mind raced, already calculating his next move. The hammer in his grip felt like an extension of his very will, and with a savage roar, he swung it down toward Terran's head. The weapon's arc was as swift as it was brutal, its massive form descending like an unstoppable force, aimed directly for the Titan's face. Terran, his reflexes honed by countless battles, saw the hammer's shadow fall upon him in an instant. A mere mortal might have frozen in the face of such a blow, but Terran was no ordinary being. However, even the Titan couldn't afford to simply withstand the full impact of the hammer's destructive power aimed squarely at his face. With a curse muttered under his breath, he released his grip on Thrain's legs, his body twisting to avoid the fatal strike. The moment his hands left Thrain's legs, the dwarf landed agilely on his feet, the hammer still raised, its weight now pressing against the air, ready for another strike. They had a brief respite as Terran dodged Thrain's last attack. In that moment, their attention shifted, but they remained focused on each other. Their senses immediately turned toward the other champions during that split second. The swamp was alive with movement. The soil beneath them squelched with each step, the murky waters rippling as the combatants prepared to collide in a fury that would leave an indelible mark upon the landscape. The swamp, with its layers of thick leaves, moss, and murky waters, seemed to groan in anticipation of the impending clash. On one side stood Anthony, his katana drawn, the blade gleaming with the faint glow of his elemental affinity. His body emanated a quiet power, the aura of the water element around him like a shifting, fluid force, constantly in motion, never stagnant. His ice-infused aura wrapped around him like a shield, preparing him for the inevitable onslaught. Across from him, Aurelia Dusksorrow stood poised, the very air around her distorting with the sheer weight of her power. Her spear, long and wicked, its shaft wrapped in intricate runes, hung at her side. She was ready to strike, her aura swirling around her like the darkest of storms. In a split second, the calm of the swamp was shattered. Aurelia was the first to strike, her spear gleaming with the darkened hue of her aura. She held it with both hands, her posture low and aggressive. Her every muscle coiled, her aura flaring around her like the essence of a gathering storm. She was the embodiment of ferocity, and the air around her trembled with the weight of her intent. Without a word, she struck, her body springing forward with devastating precision as she aimed for Anthony's exposed flank. The spear tips sliced through the air, trailing black sparks of energy that danced around it like the flickering embers of a dying flame. The motion was fluid, a serpentine strike aimed with deadly accuracy, aimed directly for his ribs. Her knees bent, body twisting with the power of her aura, as the spear arced forward, cutting through the heavy, swamp air like a knife through butter. The swamp's stagnant water hissed as the spear threatened to breach it, sending ripples across the surface in its wake. Anthony reacted instantly, his katana already in motion. His aura flared to life, an unrelenting force of raw energy that melded with the steel of his blade. The katana, long and perfectly balanced, glowed faintly, shimmering with the pulsating energy of his aura. As the spear neared, he spun with an almost unnatural grace, his katana meeting the spear's shaft with a clash that sent sparks flying into the air. The force of the collision reverberated across the swamp, and the ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble as the two weapons locked in midair. Aurelia's spear quivered, the dark energy swirling around it flaring with intensity, while Anthony's katana held steady, his own aura crackling in response. The sound of metal meeting metal was deafening, but it was the power of their clash that stole the breath of the swamp itself. Aurelia's eyes flared with challenge. With a grunt, she twisted her body, using the momentum of the impact to spin and pull her spear back. The motion was fluid, a dance of deadly grace. The air around her rippled with the intense pressure of her aura as she aimed another vicious strike, this time aimed for Anthony's neck. The spear's shaft flew through the air with barely a sound, its sharp point cutting through the heavy swamp air. But Anthony was already moving, his katana raised and glinting in the faint light. With a swift, fluid motion, he brought his blade down in an arc that sliced through the air, his aura coiling around the edge of his katana like a predator waiting to strike. The clash was louder this time. Sparks flew off both weapons like fireworks in the dark, illuminating the surrounding swamp for a split second. The force of the collision created a shockwave, sending a tremor through the earth. The mud beneath their feet splattered, water splashing up in chaotic arcs as their weapons locked again, their attacks colliding with brutal force. Aurelia's stance was perfect, her body low, knees bent in a controlled crouch as she maintained her balance. She spun once more, her spear flashing like a streak of midnight as it aimed for his midsection. She was relentless, each strike calculated, designed to find a weakness, to slip through the smallest opening. Her aura surged, a vortex of dark energy pouring into the spear, causing it to shimmer with the intensity of a storm. But Anthony, his eyes locked on her every movement, shifted his weight and stepped backward in a fluid motion. His katana lashed out in response, the weapon slicing the air in a perfect arc. The sharpness of the katana, enhanced by his aura, met her spear with precision. The collision was like the strike of thunder, loud and violent, sending vibrations through the very soil beneath their feet. Trees nearby groaned, their roots pulling at the earth, as though the very force of their battle threatened to tear the swamp apart. The environment seemed to recoil with every strike, twisting trees cracked and splintered, their trunks shaking with the force of their ore-driven battle. The water pooled around their feet, bubbling as it was caught in the aftermath of each clash, sending ripples across the landscape. Aurelia's eyes narrowed with focus, her teeth gritting in determination. With another powerful twist of her body, she executed a series of rapid, thrusting motions, each aimed for a vital organ, each one designed to incapacitate. Her spear moved like a living thing, every thrust swift and unyielding, powered by the intensity of her dark aura. The tip of her spear cut through the air, aimed at his chest, then his neck, then his lower abdomen, each strike as fast and fluid as water, each one impossible to track with the naked eye. But Anthony was ready. With a subtle shift of his stance, his katana met each strike with perfect timing. His own body surged as he parried, each strike sending a crackle of energy through the air. The clash of steel on steel echoed through the swamp, each strike throwing off sparks like stars in a night sky. The energy in the air hummed, the air surrounding them crackling and sizzling with the intensity of their combat. The swamp seemed to pulse with the rhythm of their battle, the earth beneath their feet shifting as their strength warred against the very fabric of nature. The water was no longer still, its surface splintered with the force of their strikes. Explore stories at mud splattered in all directions, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and the crackling tension of their aura. Each blow seemed to rearrange the landscape, bending trees, shattering stones, and creating deep cracks in the once stable earth. Aurelia was relentless. She spun, her spear whirling in the air as she aimed another perfect thrust at Anthony's heart. The motion was fluid, each step calculated with the precision of a master. Her body bent low, her knees shifting to absorb the weight of her strike, and her aura coiled around her like a serpent, ready to strike. But Anthony was just as fluid. He gathered his aura, the energy swirling around him like a protective cocoon. With a roar of focus, he swung his katana forward in a perfect horizontal arc. The katana sliced through the air with a whistle, the wind around it vibrating with the intensity of his focus. The tip of his katana met the spear just as Aurelia's attack was about to land. The two weapons collided once more, and the shockwave that followed shattered the silence of the swamp. The air was thick with the raw power of their auras, the energy crackling and snapping like lightning. Their weapons blurred as they moved with the flow of the battle, each strike and parry a testament to the perfect synergy between their bodies and their aura. Aurelia's spear twirled, her body moving in perfect sync as her mana surged around her, a vortex of dark energy that spun around her like a storm. Anthony's katana followed the flow of his own mana, slicing through the air like an unbroken wave of water. Their weapons became extensions of their will, every swing, every thrust, every parry a part of an eternal dance. The swamp, once peaceful and still, had become a war zone, the destruction wrought by their battle visible in the shattered trees, broken earth, and disturbed waters. It had become a place where only the strongest, most focused wills could endure, and neither of them had yet faltered. They both separated after a strike. Aurelia had taken the initiative throughout the fight, attacking relentlessly while her opponent merely blocked, yet she couldn't gain the upper hand. The aura around her suddenly thickened and became deadlier. Aurelia had decided to change tactics. Aurelia's spear technique, darkness style, waking thrust. Mana erupted from her, the spear tip aiming directly for Anthony's chest. Darkness swirled around her weapon as it shot forward, the shadows coiling in and out of its wake, giving the spear an almost serpentine quality. It was a strike meant to pierce the heart, to destroy in a flash. But Anthony was no stranger to such aggression. With a fluid motion, he brought his katana up in a sweeping arc. His blade, infused with the power of the water element, responded instinctively. Endless technique, katana series, tidal wave. Mana moved, sending a wave of water surging from the blade. The liquid energy collided with Aurelia's spear, deflecting the thrust with ease, the force of the collision sending ripples across the murky ground beneath them. The swamp seemed to shudder in response, the water momentarily parting before rushing back to fill the gap. Aurelia's eyes narrowed. A human who could wield the water element with such control? Impressive, but not enough. With a sharp flick of her wrist, she spun the spear and executed another attack, this time launching it horizontally in a wide arc. Aurelia's spear technique, darkness style, shadow serpent. She unleashed a storm of shadow-imbued energy that trailed behind her spear like a blackened trail of destruction. It was a technique designed to strike from multiple angles, forcing her opponent to defend in all directions. But Anthony wasn't intimidated. He sidestepped with the grace of a current flowing around an obstacle. His katana was ready, the blade glowing with the power of ice. He need not even focus for a moment, feeling the water around him respond to his call. As Aurelia's spear descended, he swung his katana and deployed his own technique effortlessly. Endless technique, katana series, icebreaker slash. The arc of the blade sliced through the air with precision, sending a flurry of sharp, jagged ice shards spiraling toward her spear. The clash of cold against dark energy sent shockwaves through the air, and the ice shards collided with the shadows, creating a dazzling explosion of light and dark. The swamp trembled, the ice freezing the very ground it touched. Yet Aurelia wasn't fazed. With a grunt, she twisted her spear, utilizing her mastery over blood magic to coat it in a thin film of her own life force. The spear tip shimmered with the deep red glow of her magic. Aurelia's spear technique, blood style, Red Sea thrust. She lashed forward with a speed that was almost blinding, the blood-imbued weapon aimed directly at Anthony's heart. This was a technique designed to overwhelm an opponent with its sheer viciousness, using the power of her blood magic to propel the spear like an unstoppable force. The blood magic was powerful, but Anthony had faced many threats before. He planted his feet firmly into the swamp's muck, anchoring himself. Endless technique, katana series, torrent flow. Mana instantly surged from his blade, a wave of water infused with his aura cascading outward to meet Aurelia's strike. The two forces collided, water against blood, in a violent explosion of elemental power. The swamp groaned as the water swept the blood away, but Aurelia's spear remained undeterred, her focus unwavering. "Impressive," Aurelia said, her voice low, almost amused. "But let's see how long you can keep up." Anthony remained expressionless, as he didn't have strength for the dialogue. His katana now shimmering with both water and ice. He wasn't about to let her think he was overwhelmed. He spun his blade in a quick circle, gathering the ice and water elements into one devastating strike. His body shifted, his movements synchronized with the flow of the elements around him. As he swung his katana, an attack erupted outwards like a tidal. Endless technique, katana series, raging tidal crash. The force of the water, mixed with the cold sharpness of the ice, surged forward like an unrelenting wave, crashing toward Aurelia with the force of a storm. Aurelia raised her spear to block. She invoked another technique, and her blood magic surged into her spear once more. Aurelia's spear technique, blood style, crimson wave. Her spear spun in a wide arc, the spear glowing red as it cut through the air like a whip. The wave of blood magic met Anthony's attack head-on, the two forces colliding in a violent explosion of water and blood. The swamp erupted into chaos. Trees were uprooted, the ground cracked, and mud flew in all directions as their attacks continued to clash. They flickered across the battlefield, moving with such speed that they were little more than blurred shadows against the backdrop of destruction. Their weapons flashed, their elemental magic converging and diverging in a dance of power and grace. Anthony's water swirled around him like a protective shield, and he followed up with a quick, fluid movement. Endless technique, katana series, frozen tide. Ice materialized, and the very air around his katana turned to ice as he thrust his blade forward, sending a spear of ice straight toward Aurelia's chest. The technique was quick, precise, and almost untraceable. It was a deadly maneuver that could strike with the speed of a current, its cold fury unrelenting. But Aurelia wasn't finished. Her spear gleamed with the power of darkness, the shadows bending and twisting as she called upon her ultimate technique. Aurelia's spear technique, darkness style, eternal night piercer. An attack was unleashed with such force that it seemed to tear the very fabric of the swamp itself. The spear became an extension of her will, the shadows around it moving in a whirlpool of dark energy. The tip of the spear extended, becoming a solid mass of shadow that lashed out, breaking through the ice and water with ease. The two forces collided again, an explosion of ice, water, blood, and shadow enveloping the swamp. The earth beneath them cracked, mud splashing into the air as the clash continued. Neither Anthony nor Aurelia seemed willing to relent, each locked in the intense fury of the battle. For every strike that Aurelia made, Anthony was there to meet it with equal force, each move flowing into the next as though they were two sides of the same coin. The swamp, now nearly unrecognizable in the wake of their battle, stood as a testament to the elemental fury they unleashed. Aurelia's eyes flickered with surprise. This human, this warrior, was not only keeping up with her, but he was also forcing her to push her limits. She had underestimated him. The realization did not sit well with her, but it did not deter her. In fact, it made her only more determined to break him. "You may be strong," Aurelia said, her voice a whisper amidst the chaos. "But this battle ends with my victory." With that, she drew upon the deepest parts of her blood and darkness magic, her spear becoming a swirling maelstrom of energy. Aurelia's spear technique, combination order, dark blood slice. Chaos erupted from her, a combination of blood and shadow, so pure it seemed to distort the very air around her. A technique that she had created from combining her blood and darkness elements. Anthony, undaunted, gripped his katana with a single hand, elements around him swirling as he prepared to respond in kind. Endless technique, katana series, tsunami blade. Mana crashed forward, the wave of water and ice clashing with her blood-infused darkness in a blinding explosion. At a distant location, miles removed from the chaos of Anthony's battleground, another clash of titans prepared to unfold. Vahali, the elf champion, stood poised and commanding, an aura of regal composure enveloping him. His piercing gaze, steady and unyielding, was fixed upon his adversary. Every inch of him radiated an innate elegance, a warrior born not merely to fight, but to conquer with precision and grace. Opposite him, Serenel, the champion of the Phoenix race, stood as an embodiment of fiery defiance. Her presence was no less commanding, the air around her shimmering faintly with residual heat, as though the sun itself bowed to her will. Her gaze burned with an intensity that spoke of untamed power, her posture upright and brimming with confidence born of countless victorious battles. The ground beneath them seemed to shiver in anticipation, a prelude to the ferocity about to be unleashed. Serenelle stood with her rapier hang on her waist. Although calm, she was ready to erupt. Beneath their feet, the sand lay dense and unyielding, clinging with a heaviness that mirrored the tension between them. The relentless sun blazed overhead, casting waves of oppressive heat across the arena, yet neither champion faltered. The elements themselves seemed trivial before their immense power, their auras rendering them impervious to such discomforts. Surrounding them stood an unending array of ancient stone pillars, weathered and cracked, their origins lost to time. They towered like silent sentinels, casting elongated shadows that stretched over the battlefield, creating a labyrinthine setting that promised both advantage and peril. They seemed infinite in number, a testament to the scale of their impending confrontation. Both combatants radiated unwavering confidence, their postures exuding a mastery of their own strength. Neither displayed an ounce of hesitation nor fear, yet there was no recklessness in their readiness. It was the confidence of warriors accustomed to triumph, and yet each harbored an unspoken acknowledgement. Amidst their assurance, the potential for the unforeseen lurked, demanding vigilance. As the silence stretched taut between them, each second felt like an eternity. The stillness of the battlefield was a coiled spring, waiting to snap, yet neither combatant showed any intention of breaking it. For what seemed like a minute, they stood, locked in a tense standoff, neither willing to yield the initiative. Serenelle, her patience fraying, decided to shatter the stalemate. Her hand moved with fluid precision, drawing her rapier from its sheath in a motion as smooth as silk yet sharp with intent. The blade hissed faintly against its scabbard, the sound like a whisper of impending violence. Her body tensed, muscles contracting subtly, an elegant combination of control and raw power. Then, without warning, she surged forward. A burst of force accompanied her movement, the sheer energy of her launch sending ripples through the thick, compact sand beneath her feet. Despite the sand's density, her speed and grace rendered it inconsequential. The grains scattered in her wake, rising in clouds of golden dust as though bowing to her passage. To her, the ground might as well have been weightless air, offering no resistance as she hurtled toward her opponent with the momentum of a storm. The wind howled in protest as Serenelle raised her rapier high over her shoulder, its slender blade catching the sunlight like liquid silver. For a fleeting moment, her poised form seemed carved from the very essence of precision and power, a goddess of war ready to strike. Then, like a collapsing planet, she unleashed her attack. Her rapier arced downward with terrifying force, a blur of motion slicing through the air with an audible hiss. The wind parted effortlessly before the blade, as though cowed by its deadly edge, the motion as smooth and unyielding as a knife through butter. The sheer velocity of her strike sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield, displacing air and kicking up eddies of golden sand. The pillars surrounding them groaned faintly, trembling in the wake of her unleashed might. Vahalan, his sharp elven instinct honed by centuries of combat, moved with precision as the deadly rapier descended toward him. His sword, a masterpiece of elven craftsmanship, glinted in the harsh sunlight as it arced upward to intercept the blow. The instant their weapons collided, an eruption of force detonated between them. The sheer impact unleashed a shockwave that rippled through the thick sand, scattering it in violent plumes as though the earth itself recoiled from their clash. The metallic ring of their blades meeting echoed like a thunderclap, the vibrations radiating outward to the countless pillars that groaned under the pressure, fine cracks spidering along their ancient surfaces. The force of their strike didn't merely disrupt the battlefield. It became the battlefield, transforming the once calm arena into a tempest of energy and power. Both warriors held their ground, neither giving an inch, their auras flaring with unspoken challenge. Both warriors seemed evenly matched for now, but they both understood this was only the prelude, a testing of waters before the storm. Neither had even begun to draw upon their full strength. Serenelle, unfazed by the lack of success in her initial strike, withdrew her rapier with fluid precision, her wrist already twisting in preparation for a follow-up attack. She had never expected the first strike to land. It had merely been the opening note of a deadly symphony. With a sharp exhale, her rapier transformed into a blur of motion. The blade, guided by supernatural speed and skill, thrust forward 1,000 times in rapid succession, each strike so precise and swift it seemed to pierce through time itself. The air screamed in protest, the sheer velocity of her movements leaving behind faint trails of displaced energy. Each thrust carried with it the weight of millennia of phoenix-crafted techniques, a deadly ballet of speed and accuracy that sought to overwhelm Valin. The thick sand beneath her shifted and swirled from the sheer force of her movements, creating miniature vortices as if the battlefield itself responded to her ferocity. But Vahalin stood firm, his expression unchanging, his movements almost casual in their elegance. Each of Serenelle's lightning-fast thrusts was met with an equally swift parry, his blade deflecting her attacks with a precision that bordered on artistry. It was as if he had anticipated her every move, his sword dancing effortlessly to intercept hers. Sparks erupted in dazzling bursts each time their blades collided, illuminating the space between them with fleeting flashes of light. The metallic ring of their weapons echoed like a symphony of war, reverberating through the sun-drenched battlefield. Each clash sent faint tremors through the ground, the thick sand shifting beneath their feet as though unsettled by the intensity of their duel. Serenelle's unrelenting offense was a testament to her ferocity, but Vahalin's composed defense painted him as an immovable wall, calmly dismantling her onslaught stroke by stroke. Vahalin's blade became a streak of silver as he pushed his speed to its limit, the air itself seeming to ripple around his weapon. In a heartbeat following his last parry, he transitioned seamlessly into a counterattack, his sword a precise arc of lethality aimed at Serenelle's neck. The strike was swift, nearly imperceptible, carrying an edge of finality that could silence even the most formidable opponent. The sound of the blade cutting through the air was sharp and threatening, like a predator's growl. Serenelle, sensing the imminent danger, bent backward with fluid grace, her body arching just enough for Vahalin's sword to pass mere inches from her face. The air itself seemed to shudder as the blade cut through it, missing her by a hair's breadth. In a seamless motion, she twisted her body unnaturally, her rapier shooting forward in a precise thrust aimed directly at Vahalin's eyes, a strike that would have blinded any lesser opponent. But Vahalin, with an almost preternatural calm, effortlessly raised his sword to intercept, the steel meeting hers with a clash that reverberated through the very air. The force of the impact sent a tremor down both their blades, but neither faltered. They both separated, the space between them crackling with the aftermath of their brutal exchange. Their eyes locked, an unspoken understanding passing between them in the span of a heartbeat. In that moment, as if guided by the same unseen force, aura erupted from their bodies. Aura wove meticulously around their bodies and weapons, an intricate dance of power that seemed to hum with anticipation. Vahalin was the first to strike, his movement a blur of precision and deadly intent. His sword, now imbued with a chilling aura, gleamed like a shard of ice, cutting through the air with the swiftness of a predator in pursuit. In Vahalin's philosophy, there was no room for leniency based on gender. Every attack he delivered, regardless of who stood before him, was executed with the same ruthless efficiency. His sword slashed forward, the blade a deadly extension of his will, aiming for Serenelle with a calculated ferocity that could not be ignored. His aura clung to the blade, coating it in an almost ethereal frost, adding an edge of deadly cold that would freeze any who dared to stand in its path. There was no hesitation, no mercy, only the cold clarity of battle. The clash of metal echoed through the air, reverberating in the desolate expanse as the surrounding pillars exploded into nothing more than shards of shattered stone and dust. Yet, neither fighter paid the destruction any heed. Their focus remained solely on each other, locked in a deadly dance where every attack, every move, was a step towards their inevitable conclusion. Each strike from the elf was met with equal resistance from the phoenix, their weapons weaving through the air like scissors cutting through the fabric of time. The wind, almost sentient, seemed to serve as their foothold, propelling their fluid footwork as they moved with the grace of creatures born from the elements themselves. Breezing movement, Vahalan acted first by using a skill. His form blurred, the wind surging through him as his speed increased by 50%, granting him a sudden burst of velocity. He disappeared from sight, only to reappear behind Serenelle, his sword descending with the weight of inevitability, aimed at cleaving her in half. Serenelle, caught off guard by the sudden surge in speed, reacted with the reflexes honed by years of battle. With a swift, almost imperceptible motion, she shot sideways, evading the lethal strike by mere inches. Vahalan's sword cleaved through the sand, splitting the earth as though it were paper. Fairy steps. Serenelle tapped into her own skill, igniting the fire element within her. The flames of the phoenix coursed through her limbs, enhancing her speed to match Vahalan's wind-fueled fury. The two warriors met with the force of stars colliding, their blades clashing in a dazzling spectacle of light and heat. Each strike they exchanged was charged with the raw force of nature itself, the impact of their weapons sending ripples through the air and shaking the very earth beneath them. They circled one another, a blur of motion and precision, each parry a deflection of fate, each strike a promise of death. The environment around them was slowly being reduced to rubble, their battle laying waste to everything in its path. There was no hesitation, no thinking before action, only the pure instinct of warriors in the midst of a life or death struggle. Time seemed to bend and stretch, as though the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for the outcome. As they moved, Serenelle sensed a shift in Vahalan's technique. She couldn't quite place it, but something in his movements had changed, become sharper, more focused. Before she could discern what it was, a sharp pain exploded on her cheek, a thin line of blood trickling down her face. Startled, she instinctively retreated, putting distance between herself and her opponent. Even the smallest injury was a warning. There was danger in the unknown, and she had no intention of allowing that to escalate. But before she could fully regain her bearings, Vahalan was upon her again. His sword descended from the sky, a lethal arc as though guided by fate itself, intent on sealing her doom. Serenelle felt the pressure, the cold certainty of death bearing down upon her. Her instinct screamed at her to move, and she did, her body twisting with the grace of a storm, her feet surrounded by lightning as she turned to face him. Her rapier moved in an elegant counter, but Vahalan's sword had already shifted mid-strike. His attack, no longer aimed at her chest, was now directed at her legs. The sudden change in his strategy caught her off guard, but she was a battle-hardened warrior, and she reacted in kind. In the blink of an eye, she vanished in a burst of flames, her body dissipating like smoke, only to reappear at a distant point on the battlefield, as if she had teleported. But before she could even take a breath, Vahalan's eyes were already locked on her. Does he possess the ability to see the future? She wondered briefly. The idea was discarded almost as quickly as it had appeared. If such a skill existed, the mana cost would be astronomical, and Vahalan, an elf of his caliber, would not be using it so recklessly. No, there was something else at play. She couldn't pinpoint how he was predicting her moves, But the answer was now more elusive than ever. A sudden thought struck her, and a smile spread across her face as she realized what might be the key. To confirm her theory, she summoned the unique power of her race. Phoenix flames. A torrent of fiery energy erupted from her body in an instant, the very air around her crackling with intensity. The wind seemed to tremble in the heat, the sand beneath her feet charring and turning to glass. She was ablaze, her form wreathed in unique flames that were the hallmark of the phoenix. These flames intermingled with her aura, fusing together in perfect harmony, amplifying her power exponentially. With a primal scream, Serenelle lunged forward. The ground trembled as though the heavens themselves were coming undone beneath her feet. Her first step sent the earth shaking, and in the next heartbeat, she was upon Vahalin, her rapier slashing with the intensity of a falling star. Vahalin reacted, his body flowing with the wind as his own element bolstered his speed. His blade moved, light as a feather, but as deadly as a tempest. He sidestepped just as her rapier aimed for his skull, his sword following in a counterstrike at her arm. But Serenelle was already spinning, her form a blur, and her rapier cut through the air, narrowly missing him as she launched another devastating strike. They clashed again, each movement leaving afterimages that lingered in the air for nearly 10 seconds, streaks of red and green flashing across the battlefield like bolts of lightning. The intensity was immeasurable, their weapons meeting with the force of an unstoppable storm. Serenelle's next attack was a storm of its own. Her rapier released 1,000 crescent-shaped arcs, each one imbued with the fury of the phoenix flames. But Vahalin was unfazed, dodging each attack with almost casual precision, never once breaking his rhythm. Their battle raged on, relentless and unyielding, their movements a blur of lightning and flame. Vahalin dodged, blocked, and parried, but Serenelle was no longer just a warrior. She had become a force of nature herself. The realization hit him. He could no longer predict her movements with the same certainty. Vahalin had used the wind element to sense Serenelle's muscles move, twitch, and contract before her whole body moved. Any move she made pushed the wind element and particles around her. Vahalin had been using this to know her every move before she even made them. This was something Vahalin invented on his own. It wasn't a talent or skill he picked up from somewhere. He had come up with this skill, and it worked every time. But it seemed this phoenix wasn't like his regular opponents. She had sensed the change in his movement, only got injured once, adapted, looked for an answer, and then found her answer. All within a short time. The skill had been rendered ineffective by her. The answer had been correct. Serenelle had sensed the shift in his technique, adapted in the blink of an eye, and found a way to counteract it. Her flames burned brighter, her footwork more fluid, her attacks more aggressive. She was indeed a prodigy of the phoenix race. The atmosphere was still, as if the world itself was holding its breath in anticipation. Rylus the demi-human stood, his black and blue fur bristling, claws gleaming under the faint light that slipped through the stormy clouds above. Across from him, Kael'thar held his saber loosely, its polished blade catching the faint glint of light. The tension between them was palpable, a storm of unseen forces crackling at the edges of their shared space. Kael'thar was the first to move. His saber cut through the air with a deafening whistle, a blur of steel aimed directly at Rylus's midsection. Rylus's body shifted in an instant, his silhouette flickering as he dodged the strike. The ground beneath where the saber struck trembled, a sharp scar etched into the stone. Rylus countered with a sweeping strike of his claws, the air humming with mana as his figure blurred. Kael'thar pivoted smoothly, his saber meeting the claws mid-swing. The resulting clash sent a shockwave outward, scattering dust and debris. The metallic clang rang through the space, echoing like a war cry in the emptiness. Without pause, Kael'thar pressed forward, his strikes relentless, each swing of his saber faster and more precise than the last. Rylus matched him blow for blow, his claws meeting the blade with ferocious speed. Sparks flew with every impact, lighting the battlefield in bursts of fleeting brilliance. They became a whirlwind of motion, their movements so swift that afterimages trail behind them, blurring the line between reality and illusion. A saber slash appeared to cut through Rylus, only for his image to dissolve like smoke. A claw strike seemed to pierce Kael'thar's chest, but his form dissipated into a flickering mirage. Kael'thar leapt back, his feet digging into the ground to halt his momentum. Rylus darted forward, his claws aimed for Kael'thar's throat, but the dragon spun his saber with a flourish, redirecting the attack in an elegant arc. Their weapons clashed once again, the sound akin to thunder splitting the air. Each movement left destruction in its wake. The ground cracked and splintered beneath their feet, their immense auras causing stone to crumble and trees to fall in their vicinity. A single strike from Kael'thar's saber sent debris flying like shrapnel. Rylus's claws carved deep grooves into the earth with every misswipe. The battlefield itself seemed to recoil from their fury. Stone outcroppings crumbled under stray impacts, and the air grew heavy with the force of their movements. Still, neither combatant showed any sign of fatigue or hesitation. Kael'thar spun, his saber carving a wide arc through the air, forcing Rylus to leap backward. As the blade struck the ground, a fissure split the stone, radiating outward like spiderweb cracks. Rylus landed gracefully, his fox-like eyes glinting with calculation. The demi-human lunged forward, faster than the eye could follow, his claws aimed for Kael'thar's side. Kael'thar twisted his body, his saber sweeping upward to intercept. The clash created another burst of sparks, illuminating their locked forms for a brief moment before they broke apart once more. Kael'thar's voice carried over the din of their battle, deep and steady. "You're holding back, are you testing me?" Rylus's lips curled into a predatory smirk. "And you're not." His claws flexed, glinting ominously. "Let's see what happens when we push a little harder." Kael'thar shifted his stance, the saber gleaming as he held it aloft. In an instant, they were upon each other again, a blur of motion and steel. Each strike was calculated yet devastating, leaving destruction in its wake. A downward slash from Kael'thar cleaved a boulder clean in two when Rylus dodged to the side. Rylus retaliated with a spinning kick, his claws extended, but Kael'thar's saber intercepted, sending another metallic clang reverberating through the air. Time seemed to lose meaning as the battle raged on. The battlefield bore the scars of their clash, shattered rocks, uprooted trees, and deep fissures that crisscrossed the earth. Both combatants moved with unyielding precision, their strikes faster and heavier, yet neither faltered or gave an inch. Kael'thar surged forward, his saber blazing through the air with blistering speed. Rylus met him head-on, their clash sending a deafening shockwave that rippled through the ruins of their battlefield. Each strike now carried the weight of their determination, their ferocity amplified as neither combatant held back their refined skills. The saber's edge sang as it carved through the air, meeting Rylus's claws in a blinding series of rapid exchanges. Sparks ignited with every collision, a relentless storm of light and sound that illuminated the fractured landscape. Their movements were now too fast for the eye to follow, their figures reduced to blurs as they traded blows with devastating precision. Kael'thar spun on his heel, his saber sweeping low in a move designed to unbalance his opponent. Rylus leapt high, flipping over the attack with uncanny agility before diving straight down, his claws aimed at Kael'thar's head. The dragon stepped aside at the last moment, twisting his saber upward in a slashing arc that scraped Rylus's descending claws. The resulting clash sent a pulse of force outward, toppling jagged rocks and shattering the few remnants of the craggy terrain still standing. Dust and debris filled the air, but neither fighter faltered. Kael'thar burst through the haze, his saber glowing faintly with the heat of friction, each strike now aimed with ruthless precision at Rylus's vital points. Rylus ducked and weaved, his body a blur as he evaded each blow with hair trigger reflexes. He spun low, his claws tearing through the ground as he lashed out in a sweeping attack that forced Kael'thar to leap backward. The momentary distance didn't last. Kael'thar closed the gap with terrifying speed, his saber slicing horizontally in a move that left a silver afterimage. Rylus countered with a powerful upward slash, his claws meeting the saber in a clash that created an ear-splitting destruction. They broke apart, the force of the impact sending both hurtling backward. Kael'thar skidded to a halt, his saber resting at his side as he assessed his opponent. Rylus landed on all fours, his fox-like eyes glinting with predatory focus. "Not bad," Kael'thar admitted, his voice low and steady. "You've kept me entertained. I didn't expect much from a demi-human." Rylus smirked, his claws flexing as he straightened. "Funny, I was about to say the same to you." Kael'thar's grin sharpened. Without a word, he vanished, his speed so immense it left an afterimage behind. Rylus's ears twitched, his instincts kicking in as he sidestepped a strike that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Kael'thar's saber tore through the space Rylus had just vacated, the sheer force of the swing carving a deep trench into the ground. Rylus retaliated in kind, his claws slashing upward in a move designed to catch Kael'thar mid-recovery. The dragon twisted with impossible grace, parrying the attack with the flat of his saber before countering with a thrust that forced Rylus to leap away. Their movements grew more violent, more destructive, as the intensity of their battle reached new heights. Every step they took cracked the earth beneath them, and every exchange sent shockwaves rippling outward. They moved like forces of nature, their relentless clash reshaping the battlefield with every passing moment. Kael'thar pressed his advantage, his saber a whirlwind of steel that left trails of destruction in its wake. Rylus responded with equal ferocity, his claws raking through the air in strikes so swift they seemed to tear through reality itself. Their speed was now so immense that afterimages littered the battlefield, phantom strikes colliding in an endless cascade of light and sound. For a brief moment, they locked weapons, Kael'thar's saber against Rylus's claws. Their auras flared, the pressure of their mana and raw strength, creating a vortex of energy that tore apart everything around them. Stones cracked, trees disintegrated, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath the weight of their battle. "You're holding back," Rylus growled, his eyes narrowing as he pushed against the saber with all his might. Kael'thar's grin was razor-sharp. "And so are you." But they had to, as there were other dangers lurking. Fighting with their full strength was stupid. With a roar, they broke apart, the resulting explosion of force sending both hurtling in opposite directions. Kael'thar landed in a crouch, his saber planted into the ground to steady himself, while Rylus skidded to a halt, his claws leaving deep gouges in the earth. Neither wasted a second. They charged at each other again, their movements so fast they seemed to teleport across the battlefield. The clash of their strikes created a cacophony of sound, a relentless storm of destruction that drowned out everything else. As they fought, the landscape around them continued to crumble. Boulders were reduced to rubble, and fissures spread across the ground like spiderwebs. The air was thick with dust and the echoes of their unrelenting battle, yet neither showed any signs of slowing. Kael'thar feinted with a high slash before pivoting into a spinning strike aimed at Rylus's side. The demi-human ducked low, his claws slicing upward to intercept the blade. The force of the impact sent sparks flying, illuminating their fierce expressions in the midst of chaos. The intensity of their strikes sent shockwaves across the terrain, causing the earth beneath them to tremble with each devastating impact. The two combatants moved at blinding speeds, leaving afterimages in their wake as they closed the gap again and again, their weapons dancing in the flickering light. Kael'thar's saber whistled through the air in a wide arc, aimed at Rylus's midsection. The demi-human reacted without hesitation, his claws slicing upward to intercept the attack, the collision sending sparks flying in every direction. Rylas's speed was nothing short of extraordinary, his instincts guiding his movements with perfect precision. While Kael'thar was a blur of calculated power, his movements honed over centuries of battle. Without a moment's pause, Rylas lunged, his claws slashing in rapid succession toward Kael'thar's face. The dragon saber deflected the strikes with a series of swift, fluid parries, each clash sending a shockwave through the surrounding air. The force of their combat shattered nearby mountains, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Yet neither seemed to falter, their energy unyielding, their bodies in perfect condition, unaffected by the unrelenting exchange of blows. Rylas dropped low to the ground, his claws raking across the earth as he aimed for Kael'thar's legs. Kael'thar stepped back, his saber moving in a flashing blur to cut downwards, narrowly missing Rylas's form as the demi-human darted to the side. The ground split open as Kael'thar's strike landed, the shockwave sending a jagged crack through the valley. Rylas reacted in an instant, his body blurring once more as he pushed off the ground, his claws seeking Kael'thar's exposed flank. The dragon spun in midair, his wings extending as he brought his saber around in a wide arc, forcing Rylas to retreat a step. But the demi-human was relentless, closing the gap instantly, claws swiping again and again with deadly accuracy. The two locked weapons in another furious clash, their arms shaking from the force of the impact, but their stances unwavering, neither showing the slightest sign of tiring. Each strike was an explosion of power, each movement a blur of speed, and yet neither combatant was slowed. The battle escalated further, the intensity growing with every passing moment. Rylas darted in and out of Kael'thar's reach, his claws slashing through the air in a series of calculated strikes. Kael'thar responded with precision, his saber cutting through the air in smooth, lethal arcs, his wings snapping with power as he shifted position in the blink of an eye. They collided again, their weapons locking with a brutal clash that sent shockwaves through the valley. The very earth beneath them cracked open, and the air itself seemed to bend with the force of their power. They were locked in a dance of destruction, each blow reshaping the battlefield, yet neither showing any sign of slowing down. Rylas's claws met Kael'thar's saber once more, and this time, the shockwave sent them both spiraling through the air. They twisted, their movements almost indistinguishable from the blur of shadows and light, their weapons flashing as they collided with explosive force. The terrain around them shattered, debris flying in every direction, but still, neither of them hesitated, their determination unwavering, their bodies unaffected by the continuous onslaught. The fight raged on, a never-ending exchange of skill and power. There was no sign of fatigue, no sign of weakness, only the unyielding clash of their weapons and the deafening sound of their battle as it tore through the valley. The ground beneath them continued to fracture, the very landscape shifting with every strike. The air around them grew thick with the pressure of their combat, each move a testament to their mastery. They were not just fighting, they were creating a storm, a maelstrom of violence and power, but neither would yield. Their weapons met again and again, the earth itself trembling with each collision. Sparks flew, rocks exploded, and the air was filled with the sound of metal on metal, the clash of their strikes resounding like the tolling of a war drum. But still, neither showed any sign of exhaustion, their mana and aura flowing effortlessly, their bodies in perfect condition, their movements as precise and powerful as when they first began. There was no end in sight, no slowing down. This battle was not one of fatigue. It was one of will, of unstoppable force, a clash between two titans who would fight until the very last breath and beyond. As Kael'thar brought his blade up for another devastating strike, the air between them seemed to freeze. His saber glinted, the edge prepared to carve through the space between them with deadly precision. Rylas's eyes narrowed, a sharp, fleeting grin curling at the edges of his lips, a hint of a challenge, of something deeper hidden behind his instincts. Then, in a split second, Just as the saber was about to cleave him in two, Rylus vanished. The air itself seemed to hold its breath. Kael'thar's eyes snapped to the place where Rylus had been standing, his instinct and senses flaring. Every fiber of his being screamed to find him, but no trace of the demi-human remained. Not even a whisper of movement, no shifting of the wind, nothing. The battlefield stood silent for a brief moment, as if time itself had stalled. Kael'thar's gaze darted across the battlefield, his focus unrelenting, searching for even the slightest sign of Rylus. His senses screamed at him, but there was nothing, not a sound, not a shadow, nothing to indicate where the demi-human had disappeared to. Rylus was gone, and Kael'thar was left alone, his eyes still searching, but the battlefield remained empty, still, as if the fight had never happened. As the battle raged on around the arena, the air was thick with anticipation, and all eyes were on the combatants. Among the 8 representatives of the major races, not a single expression shifted. Their faces remained as stoic as ever, their gazes unwavering. They were watching their champions, but no one would dare to show anything but neutrality. The champions' struggles were their own, after all, and these representatives would remain impartial, as was their duty. But as the battle dragged on, there was an undeniable undercurrent of emotion among the parents. Each one had their reasons, their quiet hopes and unspoken fears, and each felt the pressure of their child's participation in this grand spectacle. Serenel's mother stood with her arms crossed, her face set in an icy mask, but there was a tightness around her eyes, a slight clenching of her jaw. Her daughter, so proud and fierce, had been the first to fall victim to the brutality of the arena. A sharp pain sliced through her chest as she watched Serenel stagger back, her form faltering for the briefest of moments. The delicate grace of the young warrior had been marred by the first true injury of the bloodbath, and though Serenel quickly recovered, her mother couldn't shake the feeling of disappointment that gnawed at her pride. She had hoped for more, hoped her daughter would be stronger. But there was little time to mourn for any perceived weakness. The battle was still ongoing, and Serenel's spirit had not broken, neither has she gone all out. Yet still, the weight of the moment lingered in her mother's heart. She had seen Serenel grow, had raised her to be a powerful force, and now, as a mother, she felt the sting of being unable to shield her from this world of unrelenting violence. But she would not show it. The other parents were watching, and Serenel's mother would not let them see her weakness. Not now. Anthony's mother, Mitchell, remained as impassive as ever, though her eyes never left her son. She didn't glance at the other champions, didn't acknowledge the bloodshed or the displays of power from the other contestants. Her focus was on Anthony, and only him. He moved with an ease and fluidity that filled her with pride, but also with a certain quiet intensity. She felt the air around her vibrate with her own elemental power, but she had no intention of intervening. Not yet. She would never interrupt Anthony's battle unless it was absolutely necessary. Michael, standing beside her, watched his son's movements with a quiet admiration. There was no outward show of emotion, but inside, a deep sense of pride washed over him. The way Anthony wielded his sword, the way he anticipated each move before it was even made, it was effortless. Like the blade was an extension of him, and nothing could touch him. He could see the years of training, the countless hours spent honing his skills. Michael marveled at his son's mastery, even as the bloodshed continued around them. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to feel a flicker of joy. He had no doubt that Anthony would emerge victorious, but the journey was far from over. Rylus's father stood with a knowing grin etched on his face. He had watched his son grow, witnessed the same sharp instincts that made Rylus such a dangerous opponent. The boy's reflexes were extraordinary, and every movement was fluid, almost predatory. His father saw the wildness in him, the fierce independence that ran in their bloodline. It was a trait that set Rylus apart from all others. The grin deepened as Rylus dodged another attack, his movements quick and precise. His instincts were perfect, his focus unwavering. It was clear to his father that this was a battle of wit and endurance, and Rylus was more than capable of holding his own. Kael'thar's father remained silent, a towering figure in the distance, watching the battle unfold. His eyes never strayed from the combat, though he said nothing. There was no need for words. Kael'thar was a force to be reckoned with, and his father knew better than anyone that his son would never back down from a challenge. There was no surprise in his eyes, no hint of doubt. He simply watched, waiting for his son's next move. Then there was Gorith, the head of the Titan race. He watched the arena with rapt attention, his massive hands clasped tightly in front of him, his thick brow furrowed in deep concentration. His blood was boiling, a deep, primal hunger stirred within him. He could feel the surge of energy from the surrounding, the thundering pulse of each clash, each blow. He was stronger than any of these combatants, yet the sight of their power stirred something deep within him. He longed to join in, to throw himself into the fray, but he restrained himself. This battle was not his to fight. However, the mere thought of it filled him with a heat unlike anything else. He felt alive with the promise of destruction, a storm brewing within him that threatened to break free. Gorith stood with his massive arms crossed, his expression a mix of anticipation and quiet frustration. As he watched the battles unfold, a pang of sadness coursed through him, one he rarely allowed himself to feel. It was the weight of his own power, a strength so vast that it rendered most fights meaningless. Beings of his level were restrained not just by their own discipline, but by the reality of their existence. One misstep, one strike, and entire cities could be razed, entire ecosystems destroyed. Their strength was as much a curse as it was a blessing. The only time he truly felt alive was when he entered dungeons or faced beasts of his caliber, and even those engagements left him hollow. Those creatures, while mighty, lacked the intelligence to truly challenge him, to make a fight more than just brute force against brute force. Their movements were predictable, their instincts primal. There was no thrill of strategy, no exchange of technique. It was monotonous, and it left him yearning for more. Even demons of his level, those rare adversaries who could match his strength, hardly made moves. They were as cautious as he was, bound by the same unspoken rules that kept the world from descending into chaos. The stagnation gnawed at him, but Gorith could only endure. It was the burden of being at the pinnacle. There was no one left to challenge you, no battles to test your limits. His gaze shifted from the arena to the figure standing near him. Michael, the Sword Saint, stood silent and unwavering, his focus entirely on his son. Gorith's mind turned with an idea, and the faintest glimmer of excitement sparked in his chest. He leaned slightly toward Michael, his voice a low rumble that carried weight. "Sword Saint," he said, the title laced with respect and challenge. "When this bloodbath is over, would you be in for a battle?" The other heads of the major races, seated in their respective places, turned their attention to Michael. Their expressions betrayed the same curiosity, the same unspoken anticipation. They, too, wanted to see the Sword Saint's power and abilities. Michael's reputation preceded him, his mastery of the blade, his rumored ability to cut through space and time itself. Even among beings of their caliber, his prowess was legendary. But Michael didn't respond. His sharp, hawk-like eyes remained fixed on the arena, on Anthony's every move. His focus was undetached, impenetrable. For Michael, there was nothing more important in this moment than his son. The others could wait. His answers could wait. Gorith's request went unanswered, the silence speaking louder than any refusal. Gorith exhaled through his nose, the hint of a growl lingering in the sound. He straightened, his massive frame casting a shadow over those nearby. "Humph," he muttered to himself, his tone resigned. If Michael wasn't interested, there was no point in pressing. He didn't bother asking the others. He already knew the answer. None of them would accept, not because they were afraid, but because they shared the same burden of power. To fight at their level was to risk far too much, and none of them would jeopardize the fragile balance they maintained. Still, the yearning for a true battle lingered in Gorith's chest, a smoldering ember of longing that refused to be extinguished. For now, he could only endure. Gorith exhaled deeply, his frustration simmering beneath his stoic exterior. He turned his gaze back to the arena, letting the clang of weapons and the flashes of power momentarily distract him from his restlessness. Yet, as he stood there, something flickered in his mind, a thought, a possibility. A slow, deliberate grin spread across his face, sharp and menacing, as the idea took shape. It wasn't the bloodbath itself that intrigued him, but what could come after it. The battles of the champions might set the stage for something far greater, far more exhilarating. This bloodbath wasn't just a contest. It was a precursor, a spark for something larger. Gorith's thoughts raced with the potential of what lay ahead, a battle tied to the outcome of this very moment. It wasn't just a fleeting fantasy, but a tangible possibility, one that ignited a deep excitement within him. The thought alone stirred his blood, making it boil with anticipation. His grin widened, teeth gleaming like polished steel, and his eyes burned with renewed vigor. For the first time in ages, he felt a genuine thrill, a glimmer of the action he longed for. Gorith straightened his towering frame, his fists clenching in anticipation. The present was captivating, but the future now held a promise of battle, of unleashed power, and of a challenge worthy of his might. The Titan head's booming voice cut through the tension, a low, satisfied chuckle escaping his lips as he muttered to himself. The future will be interesting indeed. As the battle between the champions continued, the parents stood in their respective corners, their thoughts swirling in silence. Each one held an unwavering belief in their child's potential, but none could predict the outcome. The violence and chaos in the arena made it clear that the battle had only just begun. There was still so much more to unfold, and yet no one knew how it would end. For now, all they could do was wait. Anthony and Aurelia's battle raged on, their clash relentless. Anthony, however, made no attempt to strike. Instead, he observed her every movement with unwavering focus. Her steps, the subtle contractions of her muscles, the fluidity of her strikes, and the precision of her retractions, each motion was analyzed, dissected. He didn't have to do this, but he wanted to play along for a while. Aurelia's spear trembled with intense vibration as mana surged from her body, flowing into the weapon with relentless force. Her balance shifted seamlessly as she unleashed another devastating strike. Aurelia's spear technique. Combination order. Crimson Knight stab. Aurelia called forth dark blood from the earth, shaping it into an elongated shadow spear. With a swift thrust, she drove it forward, imbued with a fusion of cursed blood and dark energy that drained life force and sapped vitality from her target. As the attack neared Anthony, he stood motionless, watching it approach in slow motion. He couldn't help but marvel at the finesse of her combination technique. Aurelia's talent and years of hard work had forged such a technique, a seamless blend of the blood and darkness elements. She was the first of her kind to achieve this remarkable feat. No vampire had ever thought of achieving this, yet she had done it entirely on her own. Blood wasn't an element. It was an ability exclusive to the vampire race. Though occasionally, individuals were born with the innate talent to manipulate blood, they ultimately paled in comparison to vampires, the true rulers of blood. This enhanced her combat strength, making her attacks far more devastating. Anthony's all-seeing eyes granted him a ridiculous set of abilities, allowing him to see exactly how she had achieved this. But even as he marveled at the attack, he knew he still had to make a move. His hand rose, his katana held low, as mana surged through him. Anthony prepared his counter to Aurelia's strike. The water element came to life as he willed it into his katana, merging seamlessly with the aura that enveloped the blade. Endless technique, katana series, moonlit tidal surge. A graceful yet devastating vertical strike unleashed a beam of water, shaped like a crescent moon, swiftly cutting through the air. The energy mirrored the non-existent moonlight as it sliced through Aurelia's attack with pinpoint precision, creating an ethereal, shimmering arc of water. Destruction followed as Anthony effortlessly matched her power, his response flawless and without hesitation. Vines and trees were instantly hurled backward as chaos swept through everything in its path. The soggy ground trembled beneath their force, and the swamp's waters surged, growing even more turbulent as additional waves crashed into the mix. Aurelia remained motionless, her eyes gleaming through the chaos as she fixed her gaze on her enemy. Her muscles coiled, readying her for the next move in their battle. But before she could even take a step, her instincts erupted, warning her to move, and she froze, caught in the sharp urgency of the moment. She immediately attempted to shift her body, her instincts screaming for her to dodge, but the attack came too swiftly. The enemy, his movements a blur, seemed to surpass her own speed. In the blink of an eye, his hand pierced through her body from behind, emerging at the front in a sickening motion. Aurelia's blood poured relentlessly, spilling from her body like a shattered dam. Her shock was evident, eyes wide with disbelief. As she looked down, her heart was gripped tightly in the enemy's hand, its rhythmic pounding slowing with each passing moment. She turned, her vision clouded by the shock of her own blood loss, and her gaze locked onto the figure who had dared to interrupt her. A being stood before her, its presence as unnerving as it was captivating. Fox-like ears twitched atop its head, while a long, elegant tail swayed with dangerous intent. Claws glimmered with a deadly sheen, each one seeming to shimmer with an unspoken power. It was Rylus. He stood behind Aurelia, a wide grin spread across his face, her heart firmly gripped in his hand. Rylus was a hunter, a predator whose instincts never missed a moment. He pounced the instant his enemy's guard dropped, even if only for a fraction of a second. His sharp claws glistened with the blood of his prey, and his very being radiated the chilling satisfaction of a perfect ambush. Throughout the fight with the dragon champion, Kael'thar, Rylus's gaze remained unblinking, always scanning, always calculating. Everyone around him was prey in his eyes, vulnerable, waiting to be struck down at the perfect moment. As Kael'thar prepared his final attack, Rylus's instincts flared, sending a sharp, undeniable feedback. One of his prey had dropped its guard. His body moved before his mind could fully process, and in that instant, he found his target, Aurelia. The rest of the world seemed to pause, the air thick with the tension of his impending strike. Rylus's affinity for the shadow element granted him a unique and deadly ability. Shadow Dive. This power allowed him to meld with any shadow, moving through it with absolute fluidity, his form vanishing and reappearing in an instant as long as his senses could reach. The moment Aurelia's guard faltered, Rylus vanished into the darkness, his body dissolving into the very shadows around them. In the blink of an eye, he emerged from Aurelia's shadow, his movements so swift and fluid that she had no chance to react. Rylus's eyes locked with Anthony's, and for a fleeting moment, time seemed to stretch. Anthony stood still, his gaze calm and unyielding, as though he had expected this turn of events all along. There was no hint of surprise or alarm in his demeanor, only a quiet, composed focus. But in that moment, something shifted in Rylus. It was a primal instinct, something deep within him that screamed to avoid this human at all costs. There was a weight to Anthony's gaze, something profound, something that made Rylus feel insignificant, like a mere shadow in comparison. The hunter, who had never known fear, felt an unsettling chill run through him. Rylus' instinct had never been wrong, not even once since the day he was born. Yet this time, things felt different. The battlefield was a bloodbath, and despite the chaos around him, this human, Anthony, was a force unlike any other. How could he possibly avoid such a presence in the midst of this carnage? As Rylus' thoughts raced, his instincts flared, sending a surge of urgency through him. As Rylus tried to retract his hand from Aurelia's chest to vanish as his instinct had ordered, Her hand shot out with lightning speed. In an instant, she grasped his hand, the one that held her heart. A smile spread across her face the moment she locked her grip on him. Ryla's instincts flared with even more intensity. Before Rylas could even react, Aurelia began to swell, and in the next moment, she exploded into pieces. But instead of blood pouring forth, a deafening explosion erupted, consuming the entire swamp. The land, the water, the trees, the vines, nothing was spared. The blast devoured everything in its path, spreading across kilometers, leaving nothing but silence in its wake. Aurelia had self-destructed in her final moment, just before losing consciousness. A few kilometers away from the explosion, Rylas appeared unscathed. As for how he had dodged, he had simply used another skill. Phantom form. This ability allowed him to phase through any physical attack. He combined this skill with his shadow dive to escape uninjured. As for Anthony, he didn't even move. His infinity stopped everything within a 10-meter radius from approaching him. A few pieces of debris hung, suspended in space, as if frozen in time. This was the power of infinity at work. After a few seconds, the debris fell, returning to the remains of the now non-existent swamp. Anthony shook his head, turning his gaze in another direction. Do you plan to hide forever? The atmosphere grew heavy with silence for a few seconds before a figure materialized into existence. It was Aurelia, the real Aurelia. The one Anthony had been battling all this time had been nothing but a blood clone, a mere creation she had fashioned to deceive him. She had used the clone in order to drain Anthony's stamina and mana, all while preserving her own. But how could she expect to fool Anthony's eyes? From the very start of their battle, Anthony had given no room for conversation. He had no time for words with a mere imitation. He had only parried and blocked, never taking the initiative because he knew the truth. He had simply been playing around. Aurelia had used a blood skill called Blood Veil, allowing her to hide herself in the fabric of space, remaining undetected. She had further enhanced the illusion by using another blood skill, making herself appear dead, with no life presence detectable. This ensured that anyone attempting to sense her would be unable to detect her true location or even feel her presence. From her hidden position, Aurelia watched the entire scene unfold. It wasn't that Rylas had caught her clone off guard with his sneak attack. No, she had allowed it. She had feigned being caught unawares, intentionally setting herself up for the perfect moment. As Rylas struck, she had triggered the self-destruction of her blood clone in order to deal damage to both him and Anthony at the same time. One clone, two champions. She floated down gracefully, her landing soft as a whisper against the desolation. Her gaze was steady, unwavering. As she looked at Anthony, a calm smile playing at her lips. With a voice as soft as the wind, she spoke. So you knew all along, but decided to say nothing? Anthony looked at her with a smile of his own. Who am I to question the skills and decisions of a beauty? Then I hope you will let this beauty have your head. Well, what can I say? I'm quite good at giving head if you ask me. Anthony watched her movements, his eyes calm, yet sharp, as the air around them thickened with tension. Aurelia's expression darkened, her once graceful demeanor transforming into one of cold, unwavering intent. In the blink of an eye, her movements became sharp, deliberate, each motion carrying the weight of her deadly purpose. Without any warning, she disappeared from her position, vanishing as though the very air had swallowed her whole. The ground beneath Anthony's feet trembled, cracking under the sheer force of her sudden movement. Before his mind could even register her disappearance, Aurelia materialized once more, this time directly before him. Her spear, a blur of lethal precision, was aimed squarely at his neck. The speed of her strike was so explosive that it seemed to warp the air itself, leaving behind a crackling resonance that reverberated through the battlefield. Anthony's senses sharpened as the pace of the battle escalated. The sudden shift in tempo was no surprise, but it was the mark of a seasoned warrior, and it did not hinder his movements. With an effortless grace, he sidestepped Aurelia's assault, his body moving with precision. as though the real Aurelia were no different from the clone he had faced earlier. In the blink of an eye, her spear flashed past him, a blur of lethal intent. Without a moment's hesitation, Anthony's katana quivered in his grasp, his hand moving with uncanny speed and fluidity. With a swift and precise upward strike, his blade cleaved through the air towards Aurelia's neck. But she, ever perceptive, reacted in an instant. Mid-motion, she shifted her position, launching herself into the air, narrowly evading the fatal blow with an almost imperceptible movement. However, Anthony's strike had found its mark. Though her neck remained unharmed, Aurelia's left arm was severed at the shoulder, its detached form spiraling through the air. A crimson spray of blood stained the atmosphere, the severed limb falling uselessly to the ground. Yet, even as Aurelia shot into the sky with incredible speed, her resolve remained unbroken. A fierce determination burned in her eyes. Blood explosion. In a single, fluid motion, Aurelia controlled the blood from her severed hand, commanding it to erupt in a violent burst of raw power. The very air trembled as the explosion tore through the space around them, a blinding shockwave cascading outward, leaving destruction in its wake. Despite the chaos, Aurelia remained unyielding. Vampires, with their regenerative abilities, were undaunted by such wounds. The blood that spilled from her arm was already knitting itself together, the severed limb regenerating within a heartbeat, whole once more. Anthony, undeterred by the devastation unfolding around him, bent his knees, pushing against the earth as though it had become his ally. The ground beneath him buckled and sank further as he propelled himself skyward like a missile locked on its target. His katana gleamed as it surged forward, aiming for Aurelia's waist with deadly intent. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the very air crackling with the intensity of their clash. In the valley, surrounded by jagged mountains, two titans faced each other, each an embodiment of their respective elements, their wills burning with an unyielding ferocity. Tehran, towering like a force of nature, moved with the primal grace of the earth itself. His frame was massive, and his muscles rippled with the immense strength of a titan. His fists, clenched and glowing with fire, surged with power drawn from the depths of the earth, where the fire and stone met. His body was both the mountain and the flame, a terrifying blend of earth and fire, giving him an unstoppable presence. Across from him stood Thrain, a dwarf forged from the heart of a mountain, his compact body radiating strength in its purest form. His hammer, a formidable weapon imbued with fire and metal, gleamed with molten heat as it swung in expert arcs. Despite their differences in size, it was clear that both warriors seemed equal in strength, their powers interwoven with their mastery over their elements. As they stood facing one another, the atmosphere thickened, the energy around them crackling with palpable tension. The sound of their breathing was the only thing that could be heard over the deafening silence, and in that stillness, the ground beneath them began to shake. Their mana surged outward like tidal waves of raw energy, distorting the very fabric of the air. The battle was about to begin in earnest. Tehran technique, earth style, Titan's grasp. Without warning, Tehran moved first, his colossal hands outstretched, his connection with the earth immediate and overwhelming. The ground beneath him seemed to shudder as massive pillars of stone rose up, thrusting themselves skyward with an explosive force. They were jagged, like the claws of a giant beast, their sharp edges glistening in the light as they arced toward Thrain. The stones grew taller with each moment, encircling Thrain in a formidable prison of rock and fire. Tehran roared as he thrust both hands down, slamming the pillars together with the intent of crushing his opponent. The collision sent a deafening crash through the valley, but Thrain remained unshaken. Thrain hammer technique, forging slap. Thrain's body tensed as he raised his hammer high, its molten metal shimmering like a forge's flame. He summoned the fury of his fire and metal affinities into the weapon, and with a movement as precise as it was powerful, swung the hammer downward with unstoppable force. The hammer crashed against the jagged pillars, and the impact unleashed a surge of molten energy. Fire and metal combined, creating an explosion of heat that caused the air itself to shimmer with intensity. The stone pillars turned to slag and ash, crumbling under the power of Thrain's strike. Yet Terran's form remained untouched, standing firm as the ground around him split open from the force of his earth affinity. He charged forward, undeterred. Terran technique, fist type, smashing fall. Terran wasted no time, his powerful legs propelling him forward. His fist, already engulfed in the searing flames, shot forward like a battering ram. The impact was devastating. It tore through the air, creating a shockwave of fire and earth that reverberated through the valley. The force of the blow was enough to cause eruptions, and the ground cracked open beneath it. Thrain's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he swung his hammer in response. Thrain hammer technique, molten eruption. Thrain's hammer, glowing with an inner fire that seemed to rival the sun, was swung in a sweeping arc toward Terran. As the hammer moved, it seemed to gather every ounce of molten energy that had been stored within it, channeling the fury of his fire and metal particles into a massive wave of destructive power. A wave of molten lava erupted from the hammer's head, cascading toward Terran with an overwhelming force. The raw energy surged forward, turning the ground beneath into a bubbling pool of fire. The heat was suffocating, the air alive with the burning intensity of the attack. Terran reacted instantly. His form became a blur as he launched himself into the air, his body surrounded by the earth as he propelled himself upward, his fire element adding power to the leap as he burst forward. Terran technique, leg type, rocketing swing. Terran's legs swung forward with a force that seemed to split the air itself. The strike was imbued with the power of both fire and earth, each element amplifying the other as his legs smashed through the molten eruption with explosive force. The shockwave sent debris flying in every direction, and Thrain was forced to backpedal as the earth beneath his feet cracked. Despite the intense heat, Terran was untouched, his movements fluid and precise. The clash of their powers was intense, but it was far from over. Both warriors knew that this battle, though fierce, would not end until they had pushed each other to the very limits of their strength. As the battle raged on, they began to tap into even deeper reserves of their power, drawing upon the arcane forces of mana and aura. The valley around them seemed to tremble with the energy they summoned. Terran technique, Earth style, Titan shield. Terran, feeling the need to protect himself from the onslaught of Thrain's molten fury, raised his arms high. The earth answered his call, rising up to form an enormous shield of jagged stone, its surface glowing with the fire from his flame affinity. The stone became an unbreakable barrier, reinforced by the heat and weight of the earth, capable of withstanding even the most destructive of blows. Thrain, seeing the shield rise before him, smiled grimly. Thrain hammer technique, Inferno smite. With a deep breath, Thrain focused his power, the molten energy around his hammer flaring up once again. The hammer's molten metal bubbled with intensity, and as he swung it toward Terran's shield, the air around them crackled. A massive shockwave of fire and molten energy erupted from the hammer's head, filling the air with a bright, scorching light. The force of the strike hit the shield head-on, creating an explosion that sent ripples through the earth, turning the landscape around them into a furnace of fire. Terran's shield cracked, the molten rock flowing like liquid, but still, he stood firm, confident in his defense. Terran technique, fist type, mountain fall. As the explosion subsided, Terran unleashed his power. His fists, now glowing with the combination of fire and earth, crashed down upon Thrain. The ground below seemed to shake as if the very earth itself were protesting against the force of the strike. The impact of his fists tore through the air, sending tremors across the valley. The sheer force of the blow sent a massive shockwave, forming craters in its wake. Thrain, however, was prepared. His stance was rigid, his body absorbing the impact as if he were part of the mountain itself. Thrain hammer technique, anvil strike. In response, Thrain raised his hammer once again. With a primal roar, he swung the weapon downward with unrelenting force. The hammer collided with Terran's strike, and the resulting shockwave shattered the ground beneath them, sending massive cracks spreading through the earth. The force of the impact sent a geyser of molten rock into the air, but both warriors stood, their bodies trembling but unbroken. The intensity of the battle had reached a fever pitch, and they were far from finished. Terran technique, Earth style, Titan's wrath. Terran's entire body seemed to glow with the intensity of his element. The ground beneath him erupted as massive spires of earth shot up in every direction. Terran's power had reached a new level, his form now surrounded by an aura of both flame and earth. The power he wielded was almost tangible, and he pressed forward, his fists pounding the earth in rhythmic strikes that sent shockwaves across the battlefield. The spires of stone erupted like waves crashing against Thrain's defenses. Thrain hammer technique, Stormbringer strike. Not to be outdone, Thrain unleashed the full measure of his power. His hammer glowed with a storm of undulated energy, the air around it crackling with the fury of lightning and fire. The hammer's swing sent arcs of lightning cascading outward, striking the very earth and causing the sky itself to tremble. The energy surged around him as his hammer came down, meeting Terran's attack with a force that split the earth in two. The collision sent an explosion of energy cascading outward, but neither warrior faltered. Their battle raged on, with each attack more powerful than the last, yet neither was willing to yield. The valley had been turned into a war zone, the ground torn apart by the clash of their powers. Yet, despite the devastation around them, the two forces remained locked in their combat, each determined to prove that they were the true embodiment of their elements. As they continued to trade blows, the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the moment when one would finally fall. Would it be the unstoppable force of Tehran, or the unyielding might of Thrain? Neither was willing to surrender. The outcome was still uncertain, but the valley could feel the weight of their struggle. Rylus materialized in a new location, cursing the vampire for her cunning. The shift in space left him frustrated, knowing he had been outmaneuvered. "Who's the fox here?" Rylus thought, his gaze shifting to the explosion that erupted in the distance, the chaotic force of Aurelia's attack lingering in the air like a smoldering reminder of her cunning mind. "That must be a clone," Rylus mused, his eyes unwavering from the aftermath of the explosion. He refused to believe that Aurelia had simply detonated herself, not after the enigmatic smile she had given him before his hasty retreat. Even his instincts, sharp, finely tuned, affirmed his suspicions, dismissing the possibility of her demise so easily. "I guess even my instincts can be fooled," Rylus thought, his eyes narrowing as he processed the revelation. For the first time, his senses had been deceived, not by his father, the only one capable of slipping past his heightened awareness, but by Aurelia. The feeling unsettled him, gnawing at his confidence. His father's mastery over his instincts was one thing, a skill honed through years of experience. But the idea that someone like Aurelia could achieve the same, without the same depth of understanding, plunged a seed of doubt into Rylus' mind. If she could deceive him, what was stopping other champions from doing the same? The prospect of being outwitted by others, their tricks slipping past his defenses, was a thought that made the ground beneath him feel uncomfortably unstable. As the thick smoke, rising in a towering dome, began to dissipate, Rylus' sharp gaze locked onto a figure standing unmoving at the center of the chaos. His katana, sheathed with a quiet assurance, glinted faintly in the dim light. The debris that had once been scattered by the explosion now hung around him, suspended in midair as if bound by an invisible force, an undeniable presence that demanded obedience. Rylus narrowed his eyes, disbelief flickering across his features. "Who is this crazy human?" he thought, the intensity of the moment sharpening his focus. He didn't even dodge. He just tanked it with a skill, What kind of defense is that? The magnitude of the explosion, the raw destructive power, should have left anyone unprepared in shambles. Yet this man stood unfazed, his posture unyielding. Ryla's mind raced, trying to understand what kind of skill could grant such unflinching resilience. Even his instincts seemed to be in a daze as they too settled their focus on this very being. They both seemed to be swallowed by Anthony's gem-like eyes and calm demeanor. Ryla's gaze lingered as his ears suddenly twitched, a subtle yet unmistakable shift in the air, stirring his instincts. He broke from his fixation, his eyes flicking upwards. Descending with a controlled grace, Kael'thar's form plummeted from the heavens, his blade trailing closely behind him, an extension of his very being. Ryla's instincts, once razor-sharp and unwavering, faltered in this moment. The focus he had so intensely directed at Anthony left him disoriented, as though the very essence of his instincts had been dulled. Reacting with sheer, primal reflex, Rylas moved not with his mind, but with the deep-seated training that resided in his body. His instincts, though momentarily clouded, would not abandon him completely. As Kael'thar's body collided with the earth, the ground trembled violently. Ravines opened beneath his descending form as his saber cleaved into the surface, sending shockwaves of destruction in every direction. The air itself seemed to buckle, quaking with the ferocity of his assault. But Kael'thar did not feel the gratifying resistance of flesh. His strike had not found its mark, and with a swift calculation, he shifted his posture, preparing for the next phase of his assault. Rylas, having closed the distance in the blink of an eye, surged forward. His claws extended like daggers, a blur aimed directly for Kael'thar's cranium. Yet Kael'thar, anticipating this move with uncanny precision, bent his knees and dropped into a crouch. In a single fluid motion, he evaded Ryla's strike, the shimmering claws tearing through the air mere inches from his body. At the same time, Kael'thar launched an elbow strike, the movement so instantaneous that it seemed like an afterthought. Ryla's instincts ballooned into life, guiding his body with a reflexive block. He knew the attack was coming before it even materialized, but Kael'thar's adaptation was swift. In a split second, Kael'thar altered his trajectory, shifting his elbow into an upward strike. His legs propelled him upwards like coiled springs, sending his fist hurtling towards Rylas with the force of a cannonball. Rylas' mind screamed for him to move, but the warning came too late. The attack was already in motion, and Rylas, despite his unparalleled speed, found himself unable to react in time. The fist met its mark, the crushing impact sending a shock-wave of pain through Rylas' body. He was lifted from the ground and sent hurtling through the air, his mind reeling as his brain rattled inside his skull, struggling to maintain consciousness. As he soared through the sky, Kael'thar's legs coiled once again, propelling him forward with deadly precision. The earth shattered beneath him as he surged toward his opponent, his saber raised high in preparation for the final strike. The world seemed to hold its breath as Kael'thar's blade descended, the very air around them vibrating with the intensity of the impending collision. In that instant, time seemed to slow. Rylas, nearing the edge of consciousness, summoned another his reservoir of his power. Shadow Barrier. Mana surged from deep within Rylas' core, shadow swirling into existence beside him. The barrier took form in an instant, a protective wall of pure shadow. The impact of Kael'thar's saber meeting the barrier was deafening. Space seemed to crack like fragile glass, the explosive force reverberating outward in all directions. Wind barriers shattered with a deafening boom, and the sound barrier itself was torn apart in the wake of their clash. But Ryla's shadow barrier held firm, unyielding. The violent collision did not break it, though the shockwaves rippled through the air, causing Ryla's body to tremble as he stood, unscathed, save for a thin line of blood trailing from his nose. The two combatants hovered in the air, their eyes locked in a silent exchange. Both were drawing upon their aura and mana, weapons infused with their energy, preparing for the next inevitable strike. And then, in a blur, they vanished from existence. The world seemed to fracture as they reappeared, their weapons a blur of deadly motion. The very atmosphere trembled beneath their assault, as the skies were torn asunder by the force of their battle. Their movements were a symphony of destruction, their bodies fluid and in perfect harmony with the chaos they created. Every strike, every slash, was a note in an unfinished melody of war. The very wind seemed to move in time with their movements, guiding their strikes as though they were the instruments of a higher power. With each exchange, the ground beneath them buckled and split, the sound barriers straining and breaking in rapid succession. Their weapons became a streak of fire and shadow, each blow an impossibility of speed and power. And then Rylus shifted. The rhythm of the battle changed as his stance altered, his claws now carving through the air in a vicious arc. His feet dug into the ground as their positions flipped upward to downward in an instant. Chapter Year. Rylus Claw Technique, Umbral Rend. From Rylus form, shadow tendrils erupted in a flurry of strikes. Each tendril moved with lethal precision, seeking out any vulnerability, tearing at the very fabric of the battlefield as it drained the vitality of anything it touched. Kael'thar was not a novice. His saber hummed in response, a deep resonance of power emanating from it as the flames of his mana erupted around him. Kael'thar's saber technique, Scorching Crescent. A crescent of fire, born from the depths of Kael'thar's being, was hurled forward in a brilliant arc. The fiery wave cleaved through the air, striking with devastating accuracy. The clash was monumental, shadow tendrils meeting firestorm, an explosion of energy that consumed everything in its path. Yet, Kael'thar's instincts were finely honed, and his gaze never wavered. He could feel the shadow lurking behind him, waiting for an opening. But instead of appearing from behind, Rylus took a different approach. Rylus materialized in front of Kael'thar with blinding speed, his claws already extended, tearing through the air toward his opponent's vitals. Rylus Claw Technique, Veil Shred. Before Kael'thar could react, the claws were upon him, striking with a shadow, so pure it threatened to consume everything in its path. The air hummed with the energy of the strike, and death itself seemed to loom over Kael'thar as the claws bore down upon him. But Kael'thar was not without his own deadly response. Kael'thar's saber technique, Flare Tempest. In a whirlwind of motion, Kael'thar wrist spun, his saber spinning at breakneck speed. The vortex of fire that followed, it was a blinding torrent, engulfing him in a barrier of flames. The force of his movement sent a blazing tornado crashing outward, scorching everything in its path, including Rylus' attack. The heat was overwhelming, and Rylus found himself forced to retreat, the flames threatening to consume him. In a flash of shadow, he vanished, escaping the oncoming firestorm just as the flames began to rage. The battle continued, an endless dance of fire and shadow, of claws and sabers, as the two warriors moved in perfect synchronicity, each strike a testament to their mastery. But one shall fall. Vahalin and Serenel maneuvered through the chaos of the battlefield with lethal precision, their weapons striking unerringly at vital points. After a series of relentless exchanges, their blades clashed one final time before they withdrew, a tense moment of separation marking the pause in their duel. Serenel's form remained wreathed in phoenix flames, the intense fire dancing fiercely around her. With each deliberate breath she took, the temperature rose steadily, the air shimmering with unbearable heat, promising impending devastation. Vahalin stood motionless, his gaze fixed on Serenel. The way she wielded her rapier, graceful yet unrelenting, conveyed a daunting truth. Even if he transitioned to his most refined sword techniques, it would be futile. Such efforts would only deplete his stamina and mana, the latter of which he had strategies to replenish quickly. But stamina was an entirely different matter, precious and finite. Acknowledging the inevitability, he exhaled softly. With a single, fluid motion, he sheathed his sword, the act carrying the weight of his decision and resolve. Vahalan had decided to change his attacking style. Mana surged from Vahalan's core, flooding his senses as he prepared his next move. The very air around him thickened, as if recognizing the awakening of something formidable. With a calm but determined motion, Vahalan raised his hand, his lips parting to utter words imbued with raw power. The people of the elfin race revered Vahalan as a genius, his sword mastery unmatched. He was renowned for his ability to end an opponent before they even realized the fight had begun, his strikes so swift and precise that they never saw him coming. Though his magical abilities were well known among those close to him, they were rarely displayed in battle. It wasn't that he intentionally kept them hidden. It was simply that he had never faced an opponent strong enough to force him to transition from his favored close combat style to a long-range approach. But today, he encountered a foe, no, a force that was just as formidable as him with the blade. The opponent's skill and precision were on par with his own, a challenge he hadn't expected. Vahalan's magic was simply nature. A great many things could be accomplished with nature, its vast spectrum encompassing elements of earth, wind, water, and more. But Vahalan didn't waste his time trying to master every aspect of nature magic. To do so would have made him proficient, but not exceptional. He would have been like an empty vessel, making the loudest noise without substance behind it. Instead, he chose to focus on a select few elements, perfecting them with a sharp precision. Those few, he knew, were all he needed to make an impact. The clouds began to darken with unnatural speed, gathering ominously overhead. The blazing heat that had scorched the battlefield and the relentless sandstorms vanished as if they had never existed. Chapter Enjoy. The clouds shifted, converging above Vahalan, swirling around him in a powerful, unspoken dance. The atmosphere thickened, crackling with an electric charge, the air now surging with a deadly, almost tangible power. Nature magic, weather type, thunderstorm. As Vahalan's voice echoed through the air, lightning crackled to life, splitting the heavens as the world was suddenly washed in blinding white. Then, in an instant, fury descended upon everything. The attack was not aimed solely at Serenel, but at all champions on the field. The very air seemed to pulse with power as the overwhelming force forced every warrior to halt, their movements suspended as they braced for impact. Each champion was compelled to enter a state of defense, their focus entirely consumed by the ferocious surge of energy bearing down on them. Serenel, positioned directly in front of Vahalan, bore the brunt of the attack. A thick, blinding bolt of white lightning shot down from the heavens with terrifying speed. She knew there was no chance of evading it. This wasn't a single strike, but an omnidirectional assault, converging from every angle. Without hesitation, Serenel sprang into action, her instincts guiding her as she prepared her defenses, her movements swift and precise in the face of overwhelming power. Mana surged fiercely from Serenel's body as she tapped into her bloodline heritage, calling upon a power that was as ancient as it was formidable. A phantom-like phoenix materialized above her, its fiery form blazing with overwhelming intensity. The air around it thickened, heavy with its radiant aura. The phoenix's wings unfurled slowly, each movement exuding pride and power, as if announcing its dominion over the very elements themselves, unyielding and untamed. Phoenix magic, flame type, screech of a dying phoenix. As the phantom phoenix parted its jaws, time itself seemed to stretch, as if the world had entered a slow, almost languid state. Vahalan and Serenel experienced this deceleration for very different reasons, each immersed in their own unfolding fate. Then it happened. A searing cry erupted from the phoenix, a sonic blast that fractured the air, sending ripples of sound waves cascading across the battlefield. The very fabric of reality trembled under the weight of its force. When the two powers collided, it was as if the heavens and earth themselves tore asunder in an unparalleled cataclysm. The cry of the fiery phoenix shattered the air, turning sand into molten glass, while relentless torrents of lightning scourged the vitrified ground, reducing it to jagged shards of obsidian. Fierce winds howled in a frenzy, scattering burning embers and crackling arcs of electricity. The violent clash birthed a colossal shockwave, a blinding tempest that swept across the desert, consuming the land beneath a churning sky of storms and flames. Vahalan and every champion on the battlefield felt their very souls rattle under the immense energy. Then, a strange sensation coursed down Vahalan's skin, warm, almost tender. He raised his hand instinctively, feeling the trickle of something foreign. Blood. For the first time in his life, Vahalan had seen his own blood drawn by an enemy. Yet there was no rage, no surge of indignation that might be expected of someone of his standing. He did not wipe it away, nor did he flinch. His gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, focused and unwavering. Serenelle, however, was no stranger to adversity. She was not one to be passive in the face of danger. Every blow she took was simply another opportunity to return it tenfold. Without hesitation, she seamlessly transitioned into her next assault, her resolve unwavering as though death itself were an afterthought. The phantom phoenix vanished, recalled into the ether, but the temperature shifted once again. The clouds dispersed, and a stunning golden glow flared to life, bending the very air around it. The sun's warmth returned, but there was a peculiar quality to it, seemingly drawn into the golden radiance, as if the very life force of the sun itself was being siphoned away. It was the phantom phoenix at work once again. Vahalan's head snapped upward, his hand already raised in preparation to strike down the ethereal bird before it could complete its devastating ritual. But it was too late. The ritual had already reached its crescendo. Serenelle's voice cut through the oppressive heat, sharp and commanding, reverberating across the battlefield. Phoenix magic, flame type, ashen dive. With a single, powerful flap of its wings, the phantom phoenix plummeted toward the earth with a momentum that threatened to tear apart everything in its path. Its wings folded, and it descended faster, each moment accelerating its descent, until it seemed as though the very skies were collapsing. Vahalan felt the impending threat, his instincts already activating as his mind sought a counter. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a spell that seemed perfectly suited to the task at hand. Nature magic, wind type, gale reversal. Vahalan summoned a violent vortex of wind, the air twisting and howling in a frenzy. The gale reversed the phoenix's fiery descent, redirecting the searing flames back into the sky, where they spiraled into an inferno, scattering molten embers harmlessly across the horizon. The wind's ferocity tore through the desert, carving deep trenches into the once stable ground. Mountains trembled and crumbled as the winds sent shattered rock flying, scattering debris into the churning skies above. Without missing a beat, Vahalan cast again. Nature magic, water type, oceanic surge. The water surged forth with the force of a tidal wave, summoned from the very essence of the elements themselves. In less than a heartbeat, an ocean of raw, elemental power crashed onto the battlefield, sweeping forward like a relentless tide under Vahalan's control. He sought to drown Serenelle's flames, to extinguish her power once and for all. But Serenelle, undeterred, had already transitioned into her next attack. Phoenix magic, flame type, ember burst. Fiery orbs materialized in the air above her, each one crackling with the essence of the phoenix flames. Mana surged from Serenelle's very being, pouring into the orbs until they detonated across the battlefield in a glorious explosion of fire and fury. Each detonation unleashed a cascade of searing embers, igniting the air and scorching the earth beneath. The surge of flames met the water, hissing and steaming in a chaotic clash, while the shockwaves rattled the very foundation of the desert. The scalding steam blanketed the skies, distorting the air and searing everything it touched. Sand and glass turned brittle beneath the pressure, cracking into jagged shards. Rivers of water carved through the dunes, while the retreating surge eroded the very mountains themselves. What stood before them was not merely two mages, but beings whose very bloodlines defied the limits of power. They were not confined to a single class or path like the humans were, but excelled in every aspect, driven by innate talent and unyielding pride. In the midst of the steam and vapor, something shifted. Serenelle suddenly felt an excruciating pain tear through her very being, a sharp agony that radiated from her heart, an unfamiliar heat flooding her veins. Her blood, hot and thick, pooled around her heart. She could not comprehend how it had happened, nor could she understand the source of the attack. Before her eyes, Vahalan stood impossibly behind her, his blade piercing through her chest, perfectly piercing her heart. Her expression hardened, a twitching smile crossing her lips as she gazed at him, as if asking, "I thought we agreed to stick to magic in the second half of this battle?" She hadn't even sensed a move, yet now the world was growing dim. Her breath slowed, her vision blurred, and her pulse faltered. She knew she would not receive an answer if she asked how he had arrived without her notice. Instead, she smiled, not in malice like Aurelia's smile, but with a deep, knowing acceptance. Then, as if welcoming the inevitable, she closed her eyes and embraced death as an old companion, one who had always been with her, waiting in the shadows. As the phoenix breathed its final, a deafening, earth-shattering screech reverberated through the heavens, causing the very ground beneath to quake in its wake. The phoenix had fallen. The specters, their gazes fixed upon the representative of the phoenix race, awaited some form of response. At the very least, they anticipated a reaction from Serenelle's parents, an acknowledgement, a flicker of grief. But what they encountered was nothing short of unnerving. Neither the father nor the mother moved, their expressions as impassive as stone. There was no sign of sorrow, no tremor of emotion. It was as if their daughter's demise had been a mere whisper in the winds of fate, entirely inconsequential to them. As the anguished screech finally faded, Serenelle's form began to disintegrate before their eyes, her body crumbling into ash, as if the very essence of her existence had been severed from the fabric of the world. Elsewhere, in the midst of another storm of battle, Anthony was locked in fierce combat with Aurelia. The battleground was a bleak and twisted landscape. Blackened trees reached into a sky filled with the remnants of fading light. The earth trembled as the clash of blood and darkness loomed. Several miles of this desolate plain had been ravaged by previous conflicts. The air was thick with bloodlust, and the scent of decay hung heavily around the perimeter. The battle had stretched on for what seemed like an eternity, a relentless clash of wills and power. But Aurelia's vampiric healing abilities proved to be an unyielding shield, allowing her to withstand the onslaught time and again. Anthony, ever the Tempest, flashed across the battlefield with a speed so blinding it nearly defied the senses, his presence almost imperceptible to her, even as he parried one of her relentless strikes with effortless precision. His katana hummed with an insatiable hunger for battle, its blade vibrating with the surging energy that flowed through it like a torrent, growing more volatile with every passing moment. In stark contrast, Aurelia seemed to struggle, her movements hindered by the overwhelming disparity between their speeds. Anthony's strikes flowed with grace and lethal intent, each slash executed with the fluidity of a master, while Aurelia was left scrambling, her spear snapping to life like a serpent as she desperately deflected a portion of his strikes. Yet, despite her best efforts, many of his blows still found their mark, slicing through her body with unrelenting force. The cuts, deep and savage, lacerated her delicate skin. Yet, as always, the healing process was swift. The injuries appeared and vanished in the blink of an eye, an almost unnatural regeneration. But though her body healed with alarming speed, her pride did not. No matter how often her wounds mended, the sting of defeat still lingered, and the pain, while fleeting, was not something she cherished. With a swift, calculated motion, she disengaged, using the brief respite to create distance between herself and Anthony. She moved like a shadow across the battlefield, the weight of her pride and resolve pushing her forward. How can a human be this strong? Aurelia's gaze remained fixed on Anthony, who stood undeterred, not a single injury marking his form, his breath unaltered. As she pondered the sight before her, Anthony's voice broke through the stillness, emanating from where he stood. "It isn't your fault." Aurelia looked at him and asked, "What do you mean?" Anthony replied, without speaking much, "It means you drew the short end of the stick." Aurelia remained silent, her resolve hardening as she fixed her gaze on Anthony. No questions, no response. Only the fierce determination to end this human, whose very existence now seemed an affront to her. With a swift, deliberate motion, she raised her hand. For a brief, unnerving moment, her blood seemed to halt in her veins, before it surged once more, faster and more violently. 3 shimmering droplets of blood, drawn from the depths of her heart, emerged, suspended between her fingers. They hung in the air, swirling around her like a dark omen, their presence palpable with ominous energy. Aurelia's face paled as she watched the droplets spin, the strain evident in her features. It seemed that even her vampiric regenerative powers could not keep up with the toll this technique exacted on her body. Vampiric blood art, perfect clone. With a violent surge, 3 perfect replicas of Aurelia manifested, each one armed with distinct abilities, a terrifying blend of her mastery over blood magic, spear techniques, and the darkness element. But these 3 Aurelias weren't like the first clone Aurelia created, which didn't even possess more than half of her original prowess. These ones were perfect clones that required their very blood essence. Each clone possessed full mana that the original Aurelia possessed, her perfect strength and full abilities. Anthony shook his head, his gaze steady as he observed the unfolding scene, his voice calm, but laced with a hint of finality. "Changing the number doesn't alter the outcome. I suppose it's time to end this charade." The Aurelias, however, did not respond with words. Instead, they reacted with a flurry of attacks, their movements synchronized, an unspoken fury emanating from each of them. Anthony didn't flinch. The battle was only just beginning. The blood magic clone moved first. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured an explosion of dark red liquid that surged toward Anthony. "Blood magic, blood torrent," she cast, summoning a river of coagulated blood that surged like a tidal wave to drown Anthony beneath its suffocating mass. The blood clone sent out crimson tendrils, jagged and twisted, aiming to pierce through Anthony's defenses. With a single, practiced swipe, Anthony's katana cleaved through the torrent. His movements were a blur of cold precision, his blade a living thing, carving effortlessly through the flood of crimson, each swing cutting through the blood waves like butter. The blood clone's eyes widened with disbelief as her own attack was torn apart with almost no effort. Before she could respond, Anthony was already upon her. His katana arced through the air and severed the clone's body in a clean, brutal slash, the blood evaporating into the air as the clone dissipated into mist. The spear clone was next. She darted forward with the lethal grace of a predator, using a technique right at the bat. Aurelia's spear technique, Black Veil Thrust. A technique that blended her mastery of spear combat with the suffocating energy of her blood. Her spear gleamed with dark energy, glowing ominously as she thrust forward in an attempt to pierce Anthony's heart. Each strike was lightning fast, aimed at finding the tiniest gap in his defense. Anthony sidestepped with the ease of a master, his katana a glinting barrier as he parried the spear strikes one after another. The spear clone's eyes narrowed in frustration as she thrust again, harder, faster, her weapon slicing through the air with unmatched speed. Aurelia's spear technique, Lurking Serpent Slash. She unleashed another attack as she moved. Anthony, with an almost languid motion, spun his katana. The attack was met with his blade, the force of the strike sending the spear clone stumbling back. But she wasn't done. As she recovered, she leaped into the air, executing a follow-up. Aurelia's spear technique, moonlit crescent strike. Her spear gleaming like a shard of the moon itself, aiming for Anthony's exposed side. But Anthony's katana blurred into motion, the sharp edge slicing through the air with a single, clean stroke. Her spear was torn asunder. The clone vanished without a sound, her body evaporating into a mist of dark energy, leaving only the faintest trace of blood in the air. The final clone, the darkness clone, was the most dangerous of all. She melded with the shadows, her body flickering between forms like smoke. She was a blur, attacking from every angle, drawing upon the surrounding darkness to disorient and confuse. Darkness technique, phantom embrace. From within the ever-present shadows, she struck with uncanny speed, her spear slicing through the darkness with the precision of a master assassin. Anthony's katana flashed, slashing through phantom after phantom, but each time it was the wrong target. The darkness clone would appear behind him, a spear thrusting toward his back, her weapon dripping with the essence of the blackness. Anthony's movements were fluid, almost casual. With a single spin, his katana cleaved through the shadowy attacks one after another. His senses heightened as he felt the pulse of energy surrounding the clone. Finally, with a single definitive motion, he twisted his katana in a complex arc, his blade cutting through the fabric of shadow itself. The clone, seeing all her attack being demolished instantly, she moved into the next technique. Darkness technique, abyssal pierce. But the attack was met with nothing but empty air. The clone had miscalculated. Anthony's katana moved faster than she could anticipate, and as she reformed in front of him, her spear raised for the final strike. Anthony's blade cleaved through her. She vanished in an explosion of inky blackness, leaving only the faintest trace of dissipating shadows. With all her clones destroyed, Aurelia, the last living vestige of her perfect plan, was left alone in the desolation. She staggered back, her knees threatening to buckle beneath her. Her spear, driven deep into the earth, was the only thing holding her upright. Her once pristine form was now bloodied and battered. Her regenerating body could only heal so fast. The toll of the battle weighed heavily on her. Her breathing was ragged, her eyes burning with the final flicker of defiance. Anthony remained standing. He had not moved much throughout the entire battle. His katana remained by his side, bloodless and undisturbed. His expression was unreadable, though his eyes held no emotion, no pity, no remorse. Only utter indifference. Aurelia raised her head, her gaze locking onto Anthony. Her voice was rough, as though it pained her to speak. "Are you even human?" Anthony's gaze was steady. "You drew the short end when you decided to attack me, thinking I was an easy win. If you fought any other champion, I am sure you would have at least lasted longer or won." Aurelia was, without a doubt, a prodigy, a genius whose brilliance was undeniable. It was precisely this exceptional talent that had driven Alara, the vampire queen, to orchestrate a bloodbath, believing it would serve her cause. Vampires thrived on such chaos, their power fed by the destruction and death. But Alara had miscalculated. Aurelia's unparalleled prowess had met its match in the form of the anomaly. With a final, exhausted breath, Aurelia gripped her spear, struggling to summon any strength left. She could barely stand, her body weakening despite her regenerative ability. The realization hit her hard. This was the end. Anthony's katana was already in motion. It sliced through the air with a fluid motion, effortlessly severing the last hope Aurelia had left. Aurelia's form disintegrated, crumbling into ash and dust in the wake of the final blow. Her spear, now abandoned, fell to the ground with a hollow thud. The battlefield was silent, save for the sound of Anthony's breathing, steady, unaffected. The surrounding environment, once an expanse of untamed beauty, was now a shattered ruin, marked by destruction from their battle. Where once there had been life, now only ash and blood remained. Anthony sheathed his katana. The battle had been no more than an inconvenience, an obstacle quickly cleared. Energy roared and surged as the two forces collided, their immense power reverberating through the very fabric of the world. Blinding streaks of light streaked across the battlefield, cutting through the chaos like celestial blades, their clash propelling them to a fiery domain of molten rock and smoldering heat. Volcanoes erupted violently in their wake, spewing torrents of lava as if the earth itself sought to mirror the cataclysmic confrontation. One figure, small and defiant, the other, vast and imposing. Yet their battle shook the heavens and earth alike, a testament to their overwhelming might. For hours, the Titan and the dwarf had waged their relentless war, each strike echoing with the weight of their determination. Their bodies bore the marks of their prolonged struggle, riddled with deep wounds and seeping injuries. Blood dripped steadily from their mouths, noses, eyes, and ears, a grim testament to their shared resolve. Yet, neither wavered, for they both understood the unspoken truth. This battle would not end until one of them fell. Locking eyes once more across the chaotic battlefield, their gazes burned with unyielding killing intent, a silent promise that only death would grant resolution. Mana surged from Terran's core, an unstoppable force reshaping the battlefield as they clashed with unrelenting ferocity. Beneath their feet, the earth transformed instantly, its structure shifting and morphing as if the very essence of matter obeyed Terran's command. Thrain sensed the change and instinctively attempted to retreat, but Terran's relentless presence kept him firmly in check. Then, in a moment that defied expectation, Thrain's footing faltered, his feet slipping on the altered terrain. His eyes widened in disbelief, the realization striking him like a thunderclap. Impossible. For one as skilled as he, aided by mana and aura, slipping should have been unthinkable. Yet, Terran's mastery over the earth had transcended even those safeguards. How can I even slip? To Thrain, this was an impossibility. Even if he could slip on the ground, his mastery of mana and aura should have negated such a misstep. Yet Terran's control over the earth had bypassed both energies, an act of precision and power that defied reason. As Thrain floated midair for a split second, caught off guard, Terran seized the opportunity with unrelenting precision. This brief window, this fleeting instant, was all he needed. It was the culmination of his plan, meticulously executed by altering the Earth's structure. Terran's fist tensed, veins bulging across his forearm as raw strength coiled within his muscles. Like a meteor descending from the heavens, his fist hurtled toward Thrain's exposed head with devastating force. Thrain, still suspended midair, caught sight of the descending blow. He realized instantly there was no time to raise his hammer to block. The Earth's sudden shift had left him utterly vulnerable. Without hesitation, he summoned both mana and aura in tandem. Aura formed a protective barrier around him, shimmering faintly with raw energy. Simultaneously, he invoked the fire element through his mana, flames erupting into life in the blink of an eye. But the fire was not meant to attack. Instead, Thrain willed it to explode outward in a controlled detonation. The resulting shockwave surged around him, not powerful enough to harm Terran, but crafted with precision to push Thrain back, or at least deflect him from the trajectory of the incoming strike. As the shockwave erupted, Thrain's head snapped to the side, his body jostled by the force. But Terran's fist was neither slow nor deterred. It barreled forward with unstoppable momentum, connecting with the edge of Thrain's face. The aura barrier flared, absorbing much of the impact, but the raw power behind the punch still caused an eruption of destruction. The air cracked with the force of the collision, and the ground beneath them trembled once more as Terran's unyielding strength clashed against Thrain's defensive might. This time, the force of the collision was too immense for even them to contain. Both combatants were hurled backward like ragdolls, their forms crashing into volcanoes with earth-shaking force. The volcanic peaks erupted on impact, spewing lava that splashed and rolled over their bodies. Yet neither flinched. The molten rock and crushing collisions barely registered as their energy-imbued forms shrugged off the destruction. Tehran emerged first, stepping out of the shattered remains of the mountain he had been launched into. Across the battlefield, Thrain staggered free from the molten wreckage that surrounded him. Despite narrowly avoiding death, a faint grin tugged at the corners of his lips. But something was different. His left eye, once burning with life and determination, was gone. The devastating force of Terran's punch, partially absorbed by his aura barrier, had sent residual energy tearing through his skull, obliterating the eye. To anyone else, it would have been a catastrophe. But to Thrain, losing only his left eye instead of his entire head was nothing short of a victory. His grin widened. Thrain raised his massive hammer high, the sheer weight of it seeming to draw the heavens themselves toward him. Lightning crackled along the length of the weapon, the very air around it vibrating with raw energy. Enjoy new chapters from Empire. For a fleeting moment, it was as if time itself held its breath, waiting for the storm to break. Then, with a deafening roar, lightning descended from the heavens, crackling with fierce brilliance as it struck the hammer with unrelenting force. The entire landscape seemed to pulse in response, bathed in an almost blinding torrent of white lightning. It was as if Thrain was summoning the very fury of the storm itself, drawing every ounce of energy from the atmosphere. The ground beneath him groaned, the earth buckling and cracking as Thrain's knees bent under the overwhelming force he was harnessing. The power continued to rise, until, at the apex of his control, it was as if the world itself was poised to collapse under the weight of his might. Then, in an instant, it all released. Thrain hammer technique, lightning hammer throw. With an explosive movement, Thrain arched his arm back, every muscle in his body coiling like a spring. In a single, beastly motion, he hurled the hammer forward, releasing a torrent of energy that shattered the air around him. The force it carried was a storm incarnate, unyielding, relentless, and deafening. The very earth trembled in its wake, unable to halt its monstrous progression. Terran's eyes narrowed as he saw the hammer bearing down upon him, a storm of raw power embodied in its descent. With a fluid motion, he shifted his center of gravity, his stance becoming a pillar of unyielding strength. Mana and aura converged beneath his feet, weaving seamlessly together, anchoring him to the earth. Every fiber of his being coiled in preparation for the impending collision. Terran technique, fist type, world fall. With a roar, his fist shot out like a missile launched from the heart of fighter jet. The air around it crackled, warped by the force, and in that singular moment, time itself seemed to slow. The two forces, one the hammer of a mighty dwarf, the other the fist of a titan, met mid-air with the precision of a poet choosing their words. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Time itself felt suspended, stretched, fleeting yet eternal. A split second passed, then an hour, a year, and then a millennium, each moment overlapping and slipping into the next. It was as though the very concept of time had unraveled, caught in the sheer force of their clash. And then, like the lifting of a veil, the silence shattered, and the world was reborn in a single cataclysmic explosion. The collision sent shockwaves through the very fabric of the earth, tearing molten ground asunder. Volcanoes, once towering in their fiery majesty, crumbled to dust, obliterated by the sheer ferocity of the impact. The very world seemed to shake, the forces of nature buckling under the unimaginable power of their strike. The shockwave rippled outward for miles, an unstoppable force of destruction. The land itself was ravaged, everything in its path erased from existence. Space itself seemed to fracture, splintering like glass, before rapidly repairing itself in a twisted dance of destruction and restoration. Yet the chaos was far from over. A thick cloud of smoke rose, consuming everything in its wake, obscuring the devastation that had just occurred. Amid the chaos, Tehran stood tall, unwavering, his body scarred from past battles but unscathed by the recent onslaught. He gripped the hammer in his hand, feeling its weight, feeling the power coursing through it. His feet were planted firmly, but the sheer force of the collision had forced him to skid backwards slightly. Yet, despite the overwhelming power that had been released, he remained poised, his resolve unbroken. The hammer of the dwarf now lay in his grasp. The dwarf was nothing without his hammer. And in that moment, a thought crossed his mind, accompanied by the faintest of smiles. He could end this now. The dwarf's fate seemed sealed, and Terran's grin widened. He could feel the finality of his power. But as the smoke continued to rise, the tension between them, unspoken, lingered in the air. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Terran's eyes locked on Thrain, who stood with a peculiar stance. His fists were now wrapped in an eerie, metallic energy, buzzing ominously as if every particle in his body had been replaced by the very essence of raw power. Is he planning to fight me barehanded now that he lost his hammer? Terran thought. The idea seemed absurd, but his attention was fully fixed on the dwarf, who was now preparing for his next move. Is the dwarf a foe? Before Terran could finish his thoughts, Thrain was upon him. The speed was shocking, too quick to react. One moment, he was watching, analyzing, and the next, Thrain's fist was mere centimeters from his gut. The force was overwhelming, the speed impossible to predict. Terran didn't even have time to raise his guard before the punch landed with bone-shattering precision. The impact sent Terran hurtling backward, his body slamming into the earth. The momentum was enough to send him flying, the very air beneath him unable to stop his violent descent. His hand gripped the hammer instinctively, but his mind couldn't keep up with the sudden barrage. Before he even managed to process the attack, Thrain was in front of him again. A flash of aura surrounded the dwarf's fist, a torrent of metal wrapping around his arm like a cloak of pure destruction. Thrain's fist slammed into Terran's temples, the world spinning as his body recoiled violently. Terran was sent flying again, his senses scrambling to regain control as his body spun uncontrollably through the air. Every ounce of his will focused on keeping himself from losing consciousness. But Thrain wasn't done. Before Terran could recover, the dwarf appeared once more, and his entire body now shimmered in a metallic sheen, radiating an energy that made the air itself hum. Weight change, 10,000 tons. Thrain's weight increased drastically, and with it, his entire form seemed to glow with a terrifying, amplified power. Metal wrapped around him like armor, his muscles bulging with unnatural force. Aura swirled around him, transforming him into an unstoppable juggernaut. Then, with a single motion, Thrain launched himself at Terran with the power of a falling asteroid. The impact was catastrophic. Terran's chest caved under the brutal force, cracks spreading through his ribs like spiderwebs. The ground beneath him buckled, but Thrain didn't stop. His feet pressed into Terran's body with a power that seemed to crush time itself. Terran was launched backward, the violent force sending him skidding through the molten earth. But Terran wasn't done yet either. His mind raced, and he quickly put a thought into action. He released his grip from the hammer for a split second, stabilizing his body mid-air. Then, as the pressure around him shifted and Thrain prepared for another attack, Terran vanished. Thrain froze in surprise as the titan before him disappeared. But Terran's voice echoed from behind him. "It was your hammer, wasn't it?" Thrain's gaze remained fixed on him, his grin never faltering. The truth was undeniable. He had planned this. The hammer was his key to the teleportation, another card up his sleeves. Terran continued, his voice filled with realization. "Your hammer has an ability to allow its wielder to teleport to it. That's why you threw it as an attack. You knew I would grab it and think that without your hammer, you were just a simple dwarf." Thrain didn't argue. He simply smiled, nodding in agreement. His plan had worked, but he couldn't end his enemy. With a swift motion, Thrain raised his hand. His hammer trembled for a second before shooting up into his grasp. "I thought you were all muscles and no brain," Thrain remarked, his voice not even dripping with mockery, but merely stating a fact. "A lot of people see me like that," Terran replied calmly. "I just don't like using my brain and prefer to fight head-on. But I should end this. The others are done with their own opponents. At that, Thrain's expression shifted. The air seemed to change, the atmosphere thickening with pressure as the tension mounted. You should rejoice for making me pull this card out, though, Taron said, his tone ominous. Activate. Suddenly, the injuries that had littered Taron's body began to heal. The minor cuts, bruises, and abrasions that had accumulated throughout the fight disappeared as his muscles grew taut and his physique expanded. His body bulged with power, growing taller, more formidable with every passing second. War physique. This was Taron's true form, a physique he had rarely ever used. But now, facing an opponent as strong as Thrain, he had no choice but to unleash it. It was a form that granted him unmatched strength. Thrain watched as Taron's transformation took place, his expression shifting slightly. There was no denying it. Taron was far more than a mere brute. I'll give you a satisfying death. Taron's voice rang out as he materialized beside the dwarf with terrifying speed. Before Thrain could react, Taron's fist collided with his head. The force was so great that his neck snapped back, his entire body whipped from the impact. The ground below him cracked open as he plummeted from the sky. Taron followed quickly, his presence bearing down on Thrain as the dwarf struggled to rise. But before he could even move, Taron's hand landed heavily on his shoulder. The weight was impossible to bear, and with a single press, Thrain's knees buckled, collapsing him to the earth. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Thrain's eyes never lost their fire. He still smiled, even as he knelt before Taron, as if he had one last trick up his sleeve. With a defiant grunt, he swung his hammer upward, aiming for Taron's ribs. But Taron didn't even flinch. He allowed the hammer to connect with his body. However, when it did, a shocking vibration ran through the weapon and through Thrain's entire body. Crack! Thrain's eyes widened in disbelief as his hammer shattered into pieces. His hand fell limply to his side, and his gaze met Taron's, filled with shock and awe. You fought well, Taron said softly, his grip tightening on the dwarf's head. With a final, sickening crunch, the dwarf's skull imploded. Blood and brain matter splattered across the earth as the last vestige of resistance vanished. Taron stood over him, his face expressionless. Another powerful foe had fallen, but in the quiet aftermath of the battle, there was no satisfaction in his eyes. In a canyon surrounded by jagged rock formations, with rivers weaving through the chasm below, Rylus was seen soaring through the air, his momentum unyielding as Kael'thar's crushing blow struck his jaw. His body slammed into a cliffside, the impact reverberating through the stone. After a brief, breath-stealing moment, he spun midair, regaining his balance before landing gracefully on all fours. Rising to his feet, he spat out a mix of blood and saliva, his expression a silent vow of defiance. Kael'thar blasted through the clouds, crashing down with immense force. The earth trembled under his weight, buckling as his feet struck the ground. Dust exploded into the air, swirling violently, and a small ravine cracked open beneath him. He strode forward with unwavering confidence, his eyes locked onto Rylus, every step radiating the promise of annihilation. How? Rylus thought. He had just been hit because his instincts hadn't seen the attack coming. The temperature rose, and the rock beneath Kael'thar's feet quickly melted as he walked. Seems like I have to rely on my reflex, then, Rylus thought, as his previous thoughts had just become true. If Aurelia could bypass his instincts, why couldn't others? And Kael'thar was doing just that. He didn't have the luxury of figuring it out now, at least not right now. The wind howled as it spiraled around him, a trembling burst marking his swift departure from his original position. When he reappeared, his claws were already poised to strike Kael'thar's heart. With a fluid motion, Kael'thar's saber rose, its blade moving as effortlessly as a serene river, intercepting the deadly claws. Sparks flew, scattering in the air at the clash of steel and talon. With a deadly glint flashing in Rylus' eyes, he activated one of his skills. Mana surged from his core, and the shadows across the field instantly converged, as if drawn to him by an unseen force. Kelthar, sensing the sudden shift, attempted to move, but it was already too late. Rylus' voice rang out, carrying an ominous resonance through the air. Shadow Realm. The world was instantly engulfed in an impenetrable darkness as shadows formed a suffocating dome, consuming everything in its path. Kelthar's vision was lost. He could see nothing. He could feel nothing. He could sense nothing. In that moment, everything was stripped from him. Even his mind seemed to falter, questioning his very existence. His subconscious barely clung to whatever was left. As his thoughts spiraled, a sudden gash appeared on his back, sharp claw marks raking across his flesh. But Kelthar felt nothing. His body seemed to deny the sensation of pain, as if in denial of the very injury. Then another gash came, followed by another, the wounds multiplying with each passing moment. Yet Kelthar remained silent. In his mind's haze, a scream echoed, the raw instinct to survive ignited. And with that scream, his subconscious activated a skill. Serene View. This skill was designed to preserve his mental clarity, to keep his mind active, calm, and free from external influence, though it only shielded him to a certain extent. As the skill activated, Kelthar's consciousness snapped back into focus, but with it, the searing pain returned. His brain was flooded with signals from his pain receptors, each injury a sharp reminder of his vulnerable state. Yet, despite the agony, Kelthar's expression remained unmoved, his resolve unbroken. He could feel the rawness of the wounds across his body, but his vision remained locked in impenetrable darkness. Nothing existed beyond the void that surrounded him. The world remained a pitch-black abyss, silent and suffocating. Dragon Scale. Another skill surged to life, as Kelthar's mana flowed like liquid fire, weaving into his scales, further reinforcing his already formidable defenses. His senses sharpened, straining to pierce the overwhelming void, but the oppressive darkness left him feeling utterly blind. Rylus continued his relentless assault, striking swiftly, leaving fresh gashes across Kelthar's body with each fleeting moment. The agony was relentless, but Kelthar's patience thinned. He would no longer remain passive. With a snort of determination, mana exploded from him, igniting the very air around him. Stay updated with Empire. The fire element twisted and danced in his grasp, a spell taking form. He was ready. Dragon Magic, Fire Type, Solar Field. A maddening heat erupted from Kelthar, the flames roaring to life with an intensity that swallowed the oppressive darkness whole. The Shadow Realm, which Rylus had meticulously crafted, was torn apart, its very essence consumed by the merciless fire. Rylus, feeling the searing heat, reacted instinctively, summoning the wind element in an attempt to shield himself and maneuver. The violent winds clashed against the raging flames, but the power of Kelthar's inferno was relentless, steadily burning away Rylus's defenses. Kelthar's strategy was as simple as it was effective. When darkness threatened to engulf him, he would simply light the way. And now, everything around him was consumed in a tempest of flames, leaving nothing untouched. Dragon Magic, Fire Type, Soothing Flames. Flames wrapped around Kelthar like a newborn embrace, the intense heat soothing and healing his injuries at an astonishing rate. Torn scales vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind unblemished skin. While the sight seemed simple, the precision required to control such a spell was far from it. The fire, mana, and control needed to perform the healing were immense. Only a being of Kelthar's caliber could wield such power. As a dragon, he excelled in all three categories: fire, mana, and control, reigning supreme in each. His senses sharpened as he tracked Rylus's fleeting movements, his gaze honing in on the shadowy figure. Then, suddenly, Kelthar's chest expanded, his throat swelling as mana swirled violently within it. His breath ignited, lighting up the surrounding darkness, as a surge of energy gathered in his chest, ready to unleash. Dragon Breath. Unlike other dragons, Kael'thar didn't unleash a chaotic torrent of flames. Instead, he concentrated the fiery power within a singular point in his throat, focusing it with deadly precision. This concentration heightened the speed and destructive force of his flames, making them far more lethal. With a roar, he released the beam of fire, shooting it forward like a harbinger of annihilation. It tore through the very fabric of space itself, a line of pure devastation as it cut through everything in its path. Rylus' instincts screamed at him, a blaring warning that felt like the deafening horn of a truck, signaling death was upon him. Without hesitation, he vanished into the shadows, using his shadow dive to escape the lethal beam. But Kael'thar had anticipated this. With a slow, deliberate motion, he swung his head around, unleashing the continuous barrage of flames that tore everything in its wake. The once mighty canyon was reduced to nothing, stones disintegrated to dust, rivers evaporated under the unbearable heat, and molten lava surged as the land itself buckled and burned. Rylus materialized in a far corner of the battlefield, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. Though he had narrowly avoided Kael'thar's devastating breath, the dragon's relentless pursuit had left its mark. He hadn't taken any direct blows, but the heat had scorched him, and his body bore the faint traces of the Inferno's wrath. Rylus wasn't a dragon, and his mana reserves, though impressive for his rank, were nowhere near Kael'thar's overwhelming power. He knew he couldn't outlast the onslaught. The time for evasion was over. I have to end this. The thought echoed through his mind as he steadied himself, his focus narrowing. It was now or never. Rylus drew deep from his mana reserve, fully aware that this decision would drain him completely, leaving him vulnerable. Yet there was no turning back. He had no choice but to push forward. Mana surged within him, responding to his call. Shadows thickened, swirling and bending around him. But this time, it wasn't a blanket of darkness. It was something more focused, more deadly. A singular orb of pure, unfeeling darkness materialized before him, its surface smooth and lifeless, devoid of any aura or presence. To the untrained eye, it seemed like nothing more than a small, harmless sphere. But to Kael'thar, a dragon of immense power, it was the embodiment of death itself. Kael'thar's instinct screamed. He couldn't dodge. He couldn't defend. Whatever this was, it was beyond his reach. He could feel the ominous weight of impending doom pressing against him. In a desperate countermeasure, he tapped into his own mana reserve, his body heating up as he prepared a retaliatory strike. But Rylus was faster. Forbidden shadow art, reality fracture. This was devastating skill where Rylus manipulates shadows to tear through the fabric of reality itself, creating a zone of annihilation. This power is the ultimate expression of the shadow element, bending the battlefield to the Rylus will and erasing anything caught within its range. This was Rylus' trump card, a devastating art passed down from his father. Though he couldn't fully unleash its boundless power, the raw destruction it could cause in its limited form was enough to alter the course of the battle. With a flick of his wrist, the orb shot forward with terrifying speed, its darkness swallowing the air around it. Kael'thar's eyes locked onto the oncoming orb, his instincts already kicking into overdrive. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared his counterattack. Every fiber of his being screamed to act, knowing that this was the final moment. Forbidden dragon magic. Fire type. Miniature sun summon. Kael'thar's hand rose, and a blinding point of light erupted, rapidly expanding into a miniature sun. Its fiery core blazed with intense heat, casting flickering shadows across the canyon. The air warped, and molten earth bubbled beneath as the sun crackled with energy, threatening to engulf everything in its devastating radiance. The ground trembled under its weight. A literal miniature was summoned by Kael'thar. The temperature didn't just mere increase. It devoured everything present that it touched. Then it shot forward to meet the black orb. The canyon trembled violently as the miniature sun unleashing apocalyptic devastation. The miniature sun's incandescent flames scorched the heavens, transforming the air into a molten haze, while jagged fractures of shadow tore through reality, distorting space itself. Rivers evaporated into blinding steam as the canyon walls crumbled into ash and dust. The collision forged a vortex of fire and void, ripping through the landscape in waves of annihilation. As the ground ruptured under their immeasurable power, the sky above turned into a chaotic maelstrom of light and darkness, leaving a scorched, fragmented wasteland in its wake. It was beautiful, yet tyrannical. Then, everything suddenly stopped, the smoke cleared. Only one figure remained standing, barely. It was Kael'thar, the dragon champion. He had finally emerged victorious. But the world didn't seem to allow him respite. He could feel the weight of several gazes upon him. Turning slowly, he met the eyes of three individuals. Anthony, his face impassive, stared at the destruction with a strange sense of admiration. Tehran, the Titan, stood tall and unwavering, observing with quiet intensity. Vahalan, the elf, also stood in the distance, his gaze fixed on the aftermath. In that moment, their eyes locked in silent understanding. They were on the edge, their own battles looming. The fight offered no reprieve. Without a word, they each settled into a lotus position, silently recovering their mana and tending to their injuries. It was a quiet agreement between them, a brief truce in the midst of the chaos. Meanwhile, Anthony, with a casual wave of his hand, conjured a parasol and a chair. He sat beneath the shade, leisurely eating fruits, completely unbothered by the destruction around him. The other champions were battered, drained, and recovering, while he simply relaxed, a quiet figure in the midst of the storm. Those who bore witness could do nothing but stand idly by, helpless and paralyzed. They watched as their child perished before their very eyes, their hearts breaking with every passing moment. Yet, despite their anguish, they dared not intervene. For though action was within their grasp, the cost of such defiance was far too great, a price that would strip them of everything they held dear. The family members of Aurelia, Rylus, Thrain, and Serenel stood in silence, sorrow coursing through their veins like a relentless tide. For a fleeting moment, killing intent flickered in their eyes, a dangerous glimmer of their suppressed rage. But even that brief instant did not escape notice. The parents of the victors immediately radiated a suffocating aura, a clear and deadly warning. The parents of the fallen, though brimming with grief and fury, dared not act. Not in the presence of the patriarch and the clan leaders, whose authority was absolute. They knew death would claim them before they could so much as blink. And so, they clenched their jaws, forcing themselves to endure the bitter reality. The result shattered any illusions of winning they might have clung to, leaving only despair in its wake. Alara Bloodmoon, queen of the vampire race, could only release a quiet, internal sigh as she watched her own champion fall. From the moment Anthony began his seemingly measured defense, Alara knew Aurelia had no chance. Anthony's words echoed in her mind. They rang true. Had Aurelia faced anyone else, she might have been among the victorious. What baffled Alara, however, was how Anthony had discerned he was facing Aurelia's clone. He had fought as though unaware, as though genuinely engaged, never once revealing his advantage. Even Alara had silently commended Aurelia's strategy, wearing Anthony down by forcing him to expend his mana and stamina. But that plan had unraveled disastrously. When the real Aurelia finally emerged, her first decisive strike ended in catastrophe, her arms severed before she could even begin. The other members of the Phoenix clan mourned their fallen champion in a solemn silence, their sorrow palpable yet restrained. Serenel's mother, however, sat still and emotionless, her demeanor cold and detached, as though she'd merely lost another pawn in a calculated game of chess. The weight of countless gazes bore down upon her, probing for even a flicker of grief, but she offered none. She felt their scrutiny, their judgment, but dismissed it with indifference. In her eyes, she owed no one an explanation. Empathy was not her obligation. Michael, Collins, Mitchell, and Irene watched their bloodline with a profound sense of pride, their emotions etched in different ways. Michael, no longer cloaked in the stoic veneer of the Sword Saint, bore a grin wider than anyone in the audience as he witnessed Anthony strike down Aurelia. "He truly is my son, my baby monster," Michael thought, his chest swelling with unrestrained pride as he watched his son sheath his katana with precision and grace. Collins, in contrast, remained outwardly impassive, his expression as unreadable as ever. But the faint ripple of his aura betrayed his elation, silently roaring louder than words ever could. Mitchell's reaction was more serene. A sweet, motherly smile of satisfaction graced her lips as she observed her son. "If this continues, perhaps I won't have to intervene after all," she mused, her presence calm, yet commanding from afar. Yet, in the midst of her quiet reverie, Mitchell's expression abruptly shifted. She felt it, a sharp, hostile killing intent directed at Anthony. Her warm smile vanished, replaced by an icy, unforgiving gaze. The source was unmistakable: Alala, Aurelia's mother. Mitchell's cold stare locked onto Alala, piercing through the air like a dagger. Alala met her gaze, her defiance unshaken, even as the sparks of their clashing presences crackled invisibly. Mitchell's warning was clear in her gaze, but Alala didn't withdraw her intent. Instead, she challenged it, her determination unwavering. Then, without warning, the very fabric of space froze. The audience, the plane, and even the air itself became suspended in an unyielding stillness, paralyzed by Mitchell's overwhelming power. Before anyone could comprehend what had happened, Mitchell was standing directly in front of Alala, her hand darting toward her adversary's throat with a speed too swift for mortal perception. But just as her fingertips hovered mere inches from Alala's neck, another presence intervened. Alara Bloodmoon, queen of the vampire race, appeared out of thin air. With elegance and precision, she caught Mitchell's wrist, halting the strike at the very last moment. The tension hung in the air like a blade, teetering on the edge of chaos as three of the most powerful beings in the realm stood locked in confrontation. "What is the meaning of this?" Alara's cold, commanding voice echoed through the plane, thick with unyielding authority. Michael and Collins remained still, their expressions unmoved as they watched the unfolding tension. They knew Mitchell could handle herself. However, their readiness for battle was not hidden. If the vampire queen wanted to escalate, they were more than prepared to end this bloodbath with her head as the price. Mitchell's icy gaze didn't falter. "I should be the one asking that," she retorted, her voice razor-sharp. "How dare she direct her killing intent at my son? And who said we couldn't attack one another here?" Her presence grew heavier, suffused with a simmering rage. It was a massacre waiting to be unleashed. For Mitchell, this wasn't just about the moment. Her anger had been brewing. First, the demon attack on Anthony. Second, her son's participation in this bloodbath event. And now, someone had the audacity to threaten his life in her very presence. Alala, bound by Mitchell's control over space, could do nothing but watch in humiliation. She couldn't even muster the strength to free herself. Without Alara's intervention, she'd have been forced to use her life-saving card, a desperate measure that would only expose her weakness to the many powerful eyes watching. The air felt electric as the entire audience held their breath, their gazes locked on the confrontation. Some hoped this would spiral into an all-out battle. Alara's crimson eyes bore into Mitchell's before flicking toward Michael and Collins. "Aren't you going to say anything about this, Sword Saint?" "Lightning God," Alara asked, her grip still firm on Mitchell's wrist. Michael's grin widened, his confidence unshaken. "Isn't it common sense that before you openly think about killing someone, you should possess the strength to do so first?" His voice carried a taunt, as though daring Alara to make a move. "Are you ready to fight us?" Alara's tone shifted as bloodlust began leaking from her, her aura swelling in challenge. Michael's grin grew sharper, but Collins was the one who cut through the tension. "No need to twist my son's words," Collins said, his calm yet deadly voice slicing through the rising storm. "We're not starting anything. But if anyone thinks we're easy to bully, they're welcome to try. This will be the last time I let something like this slide. The next time I feel killing intent directed at Anthony, I will personally make a move. Consider this my first and final warning." Collins' aura remained steady, but his words reverberated like a blade drawn from its sheath. A tense silence stretched across the arena as Alara's bloodlust began to dissipate. Slowly, the atmosphere softened as the vampire queen released Mitchell's wrist. Without another word, she vanished and reappeared in her previous position, reclaiming her dignity. Mitchell cast a final, icy glance at Alala before also disappearing, releasing the spatial lock on her adversary. Alala, now freed, seethed in silent rage. The humiliation burned, especially since it was inflicted by a human. A mere human. She thought, her anger boiling. But she swallowed her fury, knowing she could do nothing in the face of such overwhelming power. The focus of the crowd gradually shifted back to the champions, eager for the match to resume. However, a strange sight awaited them. While the other champions sat cross-legged in the lotus position, diligently recovering their mana and healing their injuries, Anthony had turned the bloodbath into a vacation. Under the shade of a summoned parasol, he lounged in a comfortable chair, casually eating fruit as though he were on a beach. The collective gaze of the audience shifted to the human side, riddled with questions. Michael's grin faltered slightly as he watched his son's antics. Colin's lips twitched in barely suppressed irritation. Can't he read the room? The fruits Anthony consumed bore no trace of mana enhancement, adhering strictly to the rules. As such, no one found grounds to challenge his behavior, though many regarded him with a mixture of confusion and silent judgment. On the other side, Gorith, the Titan, watched the scene with intrigue, his thoughts swirling. If I show killing intent toward Anthony, would all three of them fight me at once? It seems dangerous, but it would also be fun. The tension lingered, thick with anticipation, as the champions prepared for the next phase of the bloodbath. As the remaining champions took a moment to recover, Anthony sat beneath the shade of a parasol, leisurely observing their every move. His demeanor remained calm, almost indifferent, with not a single trace of caution in his piercing gaze. He watched as they skillfully drew mana from the air, channeling it into their cores with a precision that bordered on mastery. Their speed was nothing short of remarkable, the ambient energy bending to their will as though it were a natural extension of their bodies. None bore any visible injuries requiring attention. Instead, their focus remained on replenishing their depleted mana and stamina reserves. Yet, curiously, they refrained from fully restoring themselves. Each champion stopped just shy of reaching their peak, maintaining a razor-thin margin. This deliberate choice served a purpose. They sought to preserve their heightened battle awareness, a state forged in the crucible of combat. To recover completely would risk dulling that edge, a lapse that could cost them even a single percentage of their combat efficiency. Such a loss, however marginal, was a risk they could ill afford. As they recovered, their eyes never left one another. Suspicion lingered in their guarded glances, a silent contest of vigilance as they awaited the first to make a move. Then, as if compelled by an unseen arbiter of fate, all three opened their eyes in unison. Their movements were slow, deliberate, as they rose to their feet. The tension in the air grew thick, their gazes locking midair in a moment of palpable intensity. Yet, despite their wariness of one another, their attention briefly flicked to Anthony. There he sat, reclined beneath the parasol, his posture unbothered, his expression unreadable. However, the champions had no time to dwell on him now. Their focus returned to each other, and without a word, mana and aura began to radiate from their bodies in waves, saturating the battlefield with an oppressive energy. The ground beneath their feet cracked and sank as the sheer weight of their power distorted the terrain. In the blink of an eye, they vanished. Vahalan struck first, his sword a blur of lethal intent as it sliced through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. The blade moved with deadly precision, aiming to cleave Kael'thar in a single stroke. The air itself seemed to recoil from the force, splitting apart in the wake of his attack. But Kael'thar was ready. His saber met the strike head-on, a collision of raw power and refined technique. Sparks erupted as steel clashed against steel, the sound echoing like a war cry across the battlefield. The other champions followed suit, vanishing into the chaos to engage their chosen opponents. Tehran, meanwhile, had no intention of relinquishing his war physique, the transformation shimmering faintly around him. It was a gift he could wield without effort, demanding neither mana nor stamina to sustain. Terran's immense form moved with surprising fluidity, his immense limbs cutting through the air as his first strike, a devastating straight punch, blasted towards Anthony's head. The sheer force behind it threatened to tear through the very air itself. Yet Anthony's movements were seamless, as though time had slowed for him. His body swayed like the breeze, sidestepping with minimal effort, his palm extending to redirect the massive blow away from his face. Terran's fist collided with the empty space just beside him, the force vibrating the ground beneath their feet. Anthony's eyes never lost their calm as he surged forward, his foot connecting with the Titan's side in a quick and clean motion. Tehran grunted, the strike landing with an audible thud against the hardened flesh of his torso, but there was no sign of true damage. The blow was momentary, quickly absorbed by the Titan's vast physique. Yet the reaction it elicited was enough to show that Tehran felt the sting, his posture momentarily faltering. Undeterred, Terran's other hand swung around, a vicious back fist aiming for Anthony's chest. But Anthony was already gone, as though he'd never been there. His form danced to the side, flowing into a perfect arc, his fingers darting out to graze the inside of Terran's exposed arm. The strike was more of a disruption than a full-blown attack, but it rattled Terran's coordination. It was a reminder that every movement, no matter how fleeting, carried the weight of purpose. They were a blur, two titans locked in a ceaseless exchange, their fists and legs a blur of motion. Anthony's strikes were precise, surgical, each one aimed at the most vulnerable parts of Terran's vast form. A quick jab to the solar plexus was deflected by Titan's arm, the impact shaking the ground beneath them. The strike was softened, but the intent was unmistakable, each blow a calculated effort to breach the defense of a being as solid as a mountain. In turn, Terran's attacks came with brutal, unrelenting power. His massive fists moved like falling boulders, but they were never ungraceful. His strikes were calculated, aimed with the intent to crush the very core of Anthony's defense. But Anthony's movements were like water, ever flowing, ever evasive. He was everywhere and nowhere all at once, his form moving just out of reach, his limbs striking with the precision of a masterful tactician. Each time Terran's fist lunged for Anthony's head or chest, Anthony's body was already repositioning, his hips twisting in a fluid motion to guide his limbs through perfect arcs. The Titan's attacks came with ferocity, but Anthony's evasion was a thing of elegance, a dance of body and mind that taunted the very space around them. The pressure in the air increased with each move, as though the atmosphere itself was held together by sheer force of will. The two fighters never slowed. Each strike and counterstrike seemed to feed into the next. Anthony's palm came crashing down toward Terran's exposed ribcage, but the Titan countered, shifting his weight to intercept the strike with his forearm, the clash sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The ground beneath their feet cracked, as though nature itself were protesting the violence of their exchange. Terran's retaliatory kick swept low, aiming for Anthony's legs with the speed of a riptide. But Anthony moved with a dexterity that defied the expectations of physics. His legs twisted and his body pivoted, the kick grazing the air just inches away from him as he moved effortlessly into a counterstrike, his fist a blur of motion as it shot toward the Titan's unguarded side. The impact was loud, flesh meeting flesh, yet Tehran, ever the indomitable force, absorbed the blow with an almost imperceptible shift of his body. The strike did not damage, but it left its mark, a temporary imbalance that would have felled a lesser foe. But Tehran was no lesser foe. He rebalanced instantly, his massive frame moving with calculated precision. His elbow shot outward, aiming for the side of Anthony's skull, a strike designed to disorient and disarm. But Anthony was already lowering his center of gravity, slipping beneath the attack with a fluidity that made the move appear effortless. His knee shot upwards, narrowly missing Tehran's midsection by mere inches, the sound of his movement humming in the air. They continued to exchange blows with an ever-growing intensity, yet neither faltered. Anthony's strikes, while not overwhelming in their power, were relentless in their precision. Tehran, for all his strength, was a mountain of counterattacks, each one aimed to maim or cripple, but never quite reaching their mark. The rhythm of the fight became a pulse, the steady thrum of two warriors locked in combat. As the battle raged on, the intensity between Anthony and Tehran escalated into a symphony of fluid motion and precise strikes. The once muted ground beneath their feet had become an uneven battlefield, scarred by the rapid movements of both titans. Every step they took seemed to reverberate through the air as they continued to test the limits of their martial ability. Anthony's movements were deliberate. Each shift of his body carried a purpose, each counter calculated with unerring accuracy. He was a tempest, not in speed, but in the way he flowed seamlessly from one strike to the next. His legs swept low, aiming for the Titan's knees, but Tehran was already anticipating the attack, his own leg snapping forward with the might of an avalanche, intercepting Anthony's with a clash that sent shockwaves through the earth beneath them. The ground quaked in response to the collision, but neither fighter so much as hesitated. The Titan's huge arms moved like thunder, swinging with enough force to level entire cities. Tehran's forearm shot upward, aiming for Anthony's chin in a brutal upward strike that would have sent a lesser opponent into the heavens. Anthony ducked beneath the massive appendage, his body shifting with the grace of a shadow. His foot lifted in a calculated arc, his heel connecting with the inside of Tehran's calf, a blow aimed not to hurt, but to destabilize. The strike was light, precise. Tehran's body staggered briefly, but in an instant he reasserted his dominance, planting his foot firmly and lunging forward with a deadly series of quick jabs. Each blow was a test of precision, each punch aimed for a specific target: the ribs, the stomach, the temples. His speed was no longer merely a factor of strength, but of sheer, unyielding force, each movement fueled by the vastness of his physicality. Anthony was unfazed, his calm composure never wavering. As the Titan's punches rained down, Anthony danced around them. A shift of his body to the left, a turn of his shoulder to deflect the force of a punch. His movements were more akin to a windstorm than a warrior's fight, a graceful ballet in a world built of raw muscle and thunderous power. Every blow Tehran struck, Anthony avoided with calculated precision, his own body in constant motion, adapting to the rhythm of his opponent's onslaught. His palm extended outward as one of Tehran's wide arcs came crashing toward him, redirecting the blow with a delicate but powerful push. The force was immense, but Anthony stood unwavering, like an immovable rock. His other hand shot forward, grasping Tehran's massive wrist, and with a sudden twist, Anthony executed a flawless joint lock that momentarily trapped the Titan's arm. But Tehran was not one to be so easily contained. With a snarl, he ripped his arm free, his other hand delivering a punishing back fist. Anthony, expecting the retaliation, slipped underneath the blow, his own knee rising in an upward strike toward the Titan's abdomen. It was a sharp, controlled motion, more subtle than the explosive nature of Tehran's strikes, but no less effective. The knee landed squarely against the Titan's midsection, pushing the massive fighter back a step. There was no visible sign of pain on Tehran's face, but the staggered movement was enough to show that even the colossal figure was affected. Yet, like the mountain he was, Tehran regained his balance with an effortless grace. His back foot planted firmly, and with the intensity of a stampede, he surged forward once more, his fist becoming a blur of relentless strikes. Each punch was a war in and of itself. Tehran's speed and strength now intermingled, creating a storm of blows that threatened to overwhelm even the most seasoned fighter. But Anthony was no mere seasoned fighter. He was a tactician, a master of both mind and body. His limbs seemed to flow like water, each turn and dodge more graceful than the last. With a swift and sudden pivot, Anthony slid behind Tehran's colossal form, his body slipping between the Titan's limbs with the finesse of a predator. A blow came crashing toward his back, Tehran's fist moving with the speed of a striking serpent, but Anthony dropped to a crouch, allowing the fist to soar harmlessly over his head. In that same motion, his body coiled like a spring, rising up and twisting with such force that his shoulder collided with the Titan's ribs in a vicious but controlled strike. Tehran grunted, but Anthony's aim was not to injure. The force of the blow shifted Tehran's body slightly, off balance for only a fraction of a second. That instant was all Anthony needed. His foot lashed out with deadly precision, landing a clean kick to Tehran's back, pushing the massive fighter forward. The Titan stumbled briefly, but his power never faltered. Tehran, though momentarily out of rhythm, recovered with a speed that betrayed his size. His massive hands reached forward, grabbing for Anthony, but the man was already gone. Anthony's body was a blur as he leapt backwards, his feet barely touching the ground before he planted himself back on the balls of his feet, crouched low and ready for the next exchange. The two Titans stood, gazes unwavering, their breath steady and controlled, not a single sign of weariness or injury on either of their bodies. Tehran's stance shifted, widening as he prepared for another onslaught, while Anthony, his posture calm, his mind serene, waited, knowing that the battle had only just begun. There was no exhaustion, no sign of their bodies yielding to the battle, only the pulse of combat, the clash of two primal forces locked in a dance that seemed endless. Tehran lunged again, his hands now moving with a speed and ferocity that could shatter mountains. His every strike was designed to break through Anthony's defenses, to hammer him into submission. Yet with each attack, Anthony's counter was faster, more refined. A brush of the hand here, a twist of the torso there, every move both a dance and a deadly calculation. In this world of steel, muscle, and will, there would be no victor, for they were both titans in their own right. A battle without end, where mastery of the body transcended the need for victory. This was not a fight for supremacy. It was an expression of two beings at the pinnacle of their craft at their level, locked in a moment that would stretch in the minds of those watching. Kael'thar and Vahalan reappeared in a mountainous expanse, their weapons tearing through space. Steel clashed with unrelenting force, each strike echoing across the peaks. The earth trembled as they moved, their forms blurring, locked in a battle that reshaped the land. Metal met metal. Blade clashed against blade. Sword collided with saber. Power confronted power. Neither yielded an inch. Each step forward was a testament to their resolve, their movements in perfect synchrony, never faltering, never breaking the relentless rhythm of their deadly dance. Their clash reverberated across the battlefield, each impact resonating with an intensity that shook the air and ground alike. Vahalan unleashed a ferocious upward slash, his blade aiming to cleave Kael'thar in two with deadly precision. Kael'thar responded with effortless grace, his parry fluid and controlled, as if he were conducting a symphony of destruction. Kael'thar's saber struck with the swiftness of a predator, each movement calculated and unerring. The two warriors became blurred streaks of motion, tearing through the ground beneath them as their battle painted a canvas of chaos and destruction. In a heartbeat, they reappeared atop the crown of an ancient tree, their blades weaving a deadly dance of swordsmanship. The force of their clash rippled through the air, sending violent gusts in all directions. Leaves were torn from their branches, scattering like embers in a storm. Yet the tree itself remained resolute, a silent witness to their battle. Moments later, they stood upon the jagged peak of a mountain. Vahalin's sword gleamed as it became imbued with the power of the wind element, the air around him shifting with a thick energy. With a swift slash, his blade tore through space, releasing deadly arcs of slicing wind that screamed toward Kael'thar with unrelenting ferocity. Kael'thar met the onslaught head-on. Flames erupted along the edge of his saber, roaring to life like a dragon's wrath. With precision honed by centuries of combat, he intercepted each attack, his fiery blade cutting through the wind arcs in a dazzling display of skill and elemental mastery. In a seamless motion, Kael'thar's body spun, his element shifting with him, as if he were a living manifestation of the storm itself. Lightning crackled into existence, surging through the air with blinding intensity. In one fluid stroke, his saber cleaved downward, its arc charged with the raw power of the storm, aimed straight at Vahalin. Reacting instantaneously, Vahalin thrust his sword into the ground, unleashing a pulse of wind that spiraled around him with vicious speed. The air around him churned violently, coiling into a massive tornado, its roaring winds growing ever more ferocious as it expanded outward. The lightning slammed into the spinning vortex with catastrophic force, fusing the two elements together in a violent explosion of energy. The very air itself seemed to tear apart as the resulting storm swept across the land, its fury unbridled. Mountains crumbled under the sheer might of the tempest, their ancient stones fractured and shattered by the raw power. Cracks spread like veins across the earth, and the sky darkened with the weight of destruction, the storm singing its chaotic hymn. Drenched in smoke and dust, the battlefield was reduced to a blur of violence as debris was hurled into the air, torn apart by the fury of their combined attack. Vahalin materialized beside Kael'thar in an instant, his blade aiming with lethal intent toward his opponent's neck. The strike was so precise, it seemed an inevitable end. But Kael'thar was ready. In a fluid, instinctive motion, he raised his saber, intercepting the attack with a swift block. Then, in the same heartbeat, he lashed out, his sword snapping through the air with the speed and force of a whip. From the blade, a bolt of lightning shot forth, crackling with furious energy. It extended outward in a whip-like tendril, a jagged bolt that surged towards Vahalin with deadly accuracy. Vahalin, having no other choice, withdrew his sword, redirecting the bolt with impeccable timing. His movements were a blur as he twisted and parried, using his deftness to manipulate the flow of electricity. The lightning arced away, only for Kael'thar to strike once more. His saber moved like a coiled snake, swift and serpentine, but Vahalin was already prepared. The wind element bent beneath Vahalin's will, shaping itself into a defensive barrier at just the right moment. As Kael'thar's saber sliced through the air, it tore through the barrier with ease, cutting through the wind like paper. Yet by the time the blade continued its deadly arc, Vahalin had already vanished, his position shifting faster than the eye could follow. In the blink of an eye, Vahalin reappeared, his sword thrusting forward with razor-sharp focus. A concentrated funnel of wind formed at the tip of his blade, its edges cutting through the air with such force it threatened to tear through Kael'thar's dragon scales. Kael'thar's instincts kicked in as his body moved with deadly precision. In one smooth motion, he turned as though he could see Vahalin's every move, his saber flashing through the air in retaliation. With a shift of defiance, Kael'thar mirrored Vahalin's technique, but this time he infused his strike with the power of fire. The flame erupted around his blade, scorching the air as it collided with the wind attack, ripping through the funnel like a wildfire consuming dry brush. The two forces clashed in a violent eruption of energy, the battle between wind and fire playing out in the heart of the storm. The air was thick with the scent of burning ozone and the sound of crackling power as the world around them seemed to tremble under the weight of their titanic clash. Their swords moved in blurs, weaving arcs of silver fire as they battled with the precision of duelists born of legend. Every swing was a symphony of lethal grace, their blades carving through the air like whispers of death. There were no words to be spoken, none were needed. The blades were their vocal cords, honed and sharp, each swing a command, each clash a declaration. Their attacks were the tongue, flowing with precision, each stroke speaking the language of destruction. The echoes of their strikes resonated through the land like thunder, a symphony of chaos that reverberated through the very core of the world. Sparks erupted in dazzling arcs, swirling through the air like a conductor guiding an orchestra of violets. Each flash, each burst of light, was a note in a cacophony of power, their every movement orchestrating a destructive harmony that rattled the heavens. They've battled like phantoms, their every move ghostly yet lethal, with blades flashing through the air as though tearing through fabric. The battlefield trembled under the weight of their relentless assault, the ground shaking as if the earth itself could no longer endure the storm of violence. Kael'thar, a deadly serpent in motion, struck once more with precision. His blade arced in a sweeping horizontal slash, flames igniting around it like a volcanic eruption. The heat radiated, scorching the air itself as the fiery arc tore forward, turning the ground beneath it into a blazing inferno. The flames surged with a terrifying hunger, consuming everything in their path, leaving only destruction and blackened earth behind. Vahalin, unflinching in the face of such an onslaught, responded with a blade of flowing liquid silver. From his sword erupted the power of water, its energy swirling with menacing force. He raised his weapon high, and with a decisive swing, released a massive torrent of water. It surged forward like a tsunami, a towering wall of blue that rushed toward Kael'thar's firestorm. The two elements collided with the ferocity of opposing storms. Steam erupted with a deafening hiss as the fire and water clashed, each fighting for dominance. The flames sought to burn through the wave, but the water pushed forward, drowning the fire's heat and extinguishing its fury. The ground steamed beneath them, the battlefield engulfed in mist as the elements wrestled for control. But Kael'thar was relentless, unyielding in his pursuit of victory. Discover hidden tales at Empire. The steam rising around him did nothing to quell his fiery resolve. His saber swept into motion once again, this time with a renewed intensity. Fire erupted from his blade with an even deadlier force. A diagonal slash cut through the air, unleashing a massive wave of flame that took the shape of a dragon's wing. The inferno roared to life, its fiery tendrils clawing outward, seeking to consume all in its path. The heat was unbearable, scorching the earth beneath it as the blazing wave surged toward Vahalin with unstoppable might. Vahalin felt the immense heat, the ground beneath him beginning to crack under the intense pressure. His grip on his sword tightened, and in an instant his stance shifted. With no time to waste, he moved with precision and purpose. In one fluid motion, Vahalin thrust his blade forward, summoning a powerful burst of compressed air. The wind gathered with deadly force, forming a sharp, slicing gust that shot toward the incoming fire. The gust of wind met the roaring wave of flames with a deafening crash, the pressure of the air parting the fire like a blade through silk. The flames were redirected, losing their intensity in the wake of the violent shockwave that followed. The impact of fire and wind created a cataclysmic shockwave, shaking the very ground beneath them. Trees were uprooted, their charred trunks crashing to the ground in every direction. The once lush grass was reduced to blackened ash, while cracks tore across the mountainside, deep and jagged. The forest, once a peaceful haven, had been reduced to a smoldering wasteland, scarred by the devastation of their clash. The battlefield was now a desolate testament to the might of the two warriors. The clash between the two seemed almost unreal, a contest between two colossal forces of nature. Tehran, relentless in his assault, called upon the earth beneath him, causing jagged spires of rock to erupt from the ground. The stones shot upward with the speed of a thunderbolt, their tips sharp and deadly, each one aimed at Anthony's vital spots. Yet, with the precision of a master, Anthony's body slipped between them, his movements fluid as he dodged the deadly projectiles by mere inches. As Terran's assault continued, the Titan's fists began to glow brighter with the intense heat of the fire element. He swung wildly, the air around him distorting with the extreme temperature, his strikes now accompanied by the roar of flames. He lunged forward, one fist engulfed in fire, the other crackling with raw earth power. Each swing of his limbs created shockwaves that threatened to tear the very ground apart. Anthony, however, remained unshaken. His eyes, sharp and calculating, flicked toward the incoming blows. With a subtle shift of his body, he leaned back, narrowly avoiding the scorching punch of fire that passed so close it singed his hair. His own hand shot out, fingers extended like a blade, and struck Terran's outstretched arm with a single precise jab. The impact was not forceful, but it was enough to send a jolt through the Titan's muscles, the fiery grip faltering for a moment as the heat simmered down. Terran hissed in frustration, his fiery aura flaring back to life, but Anthony was already on the move. He leapt into the air, his form a blur against the backdrop of the violent fight, and brought both hands together in front of him. A rush of fire surged from his palms, an explosion of flame that collided with the earth-based attacks Terran had conjured. The two elements clashed in a tremendous burst of power, their combined force creating a shockwave that sent dirt and debris flying in all directions. When the dust settled, both fighters stood at opposite ends of the battlefield, their chests heaving, but their resolve unwavering. Terran's skin was scorched in places, his massive frame showing faint burns, but the damage was fleeting, his healing abilities working overtime to mend the wounds. Anthony, on the other hand, was unfazed, his figure pristine, his stance casual as though he had not just faced a barrage of earth-shattering blows. Terran charged again, his footsteps causing the earth to tremble with every movement. He was determined to end this fight, to land a blow that would bring his opponent to his knees. With a roar, the Titan raised both arms high, summoning a massive column of stone from the earth, its base wide and unyielding. The stone shot toward Anthony like a spear, crackling with fire that encased the projectile. Anthony, however, did not flinch. His right hand moved in a swift arc, and with the flick of his wrist, he created a controlled burst of flame that blasted the stone column into pieces mid-air. The flaming shards scattered around him, but Anthony weaved effortlessly between them, his movements smooth and deliberate. His next strike came swiftly. He moved so quickly that it seemed as though he teleported. His palm pressed against the ground, and a massive surge of fire blasted forward, creating a wave of heat that surged towards Terran with the ferocity of a wildfire. Terran raised his hands in defense, conjuring a wall of earth to block the fiery onslaught. The ground buckled under the pressure, but the wall held, the flames crackling against the stone barrier. Terran gritted his teeth, his focus narrowing as he summoned even more power. The ground around him shook as his form surged with an increased intensity. His eyes blazed with fiery determination. He swung both arms in a wide arc, sending a wave of molten rock and fire cascading towards Anthony. Explore more adventures at Empire. The molten magma surged through the air, a deadly flood that would burn through anything it touched. Anthony, however, seemed to welcome the challenge. His arms spread wide, and the flames surrounding him intensified, forming a protective barrier of fire that swallowed the molten torrent. As the magma collided with the inferno, the two elements collided in a brilliant explosion of light and power. The heat surged outward, distorting the air in waves, but Anthony's stance remained unwavering, his body untouched by the chaos around him. In the aftermath of the explosion, the battlefield was once again filled with smoke, the ground charred and scarred from the intensity of the conflict. The two combatants stood, locked in an unspoken understanding. Their breathing was steady, their movements slow but deliberate. Tehran, though visibly wounded by the fierce exchanges, clenched his fists, the earth beneath his feet responding to his will. The Titan's body glowed with the remnants of the earth and fire elements, but his focus remained fixed on Anthony, who was still as composed as ever. Anthony's gaze remained steady, unwavering as he sized up the Titan. Despite the immense power Tehran wielded, it was clear that Anthony had yet to exert himself fully, his every motion smooth and calculated. The Titan was relentless, but Anthony had no intention of letting the battle drag on. His own body shifted forward in a blur, his form melding into the landscape as he closed the distance between them with lightning speed. Before Tehran could even react, Anthony's fist was already in motion. It was a single, controlled strike, not the wild, uncontrolled force that Tehran had used. The blow landed directly on Tehran's midsection, and the Titan's body was sent crashing backward, the force of the strike sending him stumbling through the rocky terrain. Tehran struggled to regain his footing, his body taking the brunt of the impact. A few shallow scratches marred his skin, though they were already beginning to heal. The Titan's expression shifted, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind for the briefest of moments. He had given almost everything in this fight, and still his opponent stood unscathed, almost as though the battle had been little more than an exercise for him. Anthony, on the other hand, had barely broken a sweat. His face betrayed no emotion, no sign of exhaustion. He stood tall, waiting for Tehran to recover, his posture relaxed, his eyes focused. The flames that surrounded him flickered and danced, but they were a mere reflection of his inner calm, his control over his powers absolute. The battlefield trembled beneath the ferocity of Kael'thar and Vahalin's duel, the clashing of their weapons ringing out like the chimes of death. Sparks erupted with every strike, illuminating the devastated terrain. Trees once lush with life now stood broken and scorched, victims of stray blows and unleashed elemental energy. Jagged scars marred the earth, their blades having cleaved through both stone and soil with reckless abandon. Kael'thar advanced with predatory grace, his saber an extension of his primal instincts. Each swing carried the weight of his heritage, a relentless barrage of attacks meant to overwhelm his foe. Yet Vahalin held firm, his blade parrying each strike with defiance. Their movements were a deadly dance, fluid and brutal, as they tested the limits of their endurance and skill. Kael'thar suddenly shifted, his feet digging into the earth as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, each blow faster and sharper than the last. Vahalin deflected them with precision, though the force behind each impact pushed him back, his boots carving grooves in the ground. With a snarl, Kael'thar pivoted, channeling his aura into his saber, which crackled with condensed lightning. He lashed out, aiming a downward strike that split the air with a deafening crack. Vahalin raised his sword just in time, intercepting the electrified blade. The clash produced a brilliant flash, and a shockwave rippled outward, uprooting nearby trees and sending debris flying in every direction. Both warriors staggered, their breathing heavy, but neither showed signs of retreat. Instead, they locked eyes, their shared hatred palpable. "You'll have to do better than that," Vahalin growled, his voice tinged with mockery despite the blood trickling down his arm from a shallow cut. Kael'thar smirked, "And you'll have to stop holding back if you want to survive this." With a roar, Kael'thar surged forward, his aura blazing with renewed intensity. His dragon blood stirred, and spectral wings of energy burst forth from his back, glowing faintly in the dim light. He launched himself skyward with terrifying speed, the wings granting him the mobility of a predator circling its prey. From above, he descended with his saber raised high, a tempest of wind and lightning swirling around him. Vahalin's eyes narrowed as he thrust his blade into the ground. Roots erupted from the earth, twisting and coiling into a dense barrier of wood and plant life. Kael'thar's strike collided with the barrier, the resulting explosion tearing through the roots and creating a cloud of splinters and smoke. As the dust settled, Vahalin emerged unscathed, his blade glowing with verdant energy. Kael'thar landed gracefully, his wings dissipating as he charged again. This time, Vahalin met him head-on, their blades colliding with such force that the ground beneath them cracked. They traded blows in rapid succession, the air between them shimmering with residual elemental energy. Each swing of their weapons was accompanied by a burst of power, Kael'thar's strikes wreathed in lightning, while Vahalin's blade trailed vines that lashed out with every motion. The battle raged on, their surroundings suffering under the weight of their struggle. Trees crumbled into ash, and the earth itself seemed to groan beneath their feet. At one point, Kael'thar unleashed a devastating horizontal slash, the arc of lightning extending from his blade to carve a path of destruction across the battlefield. Vahalin narrowly evaded the attack, countering with a thrust that sent thorn vines racing toward Kael'thar's legs. Kael'thar leapt into the air, his movements fluid despite the mounting fatigue. As he descended, he exhaled sharply, and a low growl rumbled from his chest. His draconic instincts were taking hold, sharpening his reflexes and lending him an almost feral edge. He struck again, his saber cleaving through the vines with ease before bearing down on Vahalin. The swordsman sidestepped at the last moment, his blade grazing Kael'thar's side in a counterattack that left a shallow but painful gash. Blood splattered the ground as Kael'thar hissed in pain, though he didn't slow. Instead, he retaliated with a backhanded swing, forcing Vahalin to retreat. Both warriors were bleeding now, their bodies riddled with cuts and bruises. Their breaths came in ragged gasps, and yet they continued, neither willing to yield. The ground beneath them was stained red, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and ozone. Each step they took was heavy, their stamina stretched to its limits, but their determination burned brighter than ever. Kael'thar's eyes glimmered with a dangerous light as he channeled more of his mana into his saber. Lightning danced along the blade, crackling with barely contained energy. He swung in a wide arc, releasing a wave of electricity that scorched the ground as it raced toward Vahalin. Vahalin responded by raising his free hand, summoning a wall of plants thick with vibrant green leaves. The lightning struck the barrier, setting it ablaze, but Vahalin used the momentary distraction to close the distance. His sword glowed with an emerald hue as he slashed at Kael'thar, the strike leaving behind a trail of razor-sharp leaves that sliced through the air. Kael'thar deflected the attack, though the force behind it sent him stumbling. His muscles ached, and the cuts on his arms and chest throbbed with every movement. But he refused to falter. He stepped forward, delivering a series of swift strikes that forced Vahalin onto the defensive. The two warriors clashed again and again, their weapons ringing out in a symphony of destruction. The sounds of their battle echoed across the desolate landscape, a haunting melody of steel and fury. For a brief moment, the world seemed to hold its breath, the only sound the crackling of flames and the distant crash of falling debris. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, Vahalin unleashed a new attack. He drove his blade into the ground, and an explosion of roots and vines erupted around Kael'thar, wrapping around his limbs and holding him in place. The plants tightened, their thorns digging into his skin as they sought to immobilize him. Kael'thar roared, his aura flaring with draconic might. The spectral wings returned, and with a single powerful beat, he broke free from the vines. He landed a few feet away, his saber glowing brighter than ever. "You're persistent," Kael'thar said, his voice tinged with grudging respect. "But it won't save you, and you're reckless." Vahalin replied, a smirk playing on his bloodied lips. "But that's what makes this fun." They charged at each other once more, their blades meeting in a clash that sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Dust and debris filled the air as their auras collided, each warrior pushing themselves to the brink. The fight had become more than a test of skill. It was a contest of wills, a struggle to see who would endure. As they fought, Kael'thar's movements became more erratic, his draconic instincts driving him to take risks he wouldn't normally consider. He struck with wild ferocity, his saber carving through the air in unpredictable patterns. Vahalin adapted quickly, using his tactical mind to exploit openings and counter with precision. Despite their injuries, neither showed any sign of giving up. Their bodies were battered and broken, but their spirits remained unyielding. The battlefield bore witness to their determination, the land itself scarred by their relentless struggle. Then, something changed. Vahalin stepped back, his posture relaxed but his expression unreadable. Kael'thar narrowed his eyes, sensing a shift in the air. The winds stilled, and an oppressive silence descended over the battlefield. Even the remaining champions, who had been watching from a distance, felt an ominous chill run down their spines. Vahalin raised his sword, his aura darkening as he whispered words too faint to hear. The ground beneath him trembled, and the air grew heavy with an unexplainable pressure. Kael'thar's instincts screamed at him to act, but he found himself frozen, his body unable to move. An ominous feeling crept over Kael'thar and the remaining champions, a foreboding presence that seemed to sap the light from the world. Whatever Vahalin was preparing, it was beyond anything they had. The atmosphere shifted, and the battlefield stilled in an unsettling silence. The air itself seemed to tremble as a new, unfamiliar presence began to saturate the space around them. It was not mana. No, this was something else, something just as profound. The sensation was different, more primal and ancient, as if the very fabric of reality had momentarily bent to its will. A heavy, intangible weight pressed down upon all who stood witness. For those who were attuned to the subtle currents of energy, they knew immediately what it was. It was spiritual energy. Those who had encountered it before recognized its intensity, its overwhelming potency. It was not like mana, the fuel of magic. Spiritual energy was far more elusive, far more refined. It radiated a purity and power that could rival mana itself, a force that came from the very essence of one's soul. This was an energy that could shape and control the very threads of existence itself, transcending mere physical laws. For the elves, it was a gift of the highest order, one that only their most gifted could harness. It was said that the most talented of their kind could channel this energy to perform feats that could defy the natural world, bending it to their will. It was an energy of the spirit, the mind, and the soul, the essence of life itself. And now it flowed freely across the battlefield. For those who had never encountered it, there was no mistaking its presence. The air grew still, and time seemed to slow as if the world itself held its breath. The warriors who had fought with ferocity and power now found themselves frozen, caught in the grip of something far greater than themselves. The energy swept over them like a tidal wave, both awe-inspiring and terrifying in its potential. For Kael'thar, it was a warning, a sign that something monumental was about to unfold. The spiritual energy rippled through the ground beneath them, the force of its presence a quiet yet undeniable force. It was as if the earth itself was trembling in response to the power that was being called forth. The world had shifted. A new power had entered the fray, and nothing would be the same again. Vahalin had refrained from drawing upon his spiritual energy until this very moment. It was not out of necessity, nor weakness, but rather a deliberate choice to withhold its power. He had kept it sealed, guarded as a last resort, an ultimate trump card to be played only when the stakes reached their peak. He understood the magnitude of this energy, a force so potent that it could reshape the fabric of existence itself. To wield, it was to invite consequences far beyond the immediate battle, consequences he was not willing to face unless absolutely required. Now, however, with the pressure mounting and his options dwindling, Vahalin had no choice but to unleash the power he had kept dormant for so long. A wave of spiritual energy enveloped Vahalin's being as he raised his sword, pointing it toward the heavens. His body lifted from the ground. Weightless as the sky itself seemed to brighten, warping under the force of his will. Space twisted, bending to his command as he pushed every ounce of his energy into the spell. The very air shuddered as he invoked it. Forbidden spirit magic. Summon Kithier. A blinding radiance erupted as a world-destroying aura swept across the battlefield, suffocating all in its wake. The souls of those present quivered beneath its weight, and the land itself seemed to recoil. For a moment, the aura grew overwhelming, as though the world itself sought to defend against the impending calamity. Then, as if the land had accepted its fate, the pressure subsided, revealing the roots of a massive tree emerging from the cracked space. The tree descended, but it did not reach the earth in its entirety. Its vast crown was withheld, an ominous force bound by unseen restraints. Vahalin's body merged seamlessly with the trunk, drawing deeply from the power of the summoned entity. This was no spell found in this world, nor was it one that could be wielded by any being of ordinary power. It was a forbidden art granted to Vahalin through communion with the spirits. As the roots of the Kithier tree spread, a terrible drain began. Mana and vitality, once abundant in the surrounding plain, were siphoned toward the tree with brutal efficiency. Kael'thar, his energy already taxed by the battle, found his mana rapidly depleted. He felt his life force slipping away, his vitality drained with cruel haste. Anthony and Tehran, too, were not spared. Both felt their life force slowly being leached away, the rapid aging of their bodies marking the onset of irreversible. For a moment, Anthony's calm demeanor faltered, his usual control slipping as he realized the depth of the danger before him. He was losing 10 years of his lifespan with every second. Tehran, already drained from his earlier attacks, struggled in vain against the onslaught. His vitality evaporated, consumed by the relentless roots, and within moments, his body exploded as he was swatted aside by the tree's power. The ground beneath them was littered with the fallen, their energy drained and their lives claimed in an instant. Even the spectators were affected. The crowd, once confident in their distance from the battle, found themselves unable to escape the draining effects of the spiritual force. Their faces betrayed a mixture of shock and horror as they too began to feel their vitality ebb away. Some fought back, activating protective artifacts or relying on their own skills to resist the pull. Others, helpless, could only watch as the scene unfolded before them. Mitchell, standing in the distance, prepared to intervene. Yet, she hesitated, watching closely, hoping for Anthony to find a solution before she was forced to act. Anthony, his mind racing for a way to counteract this overwhelming power, moved with precision. The very space around him seemed to bend and fracture as he used his control over the void to escape the pull of the Kithier tree. In a heartbeat, he disappeared, his body vanishing into the rift he had created in space. Kael'thar and Tehran, sensing his disappearance, presumed he had simply teleported. Only the spectators could see the truth, that Anthony had melded with the void itself, evading the draining force with ease. Tehran, now completely drained, struggled one last time against the roots, but it was hopeless. Another root, enormous and relentless, swatted him from the sky, his body disintegrating upon impact. In mere moments, Tehran was gone. Kael'thar, resigned to his fate, looked to his family. His voice, soft but clear, echoed through the chaos. "Thank you for everything, until now." And with that, his body aged rapidly, his vitality vanishing as he turned to dust, his life extinguished in a single, irreversible moment. Sorrow filled the hearts of those watching, but no one moved to intervene. From the ashes of the champions, only Anthony remained, watching from the void with steely determination. Vahalin, exhausted but victorious, allowed himself a brief moment of respite. The energy he had absorbed from the tree had returned him to full strength, healing his injuries and replenishing his mana. Only his spiritual energy remained low, but he had a solution for that. He activated the next step in his plan: energy conversion, vitality to spiritual energy. The surplus vitality he had absorbed swiftly replenished his spiritual energy. This was yet another gift bestowed upon him by the spirits, a remarkable ability that allowed him to convert mana, vitality, and spiritual energy into one another at will. Anthony stood, paralyzed with shock, as he witnessed this phenomenon unfold before him. Vahalan had regained his full strength. A thought flashed across Anthony's mind with terrifying clarity. Is this guy using a bug? The synergy of this conversion ability, combined with the forbidden magic, constituted a monumental advantage, an overwhelming anomaly. Vahalan could simply exhaust his mana, summon the tree with spiritual energy, then replenish it, utilize the energy conversion skill, cancel the summoning, and repeat the cycle indefinitely. I must end this charade, Anthony thought, watching the scene unfold. Who could say this was Vahalan's final trick? Anthony was unwilling to gamble on that possibility. Despite the wealth of abilities at his disposal to evade death, he was keenly aware, from the countless novels he had read in his previous life, that there were skills so absurdly powerful that they could obliterate an opponent in an instant. How could he be certain that Vahalan did not possess one such ability or skill? Anthony was not one to take reckless risks. He knew when to put on a spectacle and when to end it. The time for a spectacle had passed. As Vahalan canceled the summoning and the tree began to recede, a smirk tugged at his lips. Vahalan, secure in his victory, stepped forward. His gaze was filled with arrogance as he allowed himself a moment of triumph. But before he could revel in his success, a sword materialized out of thin air, streaking toward his neck with impossible speed. Vahalan, caught off guard, instinctively tried to dodge. But it was too late. His arm was cleaved off in a single, swift motion, blood spilling across the battlefield. Eyes wide with disbelief, Vahalan's gaze shifted toward Anthony, who stood before him, a cold resolve written across his face. Ow! Vahalan managed, his voice shaking with shock. But Anthony did not answer. Instead, he pressed his advantage. With unrelenting precision, Anthony struck again. His blade moved in a blur, slicing through Vahalan's defenses and severing his forearm before the elf could even react. Before Vahalan could do anything else, the world around him spun into chaos. Everything twisted and distorted, as if time and space itself had fractured. Then, as quickly as it had begun, it ended. Vahalan's body was sent into eternal rest, his final breath a mere whisper against the overwhelming power of Anthony's strike. Silence descended upon the battlefield. The spectators had watched with bated breath, fully aware of Vahalan's formidable prowess in battle. His strength was undeniable, and many believed he would emerge victorious from this brutal contest, his skills too overwhelming to be stopped. They had also observed Anthony, who, despite his opponent's relentless attacks, had remained untouched, his movements seemingly flawless. All eyes were now on the inevitable confrontation between the two, as Vahalan stood revitalized at his peak, poised to strike. Yet, in a stunning turn of events, Anthony ended the clash before it even had the chance to begin. With a quiet sigh, Anthony sheathed his katana, his expression one of calm resolve as he eliminated an unknown threat. The representatives, ready to declare him the victor, were cut short by an unforeseen presence. Out of nowhere, a blade came into existence, and, with deadly precision, Anthony's gaze dropped to the blade protruding from his chest, its cold steel slick with his blood. A crimson trickle slid from the weapon's edge, each drop landing with a haunting finality. Disbelief etched itself onto his features, his mind racing to grasp the impossible. How is this possible? Ambushing Anthony should have been an insurmountable task. His sense-domed skill rendered his surroundings an open book, detecting even the faintest disturbance. Coupled with his all-seeing eyes, capable of perceiving hidden truths and unraveling illusions, it was said only Anthony himself could limit their reach. His head turned slowly, dread rising with every fraction of motion. When his gaze landed on the assailant, his eyes widened in sheer astonishment. The face behind the blade was one he never thought he would see. Serenelle Flameborn, the Phoenix. Serenelle stood poised behind Anthony, her rapier piercing cleanly through his heart. He staggered slightly, disbelief coursing through him as he struggled to comprehend the impossible. He had witnessed her death with his own eyes, watched his life drain from her body. For someone to feign death was inconceivable in Anthony's presence. His unparalleled abilities made such deception an absurdity. Yet here she was, standing before him in perfect form, graceful, untouched by exhaustion or injury, her presence as commanding as ever. Anthony's mind spun, racing for answers. How was this possible? Two explanations emerged in the chaos of his thoughts. The first was nirvana, an ability unique to phoenixes. This phenomenon was beyond their conscious control. Through nirvana, a phoenix could rise anew from the ashes of death, their body reborn, their existence restored. But that wasn't the only detail. Nirvana wasn't just rare, it was transformative. Those who rose from their ashes through this phenomenon didn't simply return, they ascended. Their mana ranks surged, their skills sharpened to new heights, and every aspect of their being took a step forward. Yet, nirvana was as spectacular as it was miraculous. It arrived in a blaze of dazzling lights and radiant flames, as if the heavens themselves were bestowing their blessing upon the reborn. The phenomenon was impossible to miss, a celestial event that defied concealment. And therein lay the problem. Anthony had seen no such display. No searing flames, no radiant lights, no divine spectacle marking Serenelle's return. It simply wasn't possible. Anthony ruled out the possibility of nirvana, his thoughts diving deeper into the enigma before him. The second, and far more plausible, possibility struck Anthony with chilling clarity. Serenelle possessed a skill capable of defying death itself, bringing her back to life. Anthony's mind reeled as memories surged forth, pulling him back to the moment Serenelle had died. The moment replayed vividly, her serene smile, the way she had embraced death as though greeting an old companion. There had been no resistance, no fear, only acceptance, as if she knew her end was nothing more than a temporary farewell. And in truth it had been. This wasn't the first time Serenelle had cheated death. When Serenelle was 10, upon awakening her mana, she demonstrated abilities far beyond her years. But her prodigious nature had stirred fear rather than awe. An assassin struck her down the very next day. Her mother, Scintilla, had been left to grieve. Alone in a room, cloaked in silence, she had sat by her daughter's lifeless body, consumed by sorrow. Then, without warning, Serenelle's body underwent a miraculous transformation. Before Scintilla's disbelieving eyes, her daughter returned to life, a rebirth as inexplicable as it was undeniable. It wasn't nirvana. It was a far more unsettling truth, one that had been hidden in the depths of Serenelle's past. Serenelle had awakened a talent unlike any other, cycle of nines. This talent was awakened when she cheated death for the very first time. This rare and absurdly powerful talent granted her the ability to cheat death, not once, but up to 9 times a day. Each time she perished, cycle of nines allowed her to return, not just alive, but restored to her full strength, her mana brimming and her body healed from any wound. It was a power that defied all logic, a talent so broken it seemed designed to mock the very concept of mortality. Her mother, Scintilla, had been the only one to know. Smart and cunning, she kept the existence of this talent a secret, hiding it from the world. When Serenelle had miraculously returned to life all those years ago, Scintilla had given no explanations, telling only those closest to her that she had used one of her rare life-saving treasures to bring her daughter back. No one else knew, not even Serenelle's own brother, not even the Phoenix King. It was a secret so well guarded, so tightly concealed, that its revelation now seemed almost unreal. This secrecy was why Scintilla had remained so composed when Serenelle had been struck down by Valin. Her emotions had been subdued, not because she felt no grief, but because she knew. Read latest chapters at Empire. Her daughter had died? Yes, but she would return. She always did. Cycle of Nines didn't simply bring Serenelle back to life. It returned her at her peak. Each resurrection restored her mana, stamina, and strength, healing any injury she had sustained in the process. It was as though she was untouched by time, continuously reborn at the height of her power. Such an incomprehensibly broken talent. With years of practice, Serenelle had mastered her talent, refining it into a perfect weapon. Upon resurrection, she could choose a base action, a predetermined move to execute the instant she returned to life. And this time, her base action was simple: kill the last man standing. The attack was a paradox in motion. It didn't exist until it suddenly did. The strike materialized and executed in an instant, so seamlessly that not even Anthony's formidable abilities could track it. His sense dome and all-seeing eyes could not detect something that hadn't existed yet. And even if they could have, Anthony would still need a fraction of a second to react. But that moment was denied him. Every being in the plane was caught off guard. The shock was palpable, filling the air like a crack of thunder. In that split second, they all reached the same conclusion as Anthony. She had returned. Scintilla stood, her aura swelling with pride, watching her daughter's triumph unfold. She radiated a pure sense of pride. Her daughter had won. Serenelle withdrew her rapier from Anthony's chest, blood dripping from its gleaming steel as he remained frozen in stunned disbelief. "I'm always destined to win," Serenelle declared, her voice steady as she swung the sword through the air, shaking off Anthony's blood. But before she could make another move, something else happened. Anthony's wound began to heal at a phenomenal speed. His immortal body skill had activated, mending the wound before her very eyes. Serenelle's mind raced, but she had no time to react before Anthony's hand vanished and reappeared, moving faster than her senses could follow. Before she could even comprehend what was happening, Anthony's blade flashed, severing her head with a single, clean stroke. Her body turned to ash, dissipating into nothingness. Anthony stood, poised and ready, his focus unwavering. He had anticipated the possibility of her returning, of her defying death more than once. And so, when the same non-existent attack suddenly materialized, Anthony was prepared. This time, he used his space element to phase his body through the attack, making it pass harmlessly through him. Serenelle had no chance to recover, her head falling once more to the ground. She sank back into death's embrace for the third time. Spectators watched in stunned silence as Serenelle continued to defy the very concept of death. She revived again, but this time, she appeared far from Anthony. By the time her eyes found him, he was already behind her. Anthony's voice, cold and deadly, echoed in her ears. "I wonder how many times you could defy death." His blade flickered again, cutting through her body in a flurry of pieces. Anthony's eyes gleamed with a cold, calculating light as he locked onto a faint, illusionary figure. It was Serenelle's soul. Maybe the skill is linked to her soul, he thought to himself. Without hesitation, he brought his katana down upon her soul, slicing it into fragments just as he had with her flesh. He watched as it, too, dissolved into nothingness. Yet still, Serenelle defied death. This time, when she revived, she reappeared at a great distance, but Anthony was already there. In an instant, he was beside her, his hand resting gently on her head. Serenelle's gaze hardened as she realized she could not even follow his movements. She was helpless, reduced to the level of a child in his presence. Blue flames pulsed into existence under Anthony's control, their aura crackling with untold power. He didn't know how many times Serenelle could revive, but he wasn't willing to take any chances. To ensure her final destruction, he would use something else he had. Blue flames engulfed Serenelle's form, consuming her whole. She didn't scream. She only looked at Anthony with a mixture of fear and understanding. Even with her talent, she knew no matter how many times she came back, she would die. The flames devoured her entirely. No ashes remained. A slow smile graced Anthony's lips as he invoked his authority of information. Serenelle's status flickered in his mind, and this time there was no miracle. She was gone. The flames had done more than burn her. They had erased her from existence. Eternal Devour was the very first ability of the divine flame. It was a power that consumed everything, obliterating not only the physical, but the very fabric of time itself. When Romulus had first arrived, he had burned Anthony's room, and even time could not restore what had been lost. Anything Romulus consumed was automatically erased from the flow of time. Anthony applied the same principle to Serenelle, using the flames to consume her very essence. But who is to say Serenelle's talent couldn't bypass this? So had Anthony used the authority of information to check Serenelle's status. And truly, she was dead.